If there is anything that needs to be satirized and remixed, it is Trump talking about massive dumps. And by the way, extra points, if you can sample Trump saying massive dumps and me talking about it in a song, please do it.
Dumps. Big massive dumps. Dumps. Big massive dumps. Dumps.
Dumps. Dumps. Dump, dump, dumps. Dumps. Dump.
Dumps. Dumps.
Dumps. Dumps. Dump, dump, dumps. Dumps. Dumps.
Dump. Big massive dumps. Dumps.
Dumps. Dumps.
Sure you just
Dump,
won.
dump, dumps. Dumps. Dumps.
Dump. Big massive dumps.
Donald Trump insisted multiple times that it was massive dumps that led him to lose the election, which is just
on another level, on another level.
Dumps.
Dumps. Dumps.
Sure you just
Dump,
won.
dump, dumps. Dumps. Dumps.
Dump. Big massive dumps. Dumps.
Dumps. Dumps.
Sure you just
Dump,
won.
dump, dumps. Dumps. Dumps.
Dump. Big massive dump.
You turn the faucet on in areas where there's tremendous amounts of water, where the water rushes out to sea, because you could have people are flushing toilets 10 times, 15 times, as opposed to once. Quietly tripping.
Dumps.
Dumps. Dumps.
Sure you just
Dump,
won.
dump, dumps. Dumps. Dumps.
Dump. Big massive dumps. Dumps.
Dumps. Dumps. Dump, dump, dumps. Dumps. Dumps.
Dumps.
Look at that. 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 That is freaking president right there.
What?
Who thinks he's smarter than you?
What?
Who thinks he's smarter than you?
What?
Who thinks he's smarter than you? This is just Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Pac-Man's a loser. Pac-Man's a loser. Pac-Man's a loser. Pac-Man's a loser. This is just look at that. This is just look at that. This is just look at that. This is just look at that.
Alex Jones is lying to you. That might come as a shock.
Pac-Man.
What?
Pac-Man.
What?
Pac-Man. This is just this is just Jones has fake callers. Jones has fake callers. Jones has fake callers. Jones has fake callers. This is just this is just
Trump was doing this with his personal toilet.
But sinks, toilets, and showers.
Elements of bathrooms 10 times, 15 times. Elements of bathrooms. We're looking very strongly at sinks and showers. Elements of bathrooms 10 times, 15 times. Elements of bathrooms.
What on earth is going on with Trump and toilets? Trump's White House toilet would be clogged with documents that Donald Trump was flushing down the toilet. Is this the explanation? Is this the explanation?
Big massive dumps.
Elements of bathrooms 10 times, 15
Trump was doing this
times.
with his personal toilet.
Elements of bathrooms.
And showers.
Big massive dumps.
Elements of bathrooms. Duty. 10 times, 15 times.
Not me,
Elements of bathrooms.
God bless the United States. Thank you very much.
Elements of bathrooms.
Well, good morning, everybody. We have a very special day today. In theory, we are going to see... Oh, God, what's going on with my screen behind me? Oh, man, hold on. Let me play one more intro while I fix that. That's completely inappropriate. I apologize.
Uh-oh. Mangoes?
My bag of mangoes.
Uh-oh. I love mangoes, too.
99 cents. Okay. Now that we are up under a Biden's regime, my bag of mangoes now costs $11.99.
That seems like a pretty good deal. A bag of mangoes? Aren't mangoes like $3 each? That's it. All right. I sorry to interrupt one of the classics, but okay, we got the screen fixed up. In theory, in about 20 minutes, we are going to see radical, repulsive, retrograde, rancid, and raunchy Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene under oath testify, fighting for her political life to try to stay on the re-election ballot in Georgia in November. Will she show up? We don't know for sure. Will she plead the fifth? We don't know. We really don't know what to expect. Our friends over at Midas Touch have gladly said, they came to me with tears in their eyes and they said, David, sir, you can use our stream. So thanks to the Midas Touch guys for allowing us to carry their stream. We have a backup stream. Right Side Broadcasting will also be covering this hilariously with the topic voting rights under attack in Georgia. Guys, the attack on voting rights was trying to steal the election you didn't win. That's the attack on voting rights, these morons. But anyway, we have a backup stream from Right Side Broadcasting. And then we have a backup stream. Apparently C-SPAN will also be covering this. So from the standpoint of streams, I think we're pretty well covered. Now, what's at issue here? What is going on today? Let's explain. January 6th to take center stage at disqualification hearing for Marjorie Taylor Greene. A potentially precedent-setting disqualification hearing will kick off Friday in an Atlanta courtroom to determine if Republican Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia is constitutionally barred, we could also call it being banned, from running for re-election because of her role in the insurrection. She is expected to be called as a witness during the marathon hearing, making her the first lawmaker to testify under oath about their involvement in the insurrection. This all relates to a Civil War era provision of the 14th Amendment, which says any American official who takes an oath to uphold the Constitution is disqualified from holding future office if they, quote, this is the key element, if they engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. How it applies to today is a hotly debated legal question. This is a massive legal question. Now, is Marjorie Taylor Greene disgusting? Of course. Is Marjorie Taylor Greene a retrograde throwback to horrible times past? Of course. Should Marjorie Taylor Greene not serve another day in office for the rest of her life? Of course. But is this a legal precedent that can be used to enforce that? There is a real legal question here, and I can't tell you today that the answer is yes. Okay? The burden of proof will be on the challengers to show by a more likely than not standard. That's an important thing. More likely than not. That's like a preponderance of evidence. That January 6th was legally an insurrection. That Greene helped. So these are pretty significant hurdles to overcome. Let's not go in with some kind of false notion that it's going to be an easy case to prove. But this is absolutely fascinating. Now, it is conceivable that Marjorie Taylor Greene will use the gazpacho defense. It is conceivable that Marjorie Taylor Greene will bring in bisques or chowders and spray them at the prosecuting attorneys. It's conceivable that she will bring in a consommé or make this about the difference between broth and stock. But we don't know. We just don't know at this point in time. That remains to be seen. The audience is absolutely shot out of a cannon today, so let's hear from some of you. I am so excited to see everybody here, and we are just moments away from the start of this. We have our first super chat, Kevin with $20, who says, is it possible that if she's found guilty and removed from the ballot for committing sedition, it would be used to lay the groundwork for a criminal indictment? No, Kevin, I love you. I love the super chat, but we've got a bunch of so this isn't about guilt or innocence, and this isn't about sedition, and it's not about criminal. So the answer is, Kevin, we love the $20 super chat, but no, no, and no. Questions about how long the hearing today will go? I have no idea. Questions about what the snacks or lunch food will be? We don't know.
By the way, how are the calzones? Pizza is here, but we have Subway tomorrow.
Yeah, we just don't know anything about that at this point in time. We have huge dumps of Twitch Prime subscriptions coming in. I want to say a huge thank you to, wow, look at all these people. Dranoa, Guitar Goddess, That Crazy Guy, Grim Reaper, Brain Matter, JR Dubs, Super Awesome Stream, kicking us off with 7 Twitch Prime subscriptions. Really appreciate that, guys. Next super chat is from Haley. Haley says, will Marjorie Taylor Greene bring in her hippo? She may claim that it violates HIPAA to be asked whether she insurrected. Yeah, she reportedly she's also going to ask for dismissal on the grounds of giraffe, capybara, and frog, which frog has never been invoked in such proceedings. So that actually may throw the judge for a loop, for lack of a better term. Okay, a couple of I do have a couple of things I want to go through with you guys. This is just an unbelievable video. This rumor started yesterday morning that Trumpian Republican House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy was going to ask Trump to resign after the insurrection. And he put out a statement denying it up and down, saying, no, these are lies. It's all untrue. And then Rachel Maddow got the audio recording of him saying exactly that. Check this out. This is unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm here. Thanks, Kevin. I guess there's a question when we were talking about the 25th Amendment resolution. And you asked if what happens if it gets there after he's gone.
Man, the audio is terrible on this. I apologize. Let me see if I can find a better one. McCarthy Cheney audio. That's my fault. I should not subject you guys to crap.
The New
like
York
that.
Times earlier today,
Here we
a
go.
spokesman for Kevin.
Let's go to the tape. Here it is.
Liz, you on the phone? Yeah, I'm here. Thanks, Kevin. I guess there's a question when we were talking about the 25th Amendment resolution. And you asked if what happens if it gets there after he's gone. Is there any chance? Are you hearing that he might resign? Is there any reason to think that might happen?
I've had some few discussions. My gut tells me no. I'm seriously thinking of having that conversation with him tonight.
So McCarthy's saying he's going to talk to Trump tonight about resigning. He denied that this ever happened. Here he is on audio doing it.
Talked to him in a couple days. From what I know of him, I mean, you guys all know him too. Do you think he'd ever back away? But
no.
What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to call him. This is what I think. No, it'll pass the House. I think there's a chance it'll pass the Senate.
So they're talking about impeachment here. I think. I don't think they're talking. I think they're talking about like if he was impeached, even the Senate might convict.
When he's gone. And I think there's a lot of different ramifications for that. Now, I haven't had a discussion with the Dems that if he did resign, would it not happen?
McCarthy is saying here, if we told the Democrats Trump will resign, will they not? Will they agree not to impeach? It's insane that this conversation happened. It's completely outrageous that this took place. I mean, it's correct, by the way.
Now, this is one personal fear I have. I do not want to.
Now, some people are saying that they're talking about the 25th Amendment. The thing about the reason I don't think this is about the 25th Amendment is that's the cabinet. But you guys are right that it's not totally clear. But what's clear is that he was going to talk to him about resignation.
And in any conversations about Pence pardoning,
Now, see, why you can't pardon someone from a 25th Amendment removal. That's why I think they're talking about impeachment. Because when he says Pence pardoning, to me, that suggests impeachment.
I mean, the only discussion I would have with him is that I think this will pass. And it would be my recommendation you should resign.
It would be my recommendation you should resign. Yesterday morning, Kevin McCarthy denied that this ever happened. We now have audio. Just dead to rights. Unbelievable. All right, all sorts of things are happening. Thanks to Techstrickle and Junk Saint for gifting subscriptions over on Twitch. I also want to say a huge thank you. Kevin Gouldy just did a beautiful thing. Kevin went to my website, joinpacman.com, signed up, but instead of taking a membership for himself, Kevin checked the box, this is a gift. We have a list of nearly 650, sex. We have a list of sex. We have a list of nearly 650 people that want a free membership, and I'll give them out as they are gifted. The first one goes to Sean Gallagher. Sean, thanks to Kevin, you get a free membership. And that's a beautiful, beautiful thing. Super chats are coming in. Jackson Ross Best Jr. asks, if she pleads the fifth, will she still be instructed to answer? Can she plead the fifth? I don't know the answer to that. We're going to find out soon. Louis Kazamo says, Dear David, I value your content. Listen to your show when I'm at work. I appreciate a sane centrist like you putting your voice out there. That's funny. I don't know if that's a joke. I am no centrist, but it is funny that that's what you think. By the way, yesterday I also was slammed in 20 voicemails for being a leftist communist lunatic. I'm also not that. I'm just a social democrat, guys. I'm like your typical Northern European social democrat, well to the left of most of the Democratic Party, but I guess we would say to the right of bona fide socialists. Thanks to Jay Putnam for the Twitch Prime subscription as well. You're number 11 today. Let's listen to a couple of voicemails and see if anybody has thoughts on what's going on here.
Good morning, David. The popcorn is ready. We are in for a show. For the special occasion, can we get an uncharged pickles soundbite?
Sure.
Uncharged pickles?
There we go.
Hey, David. This is B-Dog. I missed you, dog. I wanted to ask you a question, dog. If you had a choice between Marjorie Taylor Greene being the next president, dog, or Lauren Boebert being the next president, who would you pick and why? Thank you, dog.
My instinct, if the next president has to be Marjorie Greene Taylor or Lauren Boebert, I probably go with Boebert because she's, I think, more of an idiot and would get less done. It's sort of like if you give me the choice between Trump and DeSantis, I go Trump because DeSantis is just as nuts but less incompetent and would probably get more done. That's my opinion. It's a sick choice. But that's probably the way I would go. Lost in This Garden of Life says via Super Chat, David, sir, how far into the hearing will Marjorie Taylor Greene be blaming trans people for everything? That wouldn't be a surprise. I mean, listen, Bill O'Reilly is blaming Biden for the fact that O'Reilly threatened a JetBlue worker's job at the airport. So certainly it's on the table that Greene would blame trans people. Or maybe even Disney. Let's see what else we've got here.
Hey, good morning. I'm the person that calls and says, stop selling yourself. And today, I turn on the TV and I see you running in and jumping on your bed, which...
Oh, this is a caller who just doesn't like our ads. Okay, well, I'm sorry. We have a show to run. Next super chat. Trump said Chakosecki, who is our radiologist in chief. We actually have a house radiologist. Chakosecki, for people who don't know, is actually a radiologist. He's a medical doctor. And I imagine Chakosecki sitting in a dark basement, like all radiologists. They're extremely antisocial. So here's basically, there's this joke that psychiatry is the specialty for Jewish doctors who don't like blood. My dad's a psychiatrist. Okay. That's what psychiatry is. Radiology is the specialty for antisocial doctors who want to not have to speak to anybody. So I imagine Chakosecki in a basement doing reports from CAT scans and then sending us super chats. That's my vision of what Chakosecki does. Chakosecki says Trump said he would ban men.
And we will ban men.
Is he doing this through his acolyte Tucker by encouraging bros to fry their Granny Smiths with tanning? Are Zooks next? Yeah, Tucker had a fitness expert on his show and suggested tanning people's apple bags. The next thing would be to tan the zucchini itself. It's pretty wild. AK Greene says, when the Insurrection movie comes out in 2026, who would you like to see play Marjorie Taylor Greene? My vote is for Mickey Rourke. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. Let's see, Mickey Rourke. Yeah, actually, this looks a lot like Marjorie Taylor Greene. That would be I can't think of a better actor to play Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's pretty damn accurate. Jeez, spot on. Straight out of Central Casting for sure. Well, I would say maybe Lady Gaga in makeup to make her look rancid would be possibly, but Mickey Rourke isn't a bad idea. It's quite a resemblance, yeah. I want to say thank you to Ryan Boyd and Fergal Cosgrave who have just gifted subscriptions on my website. Thanks to them, C. Cook gets a membership and Betsy Cook gets a membership. Beautiful. Love giving out memberships every single day. Do I have it? Yeah, let's see how much. We've got a few minutes left. Let me see if I can get a couple other things up here for you guys. Rudy Giuliani was asked about his appearance on The Masked Singer, and he says Ken Jeong, who walked off the set, is suffering from Trump derangement syndrome.
Sometimes you got to do things like that. Like when I used to go on Saturday Night Live and Letterman, anger management. I like doing comedy.
The funniest thing is, the funniest things Rudy has done were not comedy. Like, for example, is there any better performance than when Rudy had the hair dye leaking all over him? That wasn't comedy. He's a good straight man. His funniest stuff is when he does serious stuff.
So what happened to that judge, man?
He's a little, he's suffering from late-stage Trump derangement syndrome.
Right.
For which they have not developed a vaccine.
Right. Very, very clever guy. And then Trump also gave a speech last night, and said a lot of crazy things.
Easy getting that from Mexico? Everyone laughed when I said, no, we're going to have them remain in Mexico. They said, sir, you got to be kidding. We've been trying that for 40 years. Are you kidding, sir? They actually, were they thinking about an Article 25 when I said that, right? They don't think about it now.
By the way, it's the 25th Amendment. It's not Article 25. Like, this is like a 2 Corinthians moment. 2 Corinthians walked into a bar. Article 25.
The 25th Amendment. They don't think about that now at all, right? They never mention the 25th, but they would mention anytime I had a great idea, 25th Amendment. There's something wrong with it.
What a
That's
lunatic.
why I took the aptitude test and I aced it according.
That wasn't, by the way, you guys know it wasn't an aptitude test, right? It's just a screen. It's a very general screening for quite advanced dementia. It's not exactly the LSAT, guys.
To Doc Ronnie and a whole group of doctors. I aced that aptitude test. And that's a test that even some geniuses in this room will not do that well on, I will tell you. Yeah.
It's like bragging about, it's like, hey, guys, I wrote my name down and I got a sticker for it.
That easy a test. They show the first 1 or 2 questions. They're pretty easy, Sean. You know, the first ones. When you get up to question...
Is he saying Sean like Sean Hannity? Is it Hannity in the audience that he's talking about? What a bizarre speech.
Then I did that. They said, well, that all went away. I really did that. I said, Doc Ronnie, I got to take a test. He said...
Oh, wait. Things are starting. People are clapping already? Oh, there's Taylor Greene. Look at her. What a lunatic. What a privilege to be here with you guys today, truly. What a privilege. This is insane. And yet, guys, yes, please, join PAC. I will thank every new member. I appreciate the support for the early morning stream. JoinPacman.com is the place to sign up. Yeah, everybody relax.
So you'll have a few announcements to make before the hearing proceeds.
I can't hear a thing.
Your cell phones are on silent or vibrate.
I'm going to look for a better stream for us.
Thank you, officer. Thank you. Please be seated. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Everybody.
Let's check this one.
Like okay. Good morning. I'm Judge Chuck Boudreaux with the Office of State Administrative Hearings. You just scroll up.
Senator Greene? What the hell does that mean, Senator Greene? This is a shit show already.
Okay, is this the mic? Is this mic? So I need to talk to this mic. Okay, can everybody hear?
Oh my God.
Like this? Oh gosh. Still not?
They're plagued by tech issues.
Do I have to use my loud voice? Michael, can you hear me back there?
Let's see if they're fixing it here. Oh, this stream's a disaster. This one's better, right, guys? Is this better?
You hear me okay? Good. Thank you. All right. We don't normally have this many people in this courtroom. Okay, let's see here. Some obvious things that they bear repeating. This is
She's not a senator, guys. I don't know why it says that she's a senator on the screen. It's crazy.
Everybody respect the proceeding. This is our big courtroom, but it's quite full. So please be, quiet. And again, you have phones and computers and the like. Just be very careful with them. Please turn off your any alarms or anything.
Senator Greene.
This is not federal court. Where of course, you wouldn't have it in federal court. I would lock you up if you did. Computers and phones, noise to a minimum. Moving around to a minimum. Just don't be disruptive. No comments. This is not a public forum. No comments. Let's talk about the schedule for the day, so everybody will be sort of prepared. I plan to go until 10:45 for the first break. We'll take 15 minutes. Then we plan to go until from 11 to 12:30 with a 30-minute lunch break. We'll begin resume at 1 o'clock and a structured break at 2:30.
What a day!
And then reconvene at 2:45. Obviously, if something needs to be done or council need the opportunity for whatever reason, just let me know and we will consider that. Yesterday, we had, this case has been proceeding at a very rapid rate. It's an election case, and we had a conference on evidentiary matters, and I have reached a number of preliminary conclusions about documents that have been proffered. And it's going to be rather tedious, but I need to read these into the record. And then I want to hear from counsel if you have any specific questions or you want to discuss anything in particular. And I'm only going to read the documents which I'm admitting at this point. Yes, sir.
Sorry, I had a preliminary matter. I'd like to invoke separation of witnesses, please.
Oh, we only have, who do we have? There's Representative Greene, Professor.
I think
what's he invoking?
The professor, if you step out. That'll be fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Certainly, thank you, Mr. Bob. Okay. All right, here's what's in.
If at any point anyone has a better quality stream we can pick up, let me know.
G's and George, the video. P21, the video only. P2N is in Nancy, the video. P6, the video. P10 from the congressional record is in. P11 is in. P12, which is a video. P13A is in. P14, the video only. P16, P17, P18, P19, P21, P22, P24, P27, P29.
What about this one, guys?
P36, P24, P27, P29.
Is this better? We can't see a thing, but
36. P41, P44.
We've got some hum.
P48, P49, P51, P52, P53.
We've also got this one. I think it is the same thing.
P51, P52, P53, P54.
Maybe we'll stick here.
P61. On P62, we had a discussion about this yesterday. There's a reference to a Senate report. The Senate report was not.
The thing about C-SPAN is I don't know where there's a stream because they're not on. They don't seem to be on YouTube.
P62 itself is not coming in. P63, P64, P65, P66, P68, 69, P72, P73, P74 and P75, P76, P80 and P81 itself is not coming in now. And then on respondents list.
Okay, here's C-SPAN. These are like horrible, horrible feeds.
P76, P80 and P81.
Okay, this isn't bad.
Now, and then on respondents list.
Let's go with this. This is good. I'll get it cleaned up for us.
On respondents list, the following are admitted: R1, R2, R3, R4, R5, R6.
This good?
And R14.
This seems like the best.
Those are all in. I will, if council want to perfect objections at this point or raise them for the record, I'll start with Mr. Shelley. If y'all have any objections that you want to raise this time.
Your Honor, I don't have my list handy, but are these the preliminary rulings that you gave yesterday?
Yeah, I believe.
The only issue here is this may be the only camera, so let's wait and see.
Today.
Yeah. So, 1 second, Your Honor.
Sure.
Take a second. Your Honor, if I actually have a hard time hearing you tonight.
Okay, I'll still have an hour. Judge Valley, can y'all hear me?
Not well. Not well.
Okay. Okay, I'll try to speak to it more directly. Thank you, officer. Go ahead.
Sorry, Your Honor. I thought yesterday you admitted P15 as well. I didn't hear that on the list.
Let me look at it. Hold on.
No, guys, the thing is, if I use this audio but a different video feed, then it'll all be out of sync. That's not good either.
Find it. The link won't work for me. That was my problem.
That would be like this.
If you want to submit it, if I can review it, I'll be happy to look at it.
Okay.
That was the only.
That wouldn't be good.
Today and I couldn't find it.
And then P50, I thought Your Honor had admitted as well.
Let's see. P55.
The 50. Sorry.
I think I have bingo.
50. Well, I thought so too. I'm sorry. Yes, that was my oversight. Yes.
And then we had submitted to Your Honor 3 additional exhibits, P82, 83, and 84 yesterday afternoon.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Wait a minute. Let me see. Hold on. Oh, yes. Let me look at these. Yes. I'm sorry. Yes. Those are what was 80, 81, and 80. 80.
What a room, huh?
82, 83, and 84.
What was 82?
82 is a video. The House impeachment video.
Yes.
And
the House impeachment video is admissible. Yes.
83 was the January 6th letter from Vice President.
Yes.
Oh man, just from some of these exhibits, you can tell this is going to get very compelling.
With the video of Representative Greene. Yes, that was admissible.
And then just one more, Your Honor. I think on the respondents' exhibits, I thought you had admitted R7, which was a statute.
I did.
I hope people understand, if they are able to disqualify Greene from running for her participation in inciting the insurrection, it would be an historic moment.
Wrong line. Yeah. Mr. Bob.
Nothing.
You're good? Thank
this
you.
is Greene right here, guys.
Everybody's indulgence on that. The lawyers in this case, they're doing an excellent job, and they're under great pressure. So I appreciate everybody staying on task. So with that said, I just had it. There's a black hole sometimes that eats. There it is. Okay. We're ready to begin then.
Here we go.
As we discussed, we're going to proceed. I'd like to begin with opening statements. Well, before we begin, anything, Mr. Bob, anything that you want to discuss before we start with the opening statement?
No, Your Honor, I'm prepared for argument.
Right.
Oh my God, her lawyer's name is Mr. Bob.
Good. So what we're going to do is we'll start with opening statements. I like to have both of them at the same time. The burden in this case is on the petitioner by preponderance of the evidence, so they will get to go first. We will proceed, and then we'll proceed with their case in chief. Who's going to present? Mr. Fine? Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Ron Fine, on behalf of the voters in Georgia's 14th Congressional District who filed this challenge. With me, of course, are Andrew Chelly, Sam Shapiro, Diamond Wells, Brian Sells, and of course our co-counsel.
This is the best.
Your Honor, this is a solemn occasion. This is not politics. This is not theater. This is a serious case that the voters who we represent have brought in order to offer proof that their United States representative seeking re-election, Marjorie Taylor Greene, having taken the oath to support the Constitution, then broke that oath and engaged in insurrection.
Beautiful.
And in order to understand that case, it's important to set the stage with some history.
Guys, I think I'm breaking a law by how much I'm enjoying this. They might sue me.
Some of them. The most important of which was the Civil War, or as it was called at the time, the Insurrection. And Professor Gerard Magliocca, who is one of the nation's foremost constitutional historians of that era, specializing in Reconstruction and the 14th Amendment, will talk about some of that history. What was interesting about some of the differences between these past insurrections is that the Civil War involved states raising armies. They equipped them with uniforms, insignia, state-of-the-art military equipment. They marched in columns. They occupied huge tracts of land. That is not the only type of insurrection that this country has seen. Professor Magliocca will also talk about some of the previous insurrections that were on the minds of 19th century Americans. Those include Shae's Rebellion, also known as Shae's Insurrection, and the Whiskey Rebellion. These insurrections were of a different character. They were not quite as organized as the Civil War. The foot soldiers of those insurrections didn't march in armies. They didn't conquer vast swaths of territory, and they certainly didn't wear uniforms. That is the kind of insurrection that occurred on January 6th. The evidence will show a violent assault on the United States Capitol that the law enforcement and ordinary authorities were unable to control, that this violent assault had multiple purposes. Those included capturing and executing the Speaker of the House of the United States Representatives, the Vice President of the United States, and other members of Congress. Those purposes also included, and for a time achieved, preventing the certification of the electoral votes for the president incoming, Joseph R. Biden.
True.
And the disruption of the peaceful transfer of power. This attack on the sacred temple of our democracy, the United States Capitol, was unprecedented. And to be sure, it was less organized than some of those past insurrections. This was not a case where the leaders were on horseback leading the charge. This was not the type of insurrection.
Some of them look like horses, though.
Standing in Richmond, Virginia, giving long-winded speeches to justify the mayhem. Rather, the leaders of this insurrection, of whom there were a number, were among us. On Facebook, on Twitter, on corners of social media that would make your stomach curdle. The evidence will show that Marjorie Taylor Greene was one of them.
Beautiful.
In order to understand that, January 6th has to be set in context. It didn't arise out of nowhere. Even before January 6th, as December 2020 turned into January of 2021, there were multiple shifting tactics used by different groups, some violent extremist groups, some nonviolent groups, all loosely coordinating, all with a shared central aim of preventing the certification of Joseph Biden as president. The tactics shifted. The different leaders jockeyed for position. Some were in violent extremist groups, some were elected officials, some were influencers of various types. You'll hear about them. You'll hear about these different figures, some of whom isolated themselves from some of the action with layers of deniability, some more plausible than others. There'll be direct evidence. There'll also be inferential evidence. And that inferential evidence includes coded language. Let me explain what I mean by that. The evidence today does not include surveillance tapes purporting to show that Marjorie Taylor Greene was directing the plotting of the attack. That's not going to happen today. The witness list today does not include a turncoat witness who's going to come and risk their own exposure by testifying that he or she was ordered by Marjorie Taylor Greene to take certain actions in secret. That's not the type of evidence that we are going to present today. Rather, the way that insurrections are organized nowadays is less in uniforms with military hierarchies and chains of command, less with detailed military plans of battle, and more through social media and the mass media. That's the era that we're living in. In many cases, the communications have multiple layers. And anyone who knows a teenager, is a teenager, or knows anyone in their 20s knows that hashtags and memes and ways of communicating among internet subcultures can mean that words that could have one meaning, a benign meaning or even a baffling meaning to large portions of the American public, can carry a very different significance to the people swimming in that particular subculture. So the most important witness today, after Professor Magliocca testifies, the most powerful witness against Marjorie Taylor Greene's candidacy, the most powerful witness in establishing that she crossed the line into engagement of insurrection, is Marjorie Taylor Greene herself.
You knew that was coming.
You'll hear her words, of course, on the stand, what she says and what she doesn't say. You'll also hear what she said in the past. Again, some of that will be in somewhat coded.
This is the best. And even if it doesn't work, the fact that she's going to have to sit there for days is fantastic.
And she shows us exactly what she intended. Now, she was not on the Capitol steps urging the attackers to breach police lines and smash through the doors on January 6th. That was not the role that she played. Different figures within this larger effort had different roles. But what became clear as December turned into January, as lawful means of preventing the certification of Joe Biden were exhausted, as nonviolent, even if unlawful means were exhausted, is that Marjorie Taylor Greene nonetheless played an important role. And her role, even after she took the oath on January 3rd to uphold the Constitution and defend it against all enemies, foreign and domestic, was several-fold. To bring people to D.C., again, not by providing trains and buses that would transport them directly, but rather through other means, to contribute in the planning, and to signal that January 6th would be, as she said herself on January 5th, our 1776 moment.
Right.
A coded phrase with great significance.
Dog whistle.
In fact, it turned out to be an 1861 moment. Instead of violence against a foreign empire, as we saw in 1776, she urged and encouraged and helped facilitate violent resistance to our own government, our democracy, and our Constitution. And in doing so, she engaged in exactly the type of conduct that triggers disqualification under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which is to say, she engaged in insurrection. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you.
And we will ban men.
You better chug, bro. Okay, would people prefer the Midas Touch stream? That's this one.
And Your Honor, this is a court of law. This is not a political candidate debate. This is not a place for political hyperbole. It is not a place for political smear. It's a court of law. And what we just heard, there was not a word about the law. What does Section 3 of the 14th Amendment mean? What does the word insurrection mean? What does the word engage mean? Not a word. There was not.
All right, looks like people prefer this one. That's fine. That's fine. Let's go here.
Engage me. Not a word. There was not a word about the First Amendment that prevents normal political speech and a hyperbole from being used against someone. Not a word. They think they're in the wrong place. Well, I plan to talk about the law. What does this mean? This very serious charge that has very broad ramifications to the rights of Representative Greene, the voters in her district, and our democracy. First, the right to vote is at stake, right here, right now, because they want to deny the right to vote to the thousands of people in the 14th District of Georgia by having Greene removed from the ballot.
No.
Those voters have a right to vote for the candidate of their choosing, and they have a right to have their vote counted. Now, the primary is May 24th. Absentee ballots have already been printed. They will be mailed on May the 2nd, and early voting starts on May the 7th. And what is their hope is that there'll be a decision by the Secretary of State right before the primary where she is immediately struck from the ballot. And those people that go into the polling place cannot vote for their candidate of their choice. Because by utilizing this procedure, the substantial constitutional and federal law violations.
The defense to this will be, listen, you can't just, voters may want to vote for a 10-year-old for president, but you're not allowed to. And if you violate or don't meet elements of the Constitution or the rules, you can't be on the ballot.
Deciding issues of that magnitude before being subject to a trial, before being penalized by disqualification, and before the irreparable harm that will occur if that occurs. But that's the nature of the procedure. When can Representative Greene raise her constitutional defenses, like the evidence you are presenting violates the First Amendment to the Constitution?
There it is.
When are we going to be able to litigate that question?
There it is.
In state court. After she's disqualified, after she's stripped from the ballot, maybe after the primary occurs and she loses, well, nobody can vote for her and obviously loses it. Well, whoop-de-ding. Okay? How do we recover from that? How do we go back from that? These are irrevocable. This is harm to the voters and to the candidate. Now, second, our democracy is at stake.
Yeah.
It should be the voters, not government employees, public officials, judges, and lawyers who decide our elections. Voters have a right to vote for the candidate of their choice unless there's very compelling legal, not rhetorical, justification for that. Third, and which is not present here. Third, fundamentally, First Amendment rights are at stake. Not only the right to vote, as I've mentioned.
Everybody in the chat who said they're going to make it a First Amendment issue, you were right.
Will try to use the First Amendment protected political speech of Representative Greene as evidence of, quote, engaging in an insurrection or rebellion. That's unconstitutional and should not be allowed. And finally, the charge not only triggers disqualification, but is a serious federal criminal offense that she is being charged with.
Beautiful.
Now, this is a very serious matter, and the decision should be based on admissible evidence under the rules. We recognize that you have greater latitude than that, but the charges, the seriousness of the charges, we think warrant that adherence and faithful application of the law, and we expect that you will do that. Now, procedure. Georgia law, and here I am talking about the law. Georgia law 21-2-5 permits a candidate challenge under two circumstances. One, a candidate is not qualified to be a candidate. All right? And number two is a candidate is not qualified to take office. Of course, these are different conceptually and different in their application. So a claim under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment has to do with your ability to take office, because it doesn't address candidacy in any way. It's the ability of a representative in this case to take office because she has sworn the oath of office, engaged in insurrection or rebellion.
Right.
Congress has not given her amnesty. And finally, when she presents herself to take the oath of office, she could be challenged, which we think is the exclusive constitutional right of Congress, not state officials, to decide whether or not she is eligible at that time to take office. So we're not dealing with a candidacy disqualification. We're dealing with a alleged take office qualification. Now, unfortunately, as I've mentioned, many of these issues cannot be decided by this court, even though you might make recommendations to the Secretary of State on the matter. And we have fully briefed this already in our motion to dismiss and to stay the proceedings. The constitutional claims, the federal law claims, the protections of the First Amendment, speech and debate, and what these words in Section 3 mean. So let's look at that. We admitted evidence is R2, which is the 14th Amendment, and it includes, of course, Section 3. And Section 3 provides that no person shall be a senator or representative in Congress, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, who, having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress for an officer of the United States, et cetera, to support the Constitution, shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same, or given aid and comfort to the enemies thereof.
Pretty clear.
So there's a sequence. You have to have originally taken the oath. You have to then engage, and then you are disqualified, and Congress can determine that you're disqualified for having done that, from taking a subsequent oath, and therefore cannot assume your position as the member of Congress. And then furthermore, but Congress may, by a vote of 2/3 of each house, remove such disability. And of course, that's the various amnesty acts that have been adopted or could be adopted by Congress. Okay? Now, this provision, as I mentioned, makes it clear this is about eligibility on January 3rd, 2023. Not today, not tomorrow, but eligibility when she presents herself as a re-elected member of Congress. She could be excluded under the exclusive power of Congress to judge the qualifications of its members. That's where these people should be. In Congress, explaining why she once she is reelected.
So far, he's not saying she didn't incite an insurrection. He's just saying the time to challenge that would be if she wins and is set to be sworn back in January.
In her case, she took the office first, for the first time. And these are in our stipulated facts. Correct. On January the 3rd. That's the first time. And so she would have had to engage in insurrection or rebellion after January 3rd. In other words, under
the timing of her insurrecting is not appropriate to disqualify her now. This is known as when you can argue the facts, you argue the facts. When the facts aren't in your favor, you argue procedure. It's not unique to this case.
Even consider it. She reveres the United States Constitution.
Reverie.
But the way the statute or the constitutional provision is set up, she would have to have engaged after. So, evidence of anything she did prior to January 3rd is just completely irrelevant to the Section 3. Unless it is a direct admission of her intention to engage in insurrection or rebellion.
What an argument.
After January 3rd. Anything else she says is not only should be excluded because it doesn't fit the charge, right? But as I will soon demonstrate, it is protected by the First Amendment. Now here, words matter. And at every turn, the challengers mistake what the law is in their complaint. Obviously, they didn't discuss it here, but in their complaint. And calling something doesn't make it something. Calling an orange an apple does not make the orange an apple.
Take a look at the oranges.
An orange has characteristics that are pre-established and are applied to determine whether the word apple applies. Here, the key phrases in Section 3 are themselves defined by the law. Now, they start off in misstating the law by saying that Representative Greene should be disqualified under Section 3. This is also called, by the way, the disqualification clause. Because she is someone who, quote, aided and engaged in an insurrection, end of quote. Complaint, page 1. Aided and engaged. Where is that in Section 3? It says, engaged in insurrection or rebellion, or gave aid or comfort to the enemies thereof.
Right.
There's no aided and engaged in this. In this statute. Now, each of those phrases, engaged in insurrection or rebellion, that phrase, and its or accompanying phrase, gives aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. Each of those have special meaning. Engage is an act. It is a direct and overt act of insurrection. It is about, as one commentator said, domestic war. That's what engaged in insurrection or rebellion is.
Counselor, are you on downers?
The or, giving aid or comfort to the enemies thereof, as the same commentator said, is about foreign wars. Each of these phrases have been used several times in federal law and have come to gain particular meaning. They're words of art. So you can't take aid out of the second part about foreign wars and add it to the first part that is about domestic war. That defies the rules of construction. It flaunts the technical and meaning of those phrases, of those words. So what is engaged and what does it mean? Well, engage connotes conduct, a direct overt act of insurrection to overthrow the United States government. It is about things like, which the people who drafted this well understood, many of them were part of the victorious, thank the Lord, Union Army, and they knew what an insurrection or rebellion was. So it was taking up arms, voluntarily joining the Confederate Army. It was about working in the War Department for the Confederate government. It was about...
I'm with many people in the audience that she's not going to be disqualified, but the fact that she's even been put in this position is absolutely delightful.
So these were direct overt acts of insurrection. Now, instead of looking to that, what we have already heard described as their evidence, and of course is well revealed in their complaint, they want to hold against her First Amendment protected speech. And here's a few examples. On page 19, quote, "The people will remember the patriots who stood for election integrity," end of quote. That is supposed to be about an insurrection or engaging in an insurrection. Or they said, she's alleged to have said, quote, "Congress is the last line of defense from a stolen election," end of quote, on page 21. Isn't that quintessential political speech? Isn't that recognizing the role of Congress and certifying the electors? How could that be interpreted as an overt act to engage in insurrection or rebellion? Well, it can't be. And now, the question of voter fraud in the 2020 election is a quintessential example of political speech, legitimate political disagreements about what happened.
Not really.
Yeah, the Supreme Court in Republican Party of Minnesota versus White, actually the first one I argued in the court, said that announcing views on disputed legal or political issues is at the core of the First Amendment. At the core. Now, this is disputed, no question. But to say that is an act of insurrection, it is a direct overt act of insurrection against the United States? When Representative Greene was an elected member of Congress who on January 6th had a constitutional duty and responsibility to be on the floor where she was to determine whether or not electoral votes from the states were to be certified. Now, the First Amendment demands a very narrow test. I've already said and argued that engage connotes conduct. Right? But we can look to a much broader term that actually allows speech to be considered. And that is the Brandenburg case and the NAACP case, which we cite. And that is the word incitement. Now, incitement and engage are different words with different meanings. And in fact, you know that for sure because there are federal statutes that say incite and then say engage in certain conduct. I mean, they're used as different words. Right? Incitement, the Supreme Court has said, is speech, but the Supreme Court, because of First Amendment concerns, so that normal, everyday political speech will not be punished as they want to do, says that that speech must be, quote, directed to inciting or producing.
Just think about this as building character, having to suffer through this guy to get to the Greene testimony. That's the way I'm mentalizing it.
Or produce such action, end quote. That's on page 30 of our motion to dismiss. That is very restrictive, all right? But we know how restrictive it really is when we point out the statements that are made where people are claiming that is incitement, and the Supreme Court says, no, that's protected by the First Amendment. For instance, a Ku Klux Klan leader, quote, advocated the duty, necessity, and propriety of crime, sabotage, violence, or other unlawful methods of terrorism as a means of accomplishing industrial or political reform, end quote. And the Supreme Court said that is protected First Amendment speech. That is not incitement. There was also a statement by an NAACP official where he's...
This definitely seems like the type of guy who would have his steak super well done.
Any of them racist stores, we're going to break your damn neck, end quote. That was not incitement under the Brandenburg test. And we also have seen where a Vietnam War protester said, we are taking the street again, end quote. And that was not incitement under the Brandenburg test. There is absolutely nothing that Representative Greene ever said that passes the Brandenburg test of incitement, and she can't even be held into account for incitement because this is engage, which requires conduct. Look, they knew what the words meant, and they chose the words that they were going to use. This was going to be a very narrow disqualification. Now, then they claim that Representative Greene...
Judge about to ask caffeine pills be brought in.
...the January 6th rally away from the Capitol, right, near the White House, and where some of the people at that rally went to the Capitol, and some of those attacked the Capitol. And I call it an attack. It was despicable for these people to do this, to attack the Capitol of the United States. So over 700 have been charged with crimes. If they are guilty, they should be convicted of those crimes. But you know, not a single one of them has been charged with engaging in insurrection or rebellion, which is a federal criminal offense. Not one. Not one of the people that actually attacked the Capitol, assaulted police officers, broke in, and were there unlawfully. Well, the First Amendment right to assemble means that the right to assemble does not lose all constitutional protections merely because some members of that group may have participated in conduct or advocated doctrine that itself is not protected. So this was a quintessentially protected First Amendment right of assembly, and that some people left and went to the Capitol, some people attacked the Capitol. You can't hold the people who organized the peaceful and constitutionally protected rally. They cannot hold that against them because that's what they did. Now, second, the challengers misstate the law regarding what is an insurrection or rebellion. They say it is, quote, to overthrow the government or obstruct its core functions, period, end quote. That's on page 32. Nowhere in any case does it say that insurrection includes obstruct its core functions. It certainly says overthrow the government, and, certainly if that would occur,
you guys hear that whine?
Functions would transfer to someone else, right? But they want to expand this so that, for instance, when a heckler in the House gallery stands up and heckles the Congress, the House, and they have to suspend, that person is guilty of insurrection or rebellion because a core function has been obstructed. Look, this word is way more serious.
The judge is in a rush because he has the Mike Pillow case right after this.
We're doing a class action lawsuit against all machines.
Examples of what the either statutes or the courts, etc., have said. A domestic war. That is on page 20 of our submission motion to dismiss. A domestic war. Second, and that was the Attorney General in 1867. 2, combinations too powerful to be suppressed by ordinary course of judicial proceedings or by the marshal. That was temporarily so, apparently. I don't know. But even if it were, it wasn't, it was temporary and short-lived. Third, a rising so formidable.
Uh-oh. We just lost the feed. Let's refresh. Oh, they lost it altogether. Okay. Let's switch to here.
And the military wasn't required to, even for the temporary attack.
Collapse. When the
An
US
armed
military showed up.
insurrection too strong.
Now it must be back.
And the military wasn't required to.
Oh, they've switched over to this.
Even for the temporary attack. An armed insurrection too strong to be controlled by civil authorities. And then finally, the court in Allegheny City juxtaposed what an insurrection is and what an insurrection isn't.
What the hell?
It says an insurrection is an organized and armed uprising against authority or operation of government. It is not, while crimes growing out of mob violence, which we certainly had on January 6th, however serious they may be, or however numerous the participants, are simply unlawful acts in disturbance of the peace, which do not threaten the stability of the government or the existence of political society. They're different, dramatically different. Now, we have stipulated that a group of people that did not include Representative Greene unlawfully entered the United States Capitol on January 6th. And they did. I mean, I say more than that about what happened, as I just have before your court, Your Honor, on behalf of Representative Greene.
Excuse me just a second. I apologize, Mr. Bob. Mr. Hamilton.
Sorry?
That's my guy who needs to help us with the sound.
Okay.
Excuse me just a second.
I hope he helps us with the temperature.
Wow, I'm just going to momentarily mute it while they get that. That almost reminds me of when they, terrorized Trump's rallies with bad audio.
And our incredible, these people don't know what the hell they're doing. The Biden. Let me recover my ears for 1 second.
Okay, they're about to fix that. In the meantime, I want to say thanks to Zoe Laufer and Annabelle Harwell for signing up on my website, joinpacman.com. We do depend on the support of folks who sign up at joinpacman.com, and I would love it if you did that. If you have a membership, you can also gift one by checking the This is a Gift box.
That, if there is conduct that meets the term engage, that if there is conduct that would ever meet the term engage, it would be breaking into the Capitol. That would be an engagement, certainly, an direct overt act. And however, I think describing that as insurrection or rebellion is just political hyperbole and not under the Constitution. And that's what you have to engage in. Now, what you will see is pertinent evidence about what she did from us from January 3rd until the end of the day on January 6th. And, you will see.
Now, there's a reason that they only want to focus on her actions in those 3 days, which they argue is all that matters, because her actions outside of those 3 days were pretty insane.
To certain states' electoral votes based upon evidence that she believed and others believed constituted sufficient voter fraud to overturn the election in those particular states. You will see that on January 6th, and of all the tweets and all the videos, we are presenting this video. This is during the moment when the attack on the Capitol was occurring. And she is in the Capitol in a dark hallway, and she says, first in the tweet accompanying the video, which they do quote in their complaint, "Be safe, be smart, stay peaceful, obey the laws. This is not a time for violence. This is a time to support President Trump and support election integrity," which they believed they were doing on the floor of the United States Congress. And then the video, so I urge you to remain calm. I urge you to have a peaceful protest. Make sure that everyone is safe and protected. And let's do this in a peaceful manner. This is not a time for violence. This is a time to support President Trump, support election integrity, and support this important process that we're going through in Congress where we're allowed to object. So this is very important. So I urge you to stay calm. Be the great American people that I know you are, and just know that we're in the fight for you. God bless everyone. Be careful. Be safe. Be smart. And obey the laws. A few days later, after the attack occurred, she said, It's
almost making me tearful how strongly Marge supports the Constitution and voter integrity.
The January 6th attack. And then FBI Director Wray testifies before a committee of Congress. This is R5. "I was appalled, like you," he's addressing members of Congress, "at the violence and destruction that we saw that day. I was appalled that you, members of Congress, our country's elected leaders, were victimized right here in the very halls of Congress. Representative Greene was a victim of this attack.
Right.
Her life was in danger, she thought.
She's the victim.
She was scared and confused. Her children were frantic about what was going on and feared for her.
She was surprised that the thing she was suggesting people do was happening.
Who planned the attack would react. And you will see her reaction. And you will then hear her testimony. The attack on the U.S. Capitol, as despicable as it was not an insurrection or rebellion, and she certainly did not engage in it as understood under the law. That is what the evidence will prove, and why she should remain, among multiple other reasons, remain on the ballot. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Bob.
Mr. Mbop.
All right. We'll start with Professor McLeod. Well, can I ask this name again? I'm sorry.
Maglioka.
I apologize. I struggle with names.
Your Honor, we want to start just by reading into the record the stipulated facts. It'll take a moment.
If you want to read them, that's fine. They're they're admitted. But you can read them.
The parties to the above captioned proceedings through their undersigned counsel stipulate that the following facts are true. That the respondent is over the age of 25. The respondent has been a United States citizen for more than 7 years. The respondent is an inhabitant of Georgia. Petitioners are all registered voters in Georgia's 14th Congressional District. On January 3, 2021, the respondent took the oath of office to be a member of the U.S. House of Representatives for the first time. A joint session of Congress was called to order at or around 1 p.m. on January 6, 2021, for the purposes of opening, counting, and resolving any objections to the Electoral College vote of the 2020 U.S. presidential election and certifying the results of the Electoral College vote. A group of people that did not include the respondent unlawfully entered the United States Capitol on January 6, 2020.
All right, so they're just reading a document that's already been submitted, so I'll catch everybody up on what's going on. This started around 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. The opening statements were made by the plaintiffs, the complainants, I think they're called. What are they called in this case? The petitioners, and Marjorie Taylor Greene's defense. Soon they are going to move into witnesses. The first break is scheduled for 10:45 a.m. Eastern time. That's in about 19 minutes. And that's a short break, probably only snacks, maybe light refreshments, pretzels, potato chips, that sort of thing, and then a longer lunch break later.
Professor, you get to go here. Good morning. Raise your right hand. Yes. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony given in this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay, please proceed. Proceed, Mr. Fine.
Good morning, Professor Maglioka. Could you just repeat your full name for the record?
Gerard Maglioka.
And what's your profession?
I am the Samuel R. Rosen Professor at the Indiana University Robert H. McKinney School of Law.
What's your educational background?
I received my college degree at Stanford and my law degree from Yale.
Whoa.
Can you summarize your professional experience since then?
Yes, I was a law clerk for 1 year, and then I was an associate at a law firm for 2 years, and I've been a teacher for the past 21 years.
And, Your Honor, I believe Exhibit P61, his resume has already been admitted to evidence.
That is correct.
So we don't need to retread it. Professor Maglioka, what are your areas of research?
My main area of research is American constitutional history.
And you don't have a PhD in history, though, do you?
I do not.
So what is your experience working with historical materials?
Well, I do work at archives around the United States on books that I write. So, for example, I've worked at the Library of Congress, Mount Vernon, the Chicago History Museum, the National Archives, and as well as other facilities that hold documents.
And how much of your work has been original historical research using original historical materials?
Well, more than half. I mean, obviously, I use secondary sources, read other books and articles to do my research.
Excuse me just a second. I think they're having difficulty hearing you.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yes, you unfortunately have to talk to the stupid thing. Yes.
What the hell?
Did you need to finish that question?
Would you like me to repeat my answer?
Please.
Yes, I would say I do more than half of my work on primary sources, and then the remainder consists of reading the other books or articles written about the subjects that I'm studying.
Please.
What methods do you use when you're conducting this original historical research?
Well, I use the same methods that a historian would use. So, for example, I try to identify documents and make sure they are authentic. I try to understand the documents based on what was going on at the time, and also to make sure that I'm quoting them in context rather than out of context, for example.
Have you ever heard the phrase law office history?
Yes, I have.
What do you understand that phrase to mean?
It means reaching a conclusion and then trying to find historical materials to justify the conclusion that you've already reached.
And how does your research the same or different from law office history?
Well, I don't have any particular conclusion when I begin a project. I do the research with the materials, and then I gradually reach a conclusion based on what I read and what I see.
Now, I'm not going to ask you to repeat your entire bibliography, but specifically with respect to your historical research on the 19th century, how many, if any, books have you published?
5.
And what subjects were they about?
Well, the first one was about Andrew Jackson and the period in which he was president. The second was the period at the end of the 19th century when William
Okay,
James...
to everybody asking if Marjorie Taylor Greene will testify, she will be testifying. Marjorie Taylor Greene will be testifying under oath.
And John Bingham, who was one of the principal framers of the 14th Amendment. The fourth is a book on the Bill of Rights that covers the entire history of the Bill of Rights, including the 19th century portion. And the one that I've just written is about George Washington's nephew, who was Bushrod Washington, who was a justice of the Supreme Court for 30 years in the early 19th century.
And in addition to these books, have you published academic articles in academic journals about 19th century constitutional history?
Yes, I've published about 10 articles that relate to 19th century constitutional history in various journals.
We believe today, yeah.
Let's say 3 years, have you been asked to give any academic lectures or speeches outside your university on 19th century constitutional history?
Well, of course, they were virtual because of the pandemic, but yes, I gave a talk at Mount Vernon in 2021 about the book, the Bushrod Washington book, and I've been doing some other things related to that. That's been the main source of lecture that I've done.
And have you received any fellowships or professional recognition for this work?
Yes, I was a fellow at Mount Vernon from 2019 to 2021, where I worked in the archives there on the Bushrod Washington project, looking at his letters and other correspondence that was related to my research.
And then turning to the 14th Amendment and Section 3 in particular, have you conducted any research on this?
Yes, I have.
And can you describe in broad terms that research?
Yes, in the fall of 2020, I researched and wrote a paper on Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. The paper was completed in December and made available to researchers and anyone to see on the Social Science Research Network. That happened around December 10th, 2020.
And what perspectives do you use to address questions about the 14th Amendment?
Well, primarily I look to what was said in Congress about the amendment proposal, because that's sort of, well, the most important initial source. Then I also look to secondary sources outside of Congress. For example, what did newspapers have to say about...
This is a petitioner witness, guys, for people asking.
That we can find out about the ratification of the 14th Amendment. So it's primarily looking to the discussion or conversation that Americans had about the 14th Amendment when it was proposed and under discussion for ratification.
And how are these approaches similar or different from the types of ordinary legal analysis that lawyers and judges ordinarily do?
Well, I mean, there's some overlap, of course, but I focus much more in my work on the surrounding politics or social aspects of what's going on at these particular times with these particular constitutional issues, rather than focusing more on the text or the cases. So obviously you have to do some of both, but I'm more of a more of a historian than a...
Okay, the petitioners are Free Speech for People doing the legal representation on behalf of voters in Marjorie Taylor Greene's district.
I object, Your Honor. Number one, he was not tendered as an expert in the specification of witnesses. Number two, they have provided us no expert report, which is required for such an expert, so that we can prepare for his testimony.
They don't want him.
He has not produced to us the documents that he relied upon in order to reach whatever conclusions the expert report reveals. So we, under civil rules in Georgia, that's all required. None of that occurred here. And it is fundamentally unfair for us to show up at a hearing with no preparation other than his resume, which we got a couple of days ago, and cross-examine him without an adequate opportunity to prepare that is always provided for an expert witness.
As I have said before, I was unclear what the role is for the professor. He's indicated as an art. Is he going to testify essentially to the contents of his article that he wrote?
No, Your Honor. The subject matter of the questioning would address matters that were not entirely embraced within the context of his law review article.
Your Honor, I apologize. I have one other comment.
Yes.
And I was going back and forth whether or not this is proper when he starts asking questions or now, but I want to raise it. What he has described is his expertise, and what he has said he will testify about are quintessential legal questions. If a statute is vague, you look to the legislative history. That's what he wants to testify about. That's a legal question.
So the defense is already saying they don't want the first witness to be allowed to testify.
A person to testify about. These are about facts, about what happened on January 6th, before, and not on legal matters. This is quintessential. Legislative history is quintessentially what us lawyers do and judges decide. So I would object generally on that ground.
I'm struggling because I'm trying to. I don't know what the testimony is going to be. I mean, it's a circular question, but the issue of the history of the 14th Amendment, if the petitioners want to spend their time with a history of the enactment of the 14th Amendment, I will listen. But I concur with you that I will not permit and will not entertain testimony regarding the meaning of statutes or anything that would be properly the subject of briefing. So I will let you start, and I would also suggest, I mean, to me, this all sounds like the sort of stuff that would be coming in appropriately in the briefing. And if you have articles and authorities and original documents that you wish to cite, I'm happy to read them. But I don't know that it makes sense for us to be dealing with a series of objections on things which are historical in nature. So I will let you start, but I may stop you. Okay? And I will entertain objections when and as appropriate.
Oh, this is going to be a nightmare.
Go ahead, Mr. Fine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Professor, can you just briefly summarize the historical context for Section 3 of the 14th Amendment?
Yes, so after the Civil War, elections were held across the South for Congress and for the Senate, and some of the people who won had been leaders in the Confederacy. They arrived in Washington seeking to take their seats. Northern public opinion was outraged at this because these were some of the same people who had led secession. So those members were excluded from Congress, and then consideration was given to some formal proposal that would exclude them for some period of time afterwards.
And who are the primary framers of this provision?
So Section 3 of the 14th Amendment was drafted by Senator Jacob Howard of Michigan, and it was narrower than the original proposal that had been put forward in the House of Representatives. So the House proposal for Section 3 would have prohibited all former Confederates from voting in federal elections until 1870. So the senators considered that too broad and unfair. So the substitute drafted by Senator Howard focused instead on office holding rather than voting, and did not apply to anyone who had been engaged in insurrection. Instead, it applied only to officials, either current or former, and civil or military, on the thought that it was the leaders of the insurrection who should be held accountable rather than ordinary followers.
And in developing Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, did the framers look to any historical examples of insurrection?
Okay, people wondering about this woman here. That's not a hookah. She is the court reporter, and that's a device that sort of like keeps her voice contained so as not to distract the witness, and she is transcribing. I don't know what the right word would be. She's noting what's being said.
Well known to reasonably educated mid-19th century Americans.
Well, there were two. One was Shae's Rebellion, which was also referred to as Shae's Insurrection, and the other was the Whiskey Rebellion, which was also referred to as the Whiskey Insurrection.
So let's start with Shae's Insurrection or Shae's Rebellion. When and where did that occur?
So Shae's Rebellion occurred in Massachusetts at the end of 1786 and early 1787. It was a tax protest by farmers who were upset about high land taxes and that had led to many foreclosures of farms. So what started happening was that groups of farmers would arm themselves and go to local courts to basically stop the courts from operating so that foreclosure sales could not happen. This built up to a point where the state militia was called in to sort of deal with this suspension of the normal operation of the courts by sort of armed people. And that led to a clash at an armory when some of the sort of insurrectionists decided to try to take some weapons. 4 people were killed, and after that the rebellion or insurrection ended.
You said that their goal was to stop the courts from operating.
That's correct, to prevent foreclosure sales on farms.
And from a historical perspective, what were the key features of Shae's Rebellion that would be remembered in the mid-19th century by reasonably educated Americans?
Well, that it was an effort by armed people to suspend the civil authority of government for a period of time, and it was considered a significant event because it seemed to have an influence on the framers when they gathered in Philadelphia for the Constitutional Convention, because they saw it as an example of why we needed to replace the Articles of Confederation with a new constitution.
And was it considered an insurrection or a rebellion or both?
Well, so in Federalist Number 10, James Madison, the subtitle of Federalist Number 10 was "The Union as a Safeguard Against Domestic Faction and Insurrection." So, and he was referring to Shae's insurrection as well as some other upheavals that had happened in the states prior to that. And then in the 19th century, a well-known book by Justice Joseph Story referred to the insurrection in Massachusetts. Story was from Massachusetts, so it probably explains why he emphasized that point in his book.
Thank you. Let's talk about the other one you mentioned, the Whiskey Rebellion or Whiskey Insurrection. What was that?
So the Whiskey Insurrection was another tax protest by farmers, this time on a federal tax on whiskey and other spirits. So farmers in Pennsylvania were upset about this, and they decided to start getting armed and trying to prevent tax collection. They did this in various ways. Sometimes they would, well, in one case, they tarred and feathered a tax collector.
Totally reasonable.
They would basically attack places where the tax collectors were known to be, and they also shut down courts because, again, to some degree, the courts were necessary to further the collection of the taxes, because sometimes there were foreclosures that were required to, pay the taxes that were owed.
How many casualties were there in the Whiskey Rebellion?
There were 4 or 5 people were killed in some skirmishes. Eventually, George Washington called in a large force, more than 10,000 troops, to go into that portion of Pennsylvania, and basically, for the most part, the insurrection just ended because of the sight of this large force led by George Washington. But
pretty interesting.
4 or 5 people were killed.
How well organized was the Whiskey Rebellion?
Well, it was a loosely organized thing. There were mostly local groups doing different things, so there wasn't really a single leader at all that we know of.
And by the time of the 1860s, how well known was the Whiskey Rebellion to ordinary, educated 19th century Americans?
It would have been very...
I object.
I object.
We're now beyond even legislative history. He's already conceded that in the debates they were talking about the Civil War, not what these were colloquially called insurrection, not the legal definition under
Sustained.
Section.
Sustained.
If I recall your earlier testimony correctly, you said that 4 people died in Shae's rebellion and 4 or 5 in the Whiskey Rebellion. Am I wrong?
I object. I mean, he's going on with this.
I object.
To talk about something that was relevant as even legislative history regarding Title III. These were never cited.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Overruled.
Did I have those numbers right? You said 4 or 5 people died in each of those insurrections?
Correct.
So, to the extent that 19th century Americans thought of these as insurrections, in addition to, of course, the Civil War, how would 19th century Americans have understood what level of violence or bloodshed was needed before the word insurrection would be used?
Well, some violence was required because there was no thought really that you could have a peaceful protest and that would be considered an insurrection, but there was no particular thought about how much violence was required.
And how would they distinguish between, or would they distinguish between a riot versus an insurrection?
I object. He wasn't going to get away with that one.
Next.
We knew that.
What sources did 19th century Americans use to understand the meanings of words?
I object.
Yeah, no foundations in the lane to that question.
Sustained.
All right. Give me your phrase.
Yeah, just stay standing.
I'd like to display an exhibit that's already been admitted into evidence, which is P81.
P81. Okay. Bear with me.
It is shocking that Marge hasn't jumped up and objected herself, but they probably have her on downers. That's a joke, by the way.
Look at the, one more page after that one.
Imagine if they put up the video of Marge doing that crazy work, like pull-up thing where she's like, her body's like a wet noodle.
How is that dictionary used in 1830 and afterwards?
Well, it was the leading dictionary in the United States during this period.
Well, excuse me, what period are we talking about?
1830.
Okay, 1830. Okay.
Was the dictionary updated on a semi-regular or regular basis after that?
Yes, much like modern dictionaries, they would do a new edition every so many years.
But this is the 1830 edition?
Yes.
Okay. And you're familiar with this dictionary, you've seen it before?
Yes, I am.
To what extent does it inform, if at all, your understanding of how words were used in the mid-19th century?
I object.
I object. They used racist glue in this dictionary. I object.
Let's turn to the next page. And if we could zoom in on the left column and the top. Can you read that, Professor Magliocca? It's a little dicey.
Oh boy. Okay.
Can you zoom in even more there?
I will do my best. Okay.
Can you?
Yes, I think I can.
Can you read a couple entries down? And I'm not going to ask you to read it aloud, but do you see there? Can you read the definitions there?
Yes, I can.
Are you familiar with if this dictionary has a definition for insurrection?
Yes, it does.
And what can you, without reading from that that definition, is that, in your experience as a historian, is that typical of a 19th century understanding of the word insurrection?
Sustained.
Nope.
Sustained. You don't even stand up. Document speaks for itself, counsel. Next.
Fair enough, Your Honor. How do you use these dictionaries in your own work?
Well, they're helpful in putting terms into context. For example, if I'm reading a letter and I'm trying to understand what somebody meant, sometimes the definition that people used back then isn't the same as the definition that we use now. So it's you have to check.
Right. Let's go to Exhibit P80, if we may. This has also been admitted into evidence.
P80?
Yes.
All right, guys, I've got to go be interviewed for a British show. The stream will continue. Marjorie Taylor Greene's coming up. Feel free to hang out. I'll be back as soon as the interview's over, and we'll keep going. We'll figure out what we're having for lunch and everything. All right, stand by.
This is a statute, Georgia statute, enacted in 1866.
And why did, what is the statute about?
Insurrection.
And do you know why Georgia enacted this statute?
I believe it was because of it was in response basically to what had occurred during the Civil War.
And Your Honor, I haven't asked the question yet.
I haven't objected to it. You may ask your question, Captain.
Maybe I should just stand.
I'm sorry, this is very serious stuff, but what concerns me, Mr. Fine, is this is what I would expect to be reading in briefs. This is not what I expect to hear testimony on. This is historical data that can be reviewed and commented on and proffered and so forth. I'm indulging you because of the importance of this hearing, but you may ask the question, and I will, if I hear an objection, I'll rule. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, may I briefly confirm?
Sure. In fact, we're actually past my 10:45 break, so let's take our break. We'll reconvene. No, stop that. This is not a show. Do not do that. We will stop now. We'll reconvene at 11 o'clock. Thank you.
Yes, I know. It's just sometimes I'm not sure how close you're supposed to get. Yeah, but it's okay now.
Marjorie.
That's fine. Yeah, but careful.
So this court hearing challenging Georgia Republican Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene's candidacy for re-election, as you heard, taking a brief break here. We're expecting them back at 11 o'clock Eastern. Our live coverage will continue when the hearing resumes here live on C-SPAN. While we wait, we'll show you some of the hearing from earlier today.
You doing well?
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Ron Fine, on behalf of the voters in Georgia's 14th Congressional District who filed this challenge. With me, of course, are Andrew Chelly, Sam Shapiro, Diamond Wells, Brian Sells, and, of course, our co-counsel watching remotely. Your Honor, this is a solemn occasion. This is not politics. This is not theater. This is a serious case that the voters who we represent have brought in order to offer proof that their United States representative seeking re-election, Marjorie Taylor Greene, having taken the oath to support the Constitution, then broke that oath and engaged in insurrection. And in order to understand that case, it's important to set the stage with some history. There have been past insurrections in this country, and we're going to hear about some of them. The most important of which was the Civil War, or as it was called at the time, the Insurrection. And Professor Gerard Magliocca, who is one of the nation's foremost constitutional historians of that era, specializing in Reconstruction and the 14th Amendment, We'll talk about some of that history. What was interesting about some of the differences between these past insurrections is that the Civil War involved states raising armies. They equipped them with uniforms, insignia, state-of-the-art military equipment. They marched in columns. They occupied huge tracts of land. That is not the only type of insurrection that this country has seen. Professor Magliocca will also talk about some of the previous insurrections that were on the minds of 19th century Americans. Those include Shae's Rebellion, also known as Shae's Insurrection, and the Whiskey Rebellion. These insurrections were of a different character. They were not quite as organized as the Civil War. The foot soldiers of those insurrections didn't march in armies. They didn't conquer vast swaths of territory, and they certainly didn't wear uniforms. That is the kind of insurrection that occurred on January 6th. The evidence will show a violent assault on the United States Capitol that the law enforcement and ordinary authorities were unable to control, that this violent assault had multiple purposes. Those included capturing and executing the Speaker of the House of the United States Representatives, the Vice President of the United States, and other members of Congress. Those purposes also included, and for a time achieved, preventing the certification of the electoral votes for the president incoming, Joseph R. Biden, and the disruption of the peaceful transfer of power. This attack on the sacred temple of our democracy, the United States Capitol, was unprecedented. And to be sure, it was less organized than some of those past insurrections. This was not a case where the leaders were on horseback leading the charge. This was not the type of insurrection where the leaders were standing in Richmond, Virginia, giving long-winded speeches to justify the mayhem. Rather, the leaders of this insurrection, of whom there were a number, were among us, on Facebook, on Twitter, on corners of social media that would make your stomach curl. The evidence will show that Marjorie Taylor Greene was one of them. In order to understand that, January 6th has to be set in context. It didn't arise out of nowhere. Even before January 6th, as December 2020 turned into January of 2021, there were multiple shifting tactics used by different groups, some violent extremist groups, some nonviolent groups, all loosely coordinating, all with a shared central aim of preventing the certification of Joseph Biden as president. The tactics shifted. The different leaders jockeyed for position. Some were in violent extremist groups, some were elected officials, some were influencers of various types. You'll hear about them. You'll hear about these different figures, some of whom isolated themselves from some of the action with layers of deniability, some more plausible than others. There'll be direct evidence. There'll also be inferential evidence. And that inferential evidence includes coded language. Let me explain what I mean by that. The evidence today does not include surveillance tapes purporting to show that Marjorie Taylor Greene was directing the plotting of the attack. That's not going to happen today. The witness list today does not include a turncoat witness who's going to come and risk their own exposure by testifying that he or she was ordered by Marjorie Taylor Greene to take certain actions in secret. That's not the type of evidence that we are going to present today. Rather, the way that insurrections are organized nowadays is less in uniforms with military hierarchies and chains of command, less with detailed military plans of battle, and more through social media and the mass media. That's the era that we're living in. In many cases, the communications have multiple layers. And anyone who knows a teenager, is a teenager, or knows anyone in their 20s knows that hashtags and memes and ways of communicating among internet subcultures can mean that words that could have one meaning, a benign meaning or even a baffling meaning to large portions of the American public, can carry a very different significance to the people swimming in that particular subculture. So the most important witness today, after Professor Magliocca testifies, the most powerful witness against Marjorie Taylor Greene's candidacy, the most powerful witness in establishing that she crossed the line into engagement of insurrection, is Marjorie Taylor Greene herself. You'll hear her words, of course, on the stand, what she says and what she doesn't say. You'll also hear what she said in the past. Again, some of that will be in somewhat coded or veiled language, but you'll also hear, in some cases, the mask falls, and she shows us exactly what she intended. Now, she was not on the Capitol steps urging the attackers to breach police lines and smash through the doors on January 6th. That was not the role that she played. Different figures within this larger effort had different roles. But what became clear as December turned into January, as lawful means of preventing the certification of Joe Biden were exhausted, as nonviolent, even if unlawful means were exhausted, is that Marjorie Taylor Greene nonetheless played an important role. And her role, even after she took the oath on January 3rd to uphold the Constitution and defend it against all enemies, foreign and domestic, was several-fold. To bring people to DC, again, not by providing trains and buses that would transport them directly, but rather through other means, to contribute in the planning, and to signal that January 6th would be, as she said herself on January 5th, our 1776 moment, a coded phrase with great significance. In fact, it turned out to be an 1861 moment. Instead of violence against a foreign empire, as we saw in 1776, she urged and encouraged and helped facilitate violent resistance to our own government, our democracy, and our Constitution. And in doing so, she engaged in exactly the type of conduct that triggers disqualification under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which is to say, she engaged in insurrection. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bott.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the Court. I represent Marjorie Taylor Greene, Member of Congress of the United States, in this hearing. And Your Honor, this is a court of law. This is not a political candidate debate. This is not a place for political hyperbole. It is not a place for political smear. It's a court of law. And what we've just heard, there was not a word about the law. What does Section 3 of the 14th Amendment mean? What does the word insurrection mean? What does the word engage mean? Not a word. There was not a word about the First Amendment that prevents normal political speech and a hyperbole from being used against someone. Not a word. They think they're in the wrong place. Well, I plan to talk about the law. What does this mean? This very serious charge that has very broad ramifications to the rights of Representative Greene, the voters in her district, and our democracy. First, the right to vote is at stake, right here, right now, because they want to deny the right to vote to the thousands of people in the 14th District of Georgia by having Greene removed from the ballot. Those voters have a right to vote for the candidate of their choosing, and they have a right to have their vote counted. Now, the primary is May 24th. Absentee ballots have already been printed. They will be mailed on May the 2nd, and early voting starts on May the 7th. And what is their hope is that there'll be a decision by the Secretary of State right before the primary, where she is immediately struck from the ballot. And those people that go into the polling place cannot vote for their candidate of their choice. Because by utilizing this procedure, the substantial constitutional and federal law violations that this candidacy challenge presents cannot be decided by this court. Unlike civil court or criminal court, which will always prioritize deciding issues of that magnitude before being subject to a trial, before being penalized by disqualification, and before the irreparable harm that will occur if that occurs. But that's the nature of the procedure. When can Representative Greene raise her constitutional defenses, like the evidence you are presenting violates the First Amendment to the Constitution? When are we going to be able to litigate that question? In state court. After she's disqualified, after she's stripped from the ballot, maybe after the primary occurs and she loses, well, nobody can vote for her, and obviously loses it. Well, whoop-de-ding. Okay? How do we recover from that? How do we go back from that? These are irrevocable. This is harm to the voters and to the candidate. Now, second, our democracy is at stake. It should be the voters, not government employees, public officials, judges, and lawyers who decide our elections. Voters have a right to vote for the candidate of their choice unless there's very compelling legal, not rhetorical, justification for that. Third, and which is not present here. Third, fundamentally, First Amendment rights are at stake. Not only the right to vote, as I've mentioned, or the right to run for office, but also the challengers will try to use the First Amendment protected political speech of Representative Greene as evidence of, quote, engaging in an insurrection or...
Just a few more minutes, Professor Magliocca. Professor Magliocca, how are the southern states governed after Lee's surrender?
Well, there were temporary civil governments put in place by President Johnson, but then in 1867, Congress passed the Military Reconstruction Acts to impose essentially martial law on almost the entire former Confederacy.
So, for example, who was governing Virginia during that period?
A Union Army general.
Okay. And when was the 14th Amendment, Section 3, first implemented?
So it was first implemented in the Military Reconstruction Acts because those acts said that there had to be new elections throughout the South to elect conventions that could ratify the 14th Amendment and write new state constitutions. And so the acts provided that people who were covered by what is described as Section 3 of the pending amendment were not going to be able to vote in the elections for those conventions, and then there had to be some means of determining whether people could or could not vote under that standard.
Okay. Can we please put up Exhibit P48, which has been admitted into evidence already? And Don, if you could zoom into the upper left so we can see it. Professor Magliocca, I know this is small print, but can you see what that is?
Yes, this is an opinion of Attorney General Stanbury interpreting the First and Second Military Reconstructions.
And when was that issued?
This opinion is May 1867.
When was the 14th Amendment ratified?
In 1868.
And where was this printed?
This was in the New York Times. It would have been widely reprinted in newspapers across the country.
Okay, great. We can put that down. How widely was Section 3 applied in the years after the ratification of the 14th Amendment?
Well, between 1868 and 1872, it was implemented many times, mostly to remove state and local officials who had been part of the Confederacy, but also in a couple instances to exclude people from office.
And what led to it not being implemented as much?
So in 1872, Congress exercised its power under Section 3 to grant an amnesty to many of the former Confederates. Basically, in part, that was because there had been private bills that had been giving amnesty to individuals, but largely that was simply, did you know a member of Congress? And then, if you did, they would pass a bill for you.
Your Honor, I moved to strike his first statement. It was a legal opinion, and that is whether the Amnesty Act of 1872 gave amnesty to former only, if you will, former officers. It's a legal question.
I understand you raised the issue. I'm going to let it stand. But thank you. I mean, I understand the point. Believe me, I understand the point.
What did the debates around amnesty in public and in the streets or in Congress center on?
Well, the question was,
wait a minute. There's a lack of foundation.
Fair enough. Okay. All right.
We've got to have a little foundation.
All right. How familiar are you with the debates that led to the 1872 Amnesty Act?
I'm quite familiar with them. I read all of them.
And what did they focus on?
Well, they focused on whether people deserved amnesty, first of all, and second, if so, who should be excluded from that, and basically, would it be good for sectional reconciliation or not? So those were the big questions.
And how much of those debates centered around ex-Confederates as compared to anyone else who might become subject to Section 3?
Well, it was basically about ex-Confederates because those were the people who were petitioning Congress for amnesty.
Great. Just a few more questions. During the Civil War itself, how did Washington, D.C. fare?
Well, it was a fortified city, and for good reason, because there was a Confederate attack by Jubal Early on the Capitol in 1864 that was repulsed at Fort Monroe.
And were there, or how many, if any, presidential elections occurred during the Civil War?
One in 1864.
How orderly was that, if you know?
It was very orderly.
And how did the counting of the electoral votes proceed?
There was no problem with it at all.
When, if ever, did the Confederate insurrectionists seize control of the United States Capitol?
They did not.
And in your opinion, if in 1864 or 1868 a violent mass of people had seized control of the U.S. Capitol during certification of presidential electoral votes and disrupted the peaceful transfer of power, would 19th century Americans have understood that?
You stop that question. Next.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Okay. Anything, Mr. Bob?
No, Your Honor, not other than to welcome a fellow Hoosier. And
the thought crossed my mind.
Yeah,
Mine did.
And I was a history major, so maybe I can sort myself in.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the petitioners call Marjorie Taylor Greene to the stand.
Representative Greene, come here, please. Raise your hand, please. You solemnly swear to affirm the testimony by giving the serious truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please be seated. Mr. Shelley, go ahead.
May I proceed? Thank you. Good morning, Representative Greene. I'm Andy Shelley. I represent the plaintiffs in this matter. Ms. Greene, you were elected to Congress in November of 2020, right?
Yes.
And you became a member of Congress on January 3rd, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you became a member of Congress, you became a member of Congress by virtue of having taken an oath of office, right?
I became a member of Congress by being elected by the people of the 14th District.
Okay, but you actually were permitted to take your seat in the House of Representatives because you took an oath of office. Isn't that correct?
I swore an oath on January 3rd.
And that oath required you to swear that you would support and defend the Constitution of the United States, right?
Yes.
and it required you to swear an oath that you would support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, right?
Yes.
And part of the oath that you took says that you were going to undertake that obligation to defend the Constitution against all enemies freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. Do you recall that part?
I think so.
Okay, well, let's have a look at it. This will be Plaintiff's Exhibit 63. I just want to make sure you get a chance to see it.
This is the excerpt from the congressional record.
No, Your Honor. This is
which one?
This is Exhibit PX 63. Okay. This is a federal statute, 5 U.S.C. 3331, which sets forth the oath of office for federal officers, including members of Congress. And Ms. Wells, if you could make that a little bit bigger, I want to make sure the representative can see it. The highlighted portion, please. So if you see about a third of the way, 2/3 of the way down, it says that I will take this obligation. I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. See that? And you now recall that was part of the oath, right?
Yes.
And what did that mean to you, Congresswoman Greene?
About taking it freely without reservation?
Yes.
It means I'm swearing the oath and I have no reservation.
Great. Now, one part of the Constitution, Representative Greene, is the 12th Amendment, right?
Yes.
You're familiar with the 12th Amendment?
Yes.
That's the one that provides for the constitutional process for counting electoral votes in a presidential election, right?
Your Honor, I object. Under the speech and debate clause, she cannot be questioned about what she does on the floor of Congress pursuant to her legislative responsibility.
And I don't intend to ask any question of that sort, Your Honor. I just want to have her understanding of the Constitution. This is a case about Representative Greene's state of mind, including her understanding of the oath and the Constitution.
Then I further object, because this case is not about her state of mind. It's whether or not she engaged in insurrection or rebellion, engaged in its conduct.
I concur.
And it's
so sustained. Next question,
Ms. Greene, if somebody tried to unlawfully interfere with the process of counting the electoral votes, unlawfully, that person would be an enemy of the Constitution. Wouldn't you agree?
Does it define that way? Is it defined that way?
Well, I'm asking for your understanding. If somebody broke the law in a way designed to interfere with the process of counting the electoral college votes, that person would be an enemy of the Constitution.
You mean interrupting Congress? Is that what you're referring to?
Doing anything unlawfully to interfere with the process of counting the electoral votes.
Interrupting Congress, like when the Democrats interrupted Congress and had a sit-in on the House floor and stopped Congress?
Excuse me, Representative Greene.
Yes.
Could you rephrase your question?
I'm entitled to ask my questions in the way I'd like to ask them, Your Honor. I ask that you listen to my question and simply respond. May I proceed?
Yes.
So if someone broke the law in an effort to interfere with the counting of the electoral votes, that person would be an enemy of the Constitution. Am I right about that?
Breaking the law is unlawful. There's been over 700 people charged for what happened on January 6th.
Right, and those people were trying to interfere with the lawful process of counting the votes for the Electoral College, right?
I would assume, yes, they did. They stopped the electoral count, yes.
Right, and so those people would be enemies of the Constitution. You would agree with that, right?
I don't know if it defines it that way.
Well, having taken the oath that we saw on the screen, if you were aware that someone was going to unlawfully interfere with the constitutional process of counting the electoral votes, you'd be obliged by your oath to try to stop them, right?
Your Honor, I object. The claim is not she violated her oath. The claim is under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. And so her opinion on words like enemies are words of art often in the law is just irrelevant to the matter, to whether or not she engaged, did a direct and overt act of insurrection.
Your Honor, we had a 1-hour presentation on the law from Mr. Bopp. We did not object to that.
I will let you answer the question. I've forgotten what it is. Could you repeat it?
Can we ask for it to be right back?
Question: if you were aware that somebody was going to unlawfully interfere with the constitutional process of counting electoral votes, you would be obliged to have them arrested or stopped, right?
You may answer.
You may answer the question to the best of your ability.
I had no knowledge of any attempt, and so that's a question that I can't answer.
Well,
I can't answer that question.
I take your representation that you had no knowledge for the time being. I'm asking it as a hypothetical question, just to understand
I
your...
can't answer a hypothetical question.
Well, I'm permitted to ask you one, so I'm going to ask you again. If you had knowledge in advance that someone was going to unlawfully interfere with the counting of the electoral votes in a presidential election, under your oath, you'd be obliged to do something to stop that, right?
I object. She's not being charged for violating her oath. There is no foundation laid that she had any knowledge about anything like that.
We'll come to that.
And so these hypothetical...
Sustained.
Let me try it a different way, Ms. Greene. You remember the part in the oath where you talked about taking on the obligations of the oath freely and without mental reservation or purpose of evasion? You recall that from a few minutes ago, right?
Yes.
Okay. If you knew that people were planning to interfere with the constitutional process of counting the electoral votes, you knew that before you took the oath, and you took the oath anyway and decided not to do anything about those plans, that would be a mental reservation. Don't you agree?
I object. She is not being charged with violating the oath. The question is, did she engage in insurrection or rebellion?
Her state of mind is relevant, Your Honor. We think it's very important to have her understanding.
What, Mr. Chair?
It's relevant to whether she engaged in insurrection during the time period from January 3rd to January 6th. And we're going to be talking about her state of mind all day.
You may come back to that question after you have laid a foundation for why it ties into her activities from and after the...
Fair enough. Fair enough, Your Honor. Ms. Greene, you're familiar with social media, right?
Yes.
And that's a form of communication, right?
Yes.
You know what Facebook is and Twitter, right?
Yes.
You use those as an important form of communication in your work.
Yes.
You post messages on Facebook, right?
I post statements, messages, yes.
Videos also, right?
Yes.
And you also respond and react to other people's comments when they're posted on Facebook or Twitter, right?
Yes.
And you do that as a way to get your political views out into the world.
It's my freedom of speech to do so.
I agree. And you've been very successful at using social media to get your views out into the world, right?
I would say that's an opinion.
Well, I'm asking your opinion. You've got hundreds of thousands of people who follow you on Twitter and Facebook, right?
No, not really, because my personal Twitter account doesn't exist anymore.
Before it was suspended by Twitter, you had hundreds of thousands of people following you on Facebook and Twitter, right?
Yes.
And by the way, the way Facebook and Twitter work, is my understanding, is they don't have to necessarily follow you. to read what you had to say, right?
I guess so.
So it could be millions of people who have read the things that you have said on Facebook and Twitter over the years.
I don't know that.
But it could be. You would agree with that, right?
No, I don't know that.
Okay.
I don't know how many people read or see what I post on social media.
But what you post on social media is what you want people to know about your political beliefs, correct?
Sure.
Okay. You're not putting stuff up there as a joke, are you?
Sometimes, yes.
Well, we'll come back to that. And you use Facebook and Twitter to communicate with your constituents in the 14th Congressional District here in Georgia, right?
Yes.
So, immediately after the 2020 election, and through January 6th, and even beyond that, you issued a number of tweets and made statements on Twitter and Facebook about the election, right?
Yes.
You tweeted a whole lot of material about your views of what happened in the 2020 election.
Yes.
And the thrust of those tweets were that you felt that the election was stolen from the sitting president.
I object. That is...
You can ask the question, what is your opinion?
Well, I also want to ask whether she communicated that opinion through... Well, let's do it that way, Your Honor. I take your point.
Where are you going with this, counsel?
I'm going to show the witness a number of her tweets, and I wanted to make sure that I understand the context of them, that's all.
Well, she said she posts on Twitter.
Right. And my question is whether she posts material that reflect the opinion that you have. Strike that. Ms. Greene, you had the opinion between November 2020 when the election happened and January 6th, 2021, that the election was stolen from President Trump.
I object.
Am I right about that?
Ask her if you've got questions about specific documents or
Okay.
specific things. Go ahead. Let's not bandy around.
Let's go to PX2A, Ms. Wells, please.
I'm sorry, which one is this?
2A, Your Honor. Can you see that, Ms. Greene?
Mm-hmm.
And what we have here in 2A is a document. Well, I'll ask you, can you tell us, is this a statement that you posted on Twitter on December 3rd, 2020?
Go ahead.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am?
Yes.
Yeah. And this is a statement where you talk about that you were looking for a senator to join yourself and Representative Mo Brooks to reject the fraudulent votes for Joe Biden and to keep the real Donald Trump in the White House, right?
I object, Your Honor, to the... You can hear my objection.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting with bated breath, Jim.
All right. This violates her right of free speech. There's nothing in this statement that meets the Brandenburg test, even if speech could be considered, since it can't when we're dealing with engages, which is conduct, not speech. And it does not even meet the incitement test, which requires directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action.
Your Honor, we heard an hour of argument this morning on this.
Hold on. Go ahead, Mr. Bob.
Thank you, Your Honor. That is likely to incite or produce action, end of quote. So it's objectionable. And to call her into account for her First Amendment free speech is unconstitutional.
Mr. Bob, I appreciate your argument, but that's argument. I'm going to allow the question. Go ahead, Mr. Shelley.
When you sent out this, strike that, did you send out this tweet, Ms. Greene? Ms. Wells, could you put it back up?
Yes.
Okay. And when you sent out this tweet, you wanted the people who read the tweet to know that it was your view that the votes for Mr. Biden for president were fraudulent, or some of them were, right?
That really wasn't the purpose of that tweet.
I'm just asking whether when you sent this, you were communicating to the people who read your Twitter account that you believed that there were fraudulent votes for Mr. Biden and that your goal was to keep President Trump in the White House.
I was communicating that we were looking for a senator to join our objection, which is very much part of the responsibilities and duties that I can do as a member of Congress.
I agree with that, but the purpose of that was because you believed that the votes for Mr. Biden were fraudulent, right? Or at least some of them.
We had been spending a vast amount of time reading and researching and talking to people, and had seen tremendous evidence of voter fraud. I don't know if you're aware, because I know you're not from Georgia. We currently have our Secretary of State has an
Your Honor,
investigation
I would move to
going
strike
on
this.
into
I'm
election
entitled to
fraud
get
right
answers to
now.
my questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Greene. All right, let's back up.
By the way, Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we missed something very important. Can the representative be sworn?
Oh, thank you. No, I swore in.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay, I didn't see that. I'm sorry.
Sorry, thank you.
All right.
She's
And can I ask the court to acknowledge that this is an adverse witness, a hostile
I
witness?
that she's an adverse witness, and you
And-
may therefore cross-examine.
Right.
Even though it's only your case in chief. Yes, I acknowledge.
And I would ask the court to remind the witness that in this posture, she has to answer my questions. She can't give speeches. Is that fair?
You're entitled to an answer to the question that is asked.
She's also entitled to make her answer.
You're not entitled to answers that are to require her to answer when the question is objectionable, violates her First Amendment rights, is irrelevant to the charges that are being made, just to what? Fishing expedition, political theater, what is this?
This is cross-examination.
No, this is cross-examination.
I'm entitled to a yes, no, or I can't answer response.
Let's go ahead.
Unless this is objectionable.
You have a standing objection, Mr. Bob, to everything in the world. I want to question your witness. Let her testify. She's doing fine.
Wait a minute. That's enough. Stop. Mr. Bob, please sit down. Next question, Mr. Chairman. This is not theater. This is not an argument from the Supreme Court. This is an evidentiary hearing. So let's get going. Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Wells, can you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 2C, please?
So which number?
2C. Ms. Greene, is this a tweet that you sent out from your account on December 19th, 2020?
Yes.
And in this tweet, let me go back a second. Your Honor, I would just ask that the previous exhibit, which I think was 2D, be admitted into evidence.
What was the number?
2D.
2A.
I'm sorry, 2A.
All right, so 2A is in. Yes, I'll admit it.
I'd ask that 2C be admitted into evidence.
2C. All right, you say that again. I was distracted. Go through it again.
Sure. I asked the witness if this was her tweet. She said it was.
This is your tweet. Okay.
And I ask that it be admitted into evidence.
I object. It's not probative. It violates her First Amendment rights.
Well,
it has nothing to do with engage. It doesn't. Before January 3rd.
It's in for what it's worth, Mr. Bob.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know it's worth anything, but it's in. Go ahead.
And I apologize, Your Honor.
It's okay.
I do think it's my responsibility to make pertinent objections.
I respect it, Mr. Bob. I respect it. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Sheldon.
Thank you. Representative Greene, in your tweet on December 19, 2020 that we've marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 2C, one of the things you're communicating to the people who would read this tweet was that you want them to come to Washington on January 6th for a demonstration. Is that right?
For a march for Trump.
Right. Fight for Trump. The phrase that you use there is hashtag fight for Trump, right? That's what the words say.
That's what it says on my tweet.
Okay. And you posted that because you, in fact, wanted people to show up on January 6th, 2021 in D.C. in order to help you stop the theft of the 2020 election from your point of view.
No.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure we got a clear answer on this. You did believe at this time that the 2020 election had been stolen by the Democrats from Mr. Trump, right?
I was asking people to come for a peaceful march, which is what everyone is entitled to do under their First Amendment, but I was not asking them to actively engage in violence or any type of action.
My question is really simple. It's about your opinion. When this tweet came out and in this period, it was your opinion that the election had been stolen from Mr. Trump or was about to be stolen, right?
Under my opinion, there was a tremendous amount of fraudulent things that happened in the election, and under my opinion, I want to do anything I can to protect election integrity and to protect the people of my district in Georgia, people's votes. They should count.
Is it fair to say, Representative Greene, that from election night of 2020 until January 6, 2021, your personal opinion and your wish was that Congress not certify Joe Biden as the winner of the 2020 election?
No, that's not accurate.
You believed that Joe Biden had lost the election to Mr. Trump, right?
Well, yes. We saw a tremendous amount of voter fraud. We have investigations going on right now in the state of Georgia. There's investigations going on in multiple states. My own husband showed up to vote in the general election, and when he went in to vote in person, he was told that he had already voted by absentee ballot, when in fact he had never even requested an absentee ballot. There's many instances.
Oh, Your Honor, we could do this now. I understand there's an IT issue that requires a pause.
Okay, well.
Should we take?
How long do we need? 2 minutes? All right, well, everybody just be patient while this goes. Appreciate your patience. Oh, I see what you're doing. Representative Greene, your camera was off. That's why we wanted to stop.
Good.
You want to, I mean, I hate to make everybody just sit around. You want to, let's take 10. Let's come back. I mean, Representative, you may step down. Let's take 10 minutes. We don't need to stay here. Let's just take 10.
Everybody remain seated, please.
No, I said I'm going to let it go.
Parties to the other room.
Huh?
We're going to get the other parties to the room.
Oh, okay. However you do it. Thank you.
Yeah, just remain seated until the parties exit the courtroom. Yeah.
Let's just take 10. Let's come back at 12. This is by the time you get out, get in. Let's come back at 12. Everybody come back in. Let the parties out. And we'll come back at 12.
You want us to let everybody else out first? No, we need to finish.
Yeah.
22 hours.
22 minutes? Sorry. Make you reach down there. I apologize.
Y'all may leave.
I didn't see the Congresswoman get sworn in. I didn't see it.
Well, unfortunately, some technical issues here with this Georgia court hearing challenging Georgia Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene's candidacy for re-election. A group of voters in her congressional district filed the challenge, citing a provision in the 14th Amendment of the Constitution preventing members of Congress from running again if they take part in an insurrection or rebellion against the government. Congresswoman Greene, as you saw, in the midst of testifying. The court here taking a break as they try to iron out some of the problems with the equipment there. We will also take a break here. We'll resume our live coverage in just a couple of minutes, and we'll right now show you some of the testimony, some of the opening statements from earlier in this case.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. I represent Marjorie Taylor Greene, member of Congress of the United States, in this hearing. And Your Honor, this is a court of law. This is not a political candidate debate. This is not a place for political hyperbole. It is not a place for political smear. It's a court of law. And what we've just heard, there was not a word about the law. What does Section 3 of the 14th Amendment mean? What does the word insurrection mean? What does the word engage mean? Not a word. There was not a word about the First Amendment that prevents normal political speech and a hyperbole from being used against someone. Not a word. They think they're in the wrong place. Well, I plan to talk about the law. What does this mean? This very serious charge that has very broad ramifications to the rights of Representative Greene, the voters in her district, and our democracy. First, the right to vote is at stake, right here, right now, because they want to deny the right to vote to the thousands of people in the 14th District of Georgia by having Greene removed from the ballot. Those voters have a right to vote for the candidate of their choosing, and they have a right to have their vote counted. Now, the primary is May 24. Absentee ballots have already been printed. They will be mailed on May the 2nd, and early voting starts on May the 7th. And what is their hope is that there'll be a decision by the Secretary of State right before the primary where she is immediately struck from the ballot, and those people that go into the polling place cannot vote for their candidate of their choice. Because by utilizing this procedure, the substantial constitutional and federal law violations that this candidacy challenge presents cannot be decided by this court. Unlike civil court or criminal court, which will always prioritize deciding issues of that magnitude before being subject to a trial, before being penalized by disqualification, and before the irreparable harm that will occur if that occurs. But that's the nature of the procedure. When can Representative Greene raise her constitutional defenses, like the evidence you are presenting violates the First Amendment to the Constitution? When are we going to be able to litigate that question? In state court. After she's disqualified, after she's stripped from the ballot, maybe after the primary occurs and she loses, well, nobody can vote for her, and obviously loses it. Well, whoop-de-ding. Okay? How do we recover from that? How do we go back from that? These are irrevocable. This is harm to the voters and to the candidate. Now, second, our democracy is at stake. It should be the voters, not government employees, public officials, judges, and lawyers who decide our elections. Voters have a right to vote for the candidate of their choice unless there's very compelling legal, not rhetorical, justification for that. Third, and which is not present here. Third, fundamentally, First Amendment rights are at stake. Not only the right to vote, as I've mentioned, or the right to run for office, but also the challengers will try to use the First Amendment protected political speech of Representative Greene as evidence of, quote, engaging in an insurrection or rebellion. That's unconstitutional and should not be allowed. And finally, the charge not only triggers disqualification, but is a serious federal criminal offense that she is being charged with. Now, this is a very serious matter, and the decision should be based on admissible evidence under the rules. We recognize that you have greater latitude than that, but the charges, the seriousness of the charges, we think warrant that adherence and faithful application of the law, and we expect that you will do that. Now, procedure. Georgia law, and here I am talking about the law. Georgia law 21-2-5 permits a candidate challenge under two circumstances. One, a candidate is not qualified to be a candidate. All right? And number two is a candidate is not qualified to take office. Of course, these are different conceptually and different in their application. So a claim under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment has to do with your ability to take office, because it doesn't address candidacy in any way. It's the ability of a representative in this case to take office because she has sworn the oath of office, engaged in insurrection or rebellion. Congress has not given her amnesty. And finally, when she presents herself to take the oath of office, she could be challenged, which we think is the exclusive constitutional right of Congress, not state officials, to decide. whether or not she is eligible at that time to take office. So we're not dealing with a candidacy disqualification, we're dealing with a alleged take office qualification. Now, unfortunately, as I've mentioned, many of these issues cannot be decided by this court, even though you might make recommendations of the Secretary of State on the matter. And we have fully briefed this already in our motion to dismiss and to stay the proceedings. The constitutional claims, the federal law claims, the protections of the First Amendment, speech and debate, and what these words in Section 3 mean. So let's look at that. We admitted evidence is R2, which is the 14th Amendment, and it includes, of course, Section 3. And Section 3 provides that no person shall be a senator or representative in Congress, et cetera, who, having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress or an officer of the United States, etc., to support the Constitution, shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same, or given aid and comfort to the enemies thereof. So there's a sequence. You have to have originally taken the oath, you have to then engage, and then you are disqualified, and Congress can determine that you're disqualified for having done that, from taking a subsequent oath, and therefore cannot assume your position as a member of Congress. And then furthermore, that Congress may, by a vote of 2/3 of each house, remove such disability. And of course, that's the various amnesty acts that have been adopted or could be adopted by Congress. Okay? Now, this provision, as I mentioned, makes it clear this is about eligibility on January 3rd, 2023. Not today, not tomorrow, but eligibility when she presents herself as a re-elected member of Congress. She could be excluded under the exclusive power of Congress to judge the qualifications of its members. That's where these people should be. In Congress, explaining why she, once she is reelected, is disqualified from taking her seat. Now, the second thing that this sequence makes clear is that in her case, she took the office first, for the first time, and these are in our stipulated facts, correct? On January the 3rd. That's the first time. And so she would have had to engage in insurrection or rebellion after January 3rd. In other words, under the Constitution, prior to January 3rd, she could have done it under the law. Now, it's preposterous that she would even consider it. She reveres the United States Constitution. But the way the statute or the constitutional provision is set up, she would have to have engaged after. So, evidence of anything she did prior to January 3rd is just completely irrelevant to the Section 3. Unless it is a direct admission of her intention to engage in insurrection or rebellion after January 3rd. Anything else she says is not only it should be excluded because it doesn't fit the charge, right? But as I will soon demonstrate, it is protected by the First Amendment. Now here, words matter. And at every turn, the challengers mistake what the law is in their complaint. Obviously, they didn't discuss it here, but in their complaint. And calling something something doesn't make it something. calling an orange an apple does not make the orange an apple. An orange has characteristics that are pre-established and are applied to determine whether the word apple applies. Here, the key phrases in Section 3 are themselves defined by the law. Now, they start off in misstating the law by saying that Representative Greene should be disqualified under Section 3. This is also called, by the way, the disqualification clause. Because she is someone who, quote, aided and engaged in an insurrection, end of quote. Complaint, page 1. Aided and engaged. Where is that in Section 3? It says, engaged in insurrection or rebellion, or gave aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. There's no aided and engaged in this. In this statute. Now, each of those phrases, engaged in insurrection or rebellion, that phrase, and its or accompanying phrase, gives aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. Each of those have special meaning. Engage is an act. It is a direct and overt act of insurrection. It is about, as one commentator said, domestic war. That's what engaged in insurrection or rebellion is about. The or, giving aid or comfort to the enemies thereof, as the same commentator said, is about foreign wars. Each of these phrases have been used several times in federal law and have come to gain particular meaning. They're words of art. So you can't take aid out of the second part about foreign wars and add it to the first part that is about domestic wars. That defies the rules of construction. It flaunts the technical and meaning of those phrases, of those words. So what is engaged and what does it mean? Well, engage connotes conduct, a direct overt act of insurrection to overthrow the United States government. It is about things like, which the people who drafted this well understood, many of them were part of the victorious, thank the Lord, Union Army, and they knew what an insurrection or rebellion was. So it was taking up arms, voluntarily joining the Confederate Army. It was about working in the War Department for the Confederate government. It was about providing supplies and equipment and material for the people who were conducting the war. So these were direct overt acts of insurrection. Now, instead of looking to that, what we have already heard described as their evidence, and of course is well revealed in their complaint, they want to hold against her First Amendment protected speech. And here's a few examples. On page 19, quote, "The people will remember the patriots who stood for election integrity," end of quote. That is supposed to be about an insurrection or engaging in an insurrection. Or she's alleged to have said, quote, "Congress is the last line of defense from a stolen election, end of quote, on page 21. Isn't that quintessential political speech? Isn't that recognizing the role of Congress in certifying the electors? How could that be interpreted as an overt act to engage in insurrection or rebellion? Well, it can't be. And now, the question of voter fraud in the 2020 election is a quintessential example of political speech, legitimate political disagreements about what happened. Yeah, you know, the Supreme Court in Republican Party of Minnesota versus White, actually the first one I argued in the court, said that announcing views on disputed legal or political issues is at the core of the First Amendment. At the core. Now, this is disputed, no question. But to say that is an act of insurrection, it is a direct, overt act of insurrection against the United States? When Representative Greene was an elected member of Congress who on January 6th had a constitutional duty and responsibility to be on the floor where she was to determine whether or not electoral votes from the states were to be certified. Now, the First Amendment demands a very narrow test. I've already said and argued that engage connotes conduct. Right? But we can look to a much broader term that actually allows speech to be considered. And that is the Brandenburg case and the NAACP case, which we saw. And that is the word incitement. Now, incitement and engage are different words with different meanings. And in fact, you know that for sure because there are federal statutes that say incite and then say engage in certain conduct. I mean, they're used as different words. All right? Incitement, the Supreme Court has said, is speech, but the Supreme Court, because of First Amendment concerns, so that normal, everyday political speech will not be punished as they want to do, says that speech must be, quote, directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action, and that it is likely to incite or produce such action, end quote. That's on page 30 of our motion to dismiss. That is very restrictive.
I think we're ready. Come on back up. Everybody ready? We good? Okay. Go back to the record. We appreciate your patience, your disruption. Appreciate everybody's cooperation while they dealt with technology. One of the veins of human existence. All right.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Thank you.
Your Honor, I would just ask that Mr. Bob not consult with his client in the break period while I'm examining her. That's generally not permitted, in my experience.
Go ahead.
Can we see Plaintiff's Exhibit 2C, please, Ms. Wells?
So we're on 2C?
2C. Ms. Greene, this is the tweet that we talked about a little bit earlier. Just a quick question on it. You issued this on December 19th, 2020, correct?
I can't see real well, but I think that's the date.
Maybe we can make it a little larger.
That's what it says.
And what you were doing in this tweet was you were tweeting out a story from the Epoch Times about President Trump saying that the protests that were planned for January 6th were going to be, quote, wild, right?
I object. We don't have the, where's the article?
Right there under the picture of President Trump.
Does it quote that?
Yes, it says Trump, supporters should join wild protest in D.C. on Jan 6th.
Okay, I withdraw my objection. I can't see that. I can't.
Could you make it a little larger, Ms. Wells? You can answer the question, Representative Greene.
What was your question?
My question is, what you were doing in this tweet is you were tweeting out a story from the Epoch Times about President Trump making a statement that the protest on January 6th would be wild, right?
I tweeted an article that had the details of the dates and times.
Right, and also included President Trump's statements that he expected the demonstrations on January 6th to be wild, right?
I don't think that's what my tweet was about.
Okay, well, but you see that the article says Trump, supporters should join, quote, wild protests in D.C. on Jan 6th.
I don't remember tweeting that specifically for what you're saying. Those are your words.
No,
Those aren't mine.
I'm actually reading from what's on the...
You're speculating on why I tweeted that, but I don't remember tweeting it for that specific reason.
Ms. Greene, I'm just asking questions.
I'm just answering.
And in your tweet, you mentioned earlier that your words, join hashtag March for Trump in D.C. on January 6th to fight for Trump, that you were urging people to come to Washington for a peaceful demonstration, right?
Peaceful demonstration,
Right.
absolutely.
That word peaceful is nowhere in this tweet, right? Have a look. That word peaceful is not in this tweet.
I can't read it. There's only half of it there.
Let's give the representative a paper copy of that one. Just want to make sure I'm not missing.
No, I can see it now. It was scrolled up just a second ago.
Okay, peaceful's not in there, is it?
Well, like...
Is the word peaceful in there, Ms. Greene?
It does not say peaceful right there.
That's my question.
But
Thank you.
you're asking me, and I said for peaceful demonstration, just like people have the right to do in their First Amendment.
I'm asking, there's not a secret code in there that it's supposed to be peaceful, right?
Well, I never mean anything for violence. I don't support violence of any kind, and I've said it over and over again. So I'm telling you.
You just didn't say it on this occasion, did you?
I never mean anything for violence. All of my words never, ever mean anything for violence.
We'll examine that question. Go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 2F, please.
2F? F as in Frank?
Yes. And I'm looking at this top half of the exhibit. Ms. Greene, this is a tweet that you sent out on January 2nd, 2021, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay, you don't recall this?
I don't recall tweeting that, no.
Okay. You can set that to one side. Well, let me ask this question. Does anybody tweet things on your Twitter account? Strike that. Did anybody in January of 2021 tweet things on your Twitter account without your permission?
On what day?
Any time from November of 2020 to January 6th.
I don't remember. That's difficult to answer.
Okay. You'd be surprised if somebody got into your Twitter account and tweeted something without your permission, wouldn't you?
Well, no one tweeted anything without my permission. I just don't remember who tweeted what.
Fair enough. Now, would you agree, Ms. Greene, that this tweet from January 2nd, 2021 is something that we can fairly attribute to you, being that it was tweeted on your Twitter account?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Okay. You can take that down. Ms. Greene, you've had your disagreements with Speaker Pelosi, isn't that right?
I'm not sure what you mean.
You've had political disagreements with her. You don't agree with some of the things she's done in her career, right?
Politically speaking, that would be correct.
Right. You don't agree with a lot of things she's done, right?
Politically speaking, that would be correct.
In fact, you think that Speaker Pelosi is a traitor to the country, right?
I'm not answering that question. It's speculation. It's hypothetical.
You've said that, haven't you, Ms. Greene, that she's a traitor to the country?
No, I haven't said that.
Okay. Put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 5, please.
Oh, no, wait. Hold on now. I believe by not upholding the securing the border, that violates her oath of office.
Fair enough. I'm not interested in her oath of office. I'm interested in that you said that she's a traitor to our country, right?
I object, Your Honor. She is not. This is.
I don't see the relevance of that, Mr. Shelley. Next.
Your Honor, can we give Mr. Bopp a standing objection on the First Amendment grounds?
No.
Because this is an effort to interrupt my examination of the witness. I am attempting to establish the witness's desire to engage in insurrection during the period January 3rd to January 6th. Now, it's true that some of the things that she said are relevant even though they occurred before January 3rd. But there's no First Amendment objection to evidence, Your Honor. She said what she said.
There is First Amendment objection.
We don't agree.
Well, fine, but I get to make my objection.
You can make the objection. You can have a standing objection.
I don't want a standing objection.
Because he wants to interrupt my flow, Your Honor. That's not appropriate.
I don't object to everything.
Okay.
I have specific things that I think I object to, and I should be extended the courtesy to do that.
You may object.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 5, please.
Well, 5 now. 5. Okay.
So I'm placing before you what we pre-marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 5, which is an article that appeared in CNN on January 26th, 2021.
You have a hard copy of this available?
Should be in the book.
I mean, does she have a hard copy? I mean, she can't read it off the screen.
We have one for her.
Good. Let's start using hard copies. You can't read stuff like this off the screen.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir, you may. You have standing permission to approach the witness to deliver copies of documents as to which you're going to ask your question.
Thank you. Ms. Wells, if you could scroll down a bit. One second. Ms. Greene, I want to direct your attention to the bottom of the 4th page of the exhibit. Mm-hmm. This is a paragraph that starts out, "She's a traitor to our country." Do you see that?
I object, Your Honor. What possible relevance could it be that she had political disagreements that resulted in hyperbole that is commonly used?
Your Honor, this is an argument.
Overruled. Next.
Thank you. I just want to ask a narrow question, Representative Greene. Did you say, referring to Speaker Pelosi, she's a traitor to our country, she's guilty of treason, she took an oath to protect the American citizens, she gives aid and comfort to our enemies who illegally invade our land, that's what treason is, and our law representatives and senators can be kicked out and no longer serve in our government, and it's a crime punishable by death is what treason is. Nancy Pelosi is guilty of treason. Did you say those words?
I said, this is what I was telling you, she doesn't uphold our laws.
It's a simple yes or no question, ma'am. Did you say those words?
Without being instructed by him to say yes or no.
I don't agree, Your Honor. This is cross-examination. She's entitled to an answer to my question, not a speech.
Did you say these words that are quoted on the bottom of it? Did you say that?
According to the CNN article, I did. I don't remember.
Do you recall saying?
I don't recall saying all of this, but I do recall having said this about I totally disagree with the border issues.
Okay,
and
ask and
believe-
answer. Next question.
Okay.
And Representative Greene, you have advocated the use of physical violence against people you disagree with politically, right?
I object without context, without anything.
Overruled. Go ahead. What's the question again, Mr.
You've advocated the use of physical violence against people that you disagree with politically.
That's a question.
Yes.
Is that true?
I don't think so. I don't know how to answer that.
Next question.
Well, have a look at what we've marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 5.
P5.
P5.
Thank you. That's the same one.
Same one.
Correct me. Okay, thank you. You've got a copy of this, Representative?
Oh, is it the
Yes,
same one?
the same.
Okay.
And, well, let me ask a foundational question. You understand that on social media posts like Facebook and Twitter, one of the things, well, I guess on Facebook, one of the things you can do is you can like someone's post, right?
You can like people's posts.
Right. And when you like someone's post, that's a way of signifying that you agree with or admire or think it's correct, that the post is correct, right?
I don't know. I don't agree with your phrase of questioning.
Well, I'm asking you. Isn't it true that when you personally, Ms. Greene, like someone's post, you're signifying your approval for what the post said?
No, I don't agree with how you're phrasing that question. No, I don't agree with that.
Mm-hmm. So it's true, though, that you liked a post that suggested that, quote, a bullet to the head of Nancy Pelosi would be a quicker way to remove her as Speaker of the House than impeachment, right?
Now, you're using a CNN article, which CNN has lied about me multiple times, and you're using a CNN article.
Did you like the post?
To answer my question, did you like a post that said it's quicker, that a bullet to the head would be a quicker way to remove Nancy Pelosi from the role of Speaker?
I have had many people manage my social media account over the years. I have no idea who liked that.
Okay. Are you testifying under oath it wasn't you? Just want to be clear on that.
Oh my God. Hold on. We just lost a key moment. Let's get back on.
Go ahead. Next question. Yeah.
She won't answer. She's not going to answer, guys. It was Ted Cruz who liked it.
Okay. By the way, you know, Ms. Greene, that one of the places inside the United States Capitol building that was invaded by people who were doing violence was Ms. Pelosi's office, right?
I was inside the chamber on January 6th, so I do not know all the places that those people went. I only know where I was.
Are you telling us that in the more than a year since these events occurred, you have not become aware that one of the offices that was invaded by people who were illegally in the Capitol was Nancy Pelosi's office?
I've seen that on the news.
Okay.
But I don't know for sure. I haven't investigated all of that.
Wow.
Now, you mentioned earlier in response to some of my questions that there was a demonstration that was being planned for January 6, 2021 called the March for Trump, right?
We talked about it on one of my Twitter posts.
Right. And that demonstration was being organized in part by an organization called Women for America, right?
I don't remember who organized it.
Okay. Ms. Wells, can you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 2D?
I'm sorry, which one was?
I'm sorry, 2D, Your Honor.
This is just the best.
B as in boy.
No, D as in dog.
D as in
Sorry.
dog.
And
Has there been any perjury so far? I missed it. There's been plenty? Okay, good. And they didn't have lunch yet, right? There was just a short break and then they're doing lunch?
A document that's been pre-marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 2D. Let me just begin by asking.
Let's take a break. Lunch is here.
One of the things that you can do on Twitter, Ms. Greene, is you can retweet or send out again somebody else's tweet, right?
Yes.
Okay. And on Plaintiff's 2D, which I placed in front of you, you are retweeting a tweet sent by Kylie Jane Kremer on December 19th, 2020, right?
I don't know if I retweeted it.
Well, if you look carefully, it says Marjorie Taylor Greene. There's an American flag, and it says retweeted.
I don't know if I retweeted it.
You don't recall one way or the other.
I don't recall.
And it's your testimony that if this got retweeted from your account, that would have been done with your permission, right?
I don't recall retweeting it.
That's not my question. You don't deny that Kylie Jane Kremer's message was retweeted from your account in the form set forth as Plaintiff's 2D on December 20th, 2020. I'm sorry, December 19th. You don't deny that, do you?
This is what your picture has, this paper has. I don't have this Twitter account anymore. So I don't remember retweeting this.
Okay, but you do remember that there was this thing called the March for Trump. It was going to be on January 6th, right?
Yes.
And that Women for America were one of the organizers, right?
I don't remember, but that's what this says.
Okay. And one of the other hashtags for the demonstrations that were planned on January 6th, 2021 in Washington, D.C. Was a hashtag Stop the Steal. Hashtag Stop the Steal, right?
Stop, yes.
Yes. And another hashtag that got used at the time was, a website that was being used to organize people to come to Washington was something called wildprotest.com, right?
I don't know.
What a nasty woman.
Let's have a look at PX33, please.
I'm sorry again, Mr. Shelley.
PX33.
X? PX?
I call it PX. P33, Your Honor.
P33.
Wednesday.
Oh, I got you. Sorry.
Please proceed, Governor.
I've placed before you, Ms. Greene, a document that was marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit or Petitioner's Exhibit 33.
You can tell she would never lie because she has a cross hanging from her neck.
Does this refresh your recollection that there was a website known as wildprotest.com that was encouraging people to come to Washington for a protest on January 6th?
I don't remember the website, but I'm seeing it here on your paper.
Okay. And wild was the term that President Trump used to describe what he thought was going to happen on January 6th, right?
Don't remember.
Wild is also a term that high schoolers use when they talk about spring break.
Fair enough.
And it was wild.
But whatever the title of the demonstration or the name or the hashtag that was used, you would agree that you were aware after the election and before January 6th that people were being asked to come to D.C. for a large demonstration to object to the certification of Joe Biden as President of the United States, right?
I was aware people were coming to support our objection in Congress that on January 6th, The only thing I was preparing for was objecting.
When did you first become aware that there were going to be large demonstrations in D.C. on the 6th?
I don't recall.
Did you consider at any point participating in any of those demonstrations?
It was put on my calendar, but then I never went. We were too busy. We were, looking at all the evidence and preparing for our debates. And
there was so much evidence that she was busy.
On your calendar?
I don't know.
Somebody on your staff, I take it?
I have no idea.
Well,
who has access to your
complete stranger, right? It was somebody from your congressional staff, right?
Probably so, but I have no idea.
And as you sit here, can you tell us why it is that an appearance for you at that demonstration was placed on your calendar?
Can you rephrase that question?
Sure. How did it come to pass that it was put on your calendar that you were going to appear at a demonstration?
Why was it on your calendar?
Too busy.
I don't know. I was so busy just preparing to object. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. You were going to go to one of these demonstrations as a speaker, right?
I don't think so. I was always preparing to object. We were very busy.
Uh-huh. Well, have a look at what we've marked as number 33. And if you go about 3 pages in at the bottom of that page and then over to the next page, it says invited speakers and featured guests, right?
I'm assuming. I guess I was on there because I was invited.
Right.
But I don't know who made this website. I'm sorry, I can't answer.
Okay. Well,
anything about it.
Well, you can answer that. That's your name and face, right?
That is my name and face, but I don't run that website.
We know your face, Marjorie.
My question to you, Representative Greene, is: did you or someone under your authority at your congressional office authorize you to be placed as a speaker or guest of the wild protest demonstration?
I get many invitations as a member of Congress
Not the question.
to many events and all kinds of speaking engagements.
Not the
and
question.
Most of the time, those go on my calendar, but they have no relevance as to whether I attend or not.
So would it be fair to say, Ms. Greene, that through your office, you authorized your name and your likeness to be associated with the wildprotest.com demonstration?
No, you cannot say that or assume that. That would be whoever organized this.
Well,
He is so vile.
Going back to 33. You know Ali Alexander, don't you?
Uh-oh.
No, I don't really know him, no.
When you say you don't really know him, you've met him, right?
I've seen him before, but I don't know him.
Yeah, how many times have you been in his physical presence to your knowledge?
I cannot even guess. Hardly any.
10? 20?
No.
Have you shaken his hand?
I've shaken his hand before, yes. I
have
shake hands with pretty much everyone I meet.
Lots of people, right? And he's a friend of yours, right?
No.
Okay. We'll come back to that.
We'll come back to I definitely didn't meet him more than 10 times, and I did shake his hand.
The idea of you coming to appear at a demonstration on January 6th?
I do not recall that, no.
You're not denying that happened, you just don't recall one way or the other?
I do not recall that, no.
Okay. Well, did you discuss with anybody attending the wild protest demonstration that was planned for January 6th?
I do not recall ever talking about attending.
Other than people on your congressional staff or your campaign staff, list for me all the people who you spoke to about the demonstrations on January 6th.
That would, I'm sorry, I have no idea.
Okay. You don't remember any of them?
I do not remember.
Not any of them?
No.
Okay. And you spoke to some people about those demonstrations prior to being sworn in as a representative from the 14th District, right?
I don't remember.
And you spoke to some of those people after you took the oath on January 3rd and before the 6th, right?
I don't remember.
Did you speak to anybody in government about the fact that there were going to be demonstrations in Washington on January 6th?
I don't remember. We were mostly reading information about election fraud and people signed.
I was reading my Bible.
It's about what they'd witnessed with voter fraud and preparing to object. That was pretty much all I remember doing.
Right, pretty much. But your testimony as you sit here today under oath is that you didn't talk to anybody in government about the fact that there were going to be large protests in Washington on January 6th.
I don't remember.
You spoke to Representative Biggs or his staff about that fact, didn't you?
I do not remember.
How about Representative Gosar?
Sorry, I don't remember.
Did you talk to people at the White House about the fact that there were going to be large
Okay,
demonstrations?
so for our lawyers in the audience, please let me know how can these other lawyers pierce this not remembering anything?
Prior to January 6th, Representative Greene, did anyone ever mention to you the possibility that there might be violence in Washington on January 6th, 2021?
I don't remember.
Okay. So it's possible that folks told you things could get violent in Washington on January 6th, right?
I was a brand new member of Congress. I don't remember those conversations, but I would hope Nancy Pelosi and those in charge of the Capitol were taking the Capitol security very seriously.
My question is just about whether anybody at all ever mentioned to you the possibility of violence.
I don't remember.
Okay, so you're not denying it, you're just saying you don't recall.
I don't recall.
And you don't recall that people said, we're having these big demonstrations in Washington, and some of the people who come to those demonstrations might become violent. That never happened.
The only violence I'd ever seen was Antifa and BLM riots, and I've been to so many Trump rallies, have never once seen violence out of Trump people.
Right.
I don't recall any talk of violence.
And you knew that the people who were coming to the demonstrations on January 6th, those were Trump people, right?
I knew there were many people coming to support President Trump and our objection on January 6th.
Right, and at least some of them were coming because you asked them to come, right?
I don't recall personally asking people to come, but evidently I tweeted about January 6th.
Did anybody, strike that, did you have any conversations with anybody in government, representatives, senators, White House staff, the President of the United States at the time, any government official or government employee about the fact, this is now prior to January 6th, about the fact that there was a risk that people coming to Washington for January 6th demonstrations might become violent?
I object. That's the fourth time he's asked the same question.
I object.
She's repeatedly
It's not the same
saying,
question.
This is the last time.
Really is the same question.
I will let it, well, you can ask questions last time.
I don't recall.
Ms. Greene, did you ever hear that from any source prior to January 6th that some folks were planning to come to Washington on January 6th, and the idea was that they were going to flood the Capitol with people?
No, I don't remember ever hearing that.
Okay. You never discussed that with anybody?
No, I do not remember that.
Are there tapes?
But you supported the idea of people coming to Washington on January 6th and flooding the Capitol, right?
No, I support people's First Amendment to have a peaceful protest, use their
amendment.
Freedom of speech.
Well, previously you've publicly said that one way for people to express their displeasure with their government would be to flood the Capitol building with people, right?
The Capitol belongs to the people. That's where you come and speak to your senators, your representatives. You come to express your views. You come to talk about how you want your tax dollars spent. You come to talk about how you want senators or representatives to vote.
My question is a bit more narrow than that. You publicly expressed support for the idea that people should come to Washington to express their displeasure with their government by flooding the Capitol.
I don't remember.
She's answered the question. Next, move on.
Can we have PX 23, please?
Uh-oh, PX 23 is a doozy. Sir, may I approach the witness? I hope they keep her on for hours.
Ms. Greene, I've placed in front of you what we previously marked as Petitioner's Exhibit 23, which is a CNN article entitled
CNN's funny.
In 2019, Marjorie Taylor Greene told protesters to flood the Capitol and feel free to use violence.
Your Honor, I object. This is 2019. How many years back? High school? Do we have to be treated with statements that, like, flood the Capitol? Flood the Capitol?
Your Honor, this is a speaking objection. It's not appropriate.
Go ahead. If you can figure out how you're going to lay the foundation for this, you may proceed. Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Ooh, I think the judge is saying this isn't going well for him.
I want to direct your attention, Representative Greene, to the second page
For
of
the
this
complainants,
exhibit.
that is.
Mr. Shelby, could you please go through the proper things so she knows what she's looking at?
Yes, well, I thought I did, but...
I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
Okay. Ms. Greene, this is an article that appeared, we believe, on CNN in the wake of January 6th. And I ask if you've seen this document before.
No, I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to ask some questions about statements that are attributed to you in this article, and you can tell me whether you made them or not, okay? The second page of the document has a quotation that reads, quote, "All of us together, when we rise up, we can end all of this. We can end it. We can do it peacefully. We can. I hope we don't have to do it the other way. I hope not. But we should feel like we will if we have to."
She doesn't remember saying that.
We are the American people.
No,
Do you recall making that statement in 2019 in connection with a protest around Fund the Wall?
No, I don't recall.
Ask Nancy. Go ahead. Next.
Are you denying that you made that statement?
Objection noted.
Oh my God.
You denying that you made that statement?
I'm saying I don't recall.
Okay. You're not
This
denying
is-
it, you just don't recall.
It's a CNN article.
She says she does not recall. That is the answer. Let's move on.
Oh boy. Yeah, maybe starting to ask questions about things she does recall would be interesting.
Let's take a break. Lunch is here.
I am looking forward to lunch break. I want to make a turkey sandwich.
Further up, please. Yeah, keep going. I'm sorry, Judge. I think I'm missing a page in my copy of the exhibit. Okay. Going. I'm sorry. The bottom of yeah, down a little bit. All right. Thank you. You can stop right there. A little further along in the article, I'm just going to ask you whether you made this comment. If we have a sea of people, we will shut down the streets. If we shut down everything, if we flood the Capitol building, go inside. These are public buildings. We own them. We own these buildings. Do you understand that? We own the buildings and we pay all the people that work in the buildings. Did you say that in connection with the Fund the Wall demonstration in February of 2019?
And because it's about the Fund the Wall demonstration, I had not, after she was sworn in as a member of Congress and had taken
It's irrelevant.
Completely irrelevant to what she...
I'm inclined to agree, Mr. Let's go on.
Oh boy.
Move on.
Getting some good objections now.
I don't recall. You're using CNN, and they've chopped up my words so many times. They've lied about me so many times. I mean, you sound like you have as many conspiracy theories as QAnon at this point.
Well, you believe in QAnon, right?
No, I did not say I believe in QAnon.
Let's move on.
You don't believe in QAnon?
This is not relevant. Let's move on.
Brought it up, Your Honor.
QAnon.
PX 84, please, Ms. Wells.
Which one?
84.
84.
Did she open the door to QAnon questions?
Is that your face, Ms. Greene?
Is that your face?
It appears to be.
That's good. She's all hopped up on adrenochrome.
Ask that we play it. It's about 1 minute 50 seconds, and simply ask if that's you making those statements.
Your Honor, before he starts running this, I object unless he assures us that this is the complete clip.
It's hard to say it wasn't you when it's video.
We haven't touched it, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm not saying you touched it.
Right. Well,
this is on. You're prepared to play this.
Oh, this is
I think
good.
your responsibility, and I'm asking the court to require this, or I object, is to make sure that this is not taken out of context. You want to present it as evidence.
Here we
I
go.
think you should be required to explain that this is the entire statement that was
It's
made.
mistaken identity, Judge.
Piece out of context.
May I be heard on this, Your Honor?
Sure, of course. Go ahead, Mr.
Your Honor, we have been denied the opportunity to conduct discovery in this case, as Your Honor knows, given the speed with which this proceeding had to go forward. We have been denied the opportunity to issue subpoenas, to get records, to do precisely what Mr. Bopp would like me to do. In fact, Mr. Bopp objected to all of those things and said, we don't want them to do those things. So the idea now that he is objecting to us playing a portion of his own client's words, she can defend herself quite ably. She will tell us if it's out of context or if it's QAnon or something else.
Let's back up. First of all, what is this again?
This is a video, we believe, of the Congresswoman making a statement.
And where did it come from?
It came from the CNN article, links to it, from Facebook.
So this was pulled off of what, the internet?
Well, it was connected through.
It's from the internet.
No,
Throw him the hell out of here.
From a tweet.
Okay, next question. This is the complete. That's what was there?
That's what was there, yes.
Okay, have you made any alterations?
No, sir.
Are you aware of any alterations?
No, sir.
Okay. Do we know when it was made?
We believe it was made in February of 2019, but I think...
You can now ask the witness about it.
Beautiful.
Can we play the video, please?
Play the clip. Are we going to be able to hear it?
In Washington, D.C. on February 23rd and protest and march with me at 8 a.m. Really? Please, I'm begging you. If we have, if we have a sea of people, if we shut down the streets, if we shut down everything, if we flood the Capitol building, flood all the government buildings, go inside. These are public buildings. We own them. We own these buildings. Do you understand that? We own the buildings and we pay all the people that work in the buildings. You know what? February 23rd may be kind of cold. We're going to go inside. We're going to be warm. And then we're going to demand that our federal government serve we the people. Because we're sick and tired of their ways. We're sick and tired of the corruption. See, here's the issue. Here's the issue, America. They think that we're stupid, and they treat us like we're stupid, and we allow it. We allow it. Well, no more. We're not going to allow it anymore. We want solutions to the problems. We want to take care of America. America is first. Americans come first with Americans' taxpayer dollars. We're done. We're done. And we have a massive list of grievances, okay? We have a huge list of grievances. And that's why on February 23rd in Washington, D.C. at 8 a.m.
I'm not sure if that's me.
Protest. And I am telling you to get your butt there. I'm begging all of you to be there. Be there. Let's make this huge. There's a lot of really, really great people organizing this. You don't even know.
Ms. Greene, that's you, right?
That's me.
And in that clip, you were urging people to come to Washington and flood the Capitol, right?
What year was that?
You tell me, Ms. Greene.
I believe it was for February 23rd, 2019.
Right.
There was no violence that day. We peacefully protested.
Fair enough. But my point is to ask you the question. You were urging people for that demonstration to flood the Capitol.
To peacefully protest with me and enter the Capitol and ask our lawmakers to serve the American people.
So now you remember giving that statement, right?
Now that we've watched the video, I remember that.
Now that your memory has been jogged a little bit, do you remember talking about that demonstration being done on a peaceful basis?
That demonstration was peaceful.
Right. And you remember that you said, we can do it peacefully, right?
Of course, I only believe in peaceful demonstration. I do not support violence.
In fact, what you said is, we can do it peacefully. We can. I hope we don't have to do it the other way. I hope not. But we should feel like we will if we have to, because we are the American people. That was another statement that you made in the same presentation, right?
That was in your CNN article, and I don't trust CNN as a source. They've lied about me multiple times.
Are you denying that under oath that you made that statement?
I'm not. I just don't recall. I'm not recalling saying specifically that. The demonstration was peaceful. History shows that.
What year was this again?
2019. It has nothing to do with January 6th.
I'll move on, Your Honor.
You're pushing the envelope, Joe.
I thought you already fallen off the cliff.
No comments. No comments.
Yeah, I'd appreciate if Mr. Bach would keep his humor to himself for the moment. He can do that in the cameras outside when the time comes.
Gentlemen, and I'm serious. We need to get back to task.
Ms. Greene, did you or any member of your government or campaign staff communicate with Anthony Aguero about the events of January 6th?
Oh, boy.
January 6th?
I don't recall.
Did you or any member of your staff, either congressional staff or campaign staff, communicate with somebody named Dustin Stockton prior to January 6th?
I don't think I know who that is.
Okay. How about Jennifer Lawrence? Not the actress, but a Jennifer Lawrence who's involved in conservative politics. Did you or any member of your congressional campaign staff communicate with Ms. Lawrence prior to January 6th about the demonstrations that were planned for that day?
I don't recall. I don't think I know who that is.
Doesn't remember a damn thing.
Did you or any member of your campaign or congressional staff, Ms. Greene, provide any support for any demonstrations that occurred on January 6, 2021?
I have no idea. I don't think so. I don't recall.
Did you or any member of your staff provide information, advice, funds, printed material, the promise of a public statement, to withhold a public statement, anything along those lines in connection with the demonstrations that were planned for January 6th?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
And if somebody were to come in here and say, oh yeah, she gave us support for our demonstrations, you'd say, I don't remember that. That didn't happen.
I'm not sure what you're saying. I think you're speculating. That's hypothetical.
Prior to January 6, 2021, you heard that people were planning to enter the Capitol on January 6th and engage in violence, right?
No.
I object that. I think that's the fifth time he's been.
Well, no chance the question. No. Next.
Never heard that from anybody.
No.
Yeah. And prior to January 6, 2021, you were aware that people were going to make noise outside the Capitol as a means to disrupt the proceedings inside the Capitol. Is that fair?
No, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay. And prior to January 6, 2021, had you heard that people were planning to enter the Capitol building illegally? in order to disrupt the electoral count process?
No, absolutely not. I don't know anything about that.
Okay. Your Honor, it's I think 12:45 is.
Well, let's talk about that. How much longer do you think you need, Mr.
Hours.
You know, probably an hour.
All right, well, why don't we take I'm going to change. Let's take an hour, and let's be back here at 12:45, so that's 1:45, right? Did I do that right?
Could I respectfully ask to make it 45 minutes only?
Well, 45 minutes. You want to make it 12:30? I mean, 1:30.
1:30.
I'm challenged on the clock. 1:30, 45 minutes adequate for you, Mr. Bob? Is that okay with you, Congresswoman?
To continue.
I mean, we got 45 minutes for lunch. Is that okay?
Oh, sure.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll reconvene in 45 minutes, which will be 1:30.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, do we need to clear the table or do
I believe it's secure, right? It should be secure. Yeah. We'll see everybody back at 1.
What a vile, vile woman. All right. I can't thank everybody enough for being here. That does it. We'll see everybody later. No, there's going to be more of this. And this is one of the most disgusting members of Congress at this time. And it's so great to have so many of you here. We are minutes from entering our 5th hour. There is Matt Gaetz acting almost like he's providing security. Matt Gaetz is a disgusting young man, and he is in the middle of his own investigation for child sex trafficking across state lines. He's got a hell of a problem on his hands. So does she. And we are going to continue here. I do want to ask you guys a favor. I would love for you guys to support the work we do. We're mostly funded by viewers through the membership program. Just grab a membership at joinpacman.com. This is super, super easy. You go to joinpacman.com. We have coupon codes. One of them is Obamna. If you use that code, Obamna, look at what the price becomes. And if you do it monthly, it's wild. So I would love to have your support. We will continue streaming this all day. We don't want to miss a second of it. Even when the video freezes like this, we have backup streams for you. So we have all of it. We're not going to miss a moment of it. We will even refresh this potentially. Thank you to everybody who's been supporting via Twitch Prime as well, including Meech Markris and all these other people. Thank you to Kelly McGowan. Kelly McGowan just signed up on my website with the coupon code Obamna. Obamna. I also want to say thank you to Terry Schwerin, George Bradford, and Jody Bundrick, who between the three of them have gifted 4 subscriptions. You can also gift subscriptions on my website. Those 4 subscriptions go to the following people who have asked for them. Oh boy. They are Julian Ganest, Kevin Batdorf, Judah Diaz, and Gary Hayes. If you want a free membership, just go to davidpacman.com/free membership and you will get put on the list. There are currently 643 people waiting for free memberships. So hopefully we will get some of those going. Also, thanks to Kelly Dott, who is new member number 43 today. People asking where the Obamna thing comes from. Always glad to indulge us on that.
If Ted doesn't win, your second amendment's going to be in trouble. Big trouble. Remember that. O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obamna.
There it is, Obamna. Those are the oranges of Obamna for anybody who is wondering. Whoa, memberships are dumping in. Thanks to Brandon Thames and Thomas Connell, numbers 44 and 45. David Dinar is gifting a membership. That's number 46. And the lucky recipient is Mark Riley. Mark, congratulations. Ooh, some generous people here. Tyler McClure has just signed up and is new member number 47 at joinpacman.com. Actual one is number 48. It's hard to even keep up with what's happening here. And the super chats are flying in. I think we need to elect people with better memories. I agree. I pay monthly without a code for a reason. Thanks, Pear. Pear foregoing the coupon code. Robert McShane is new member number 49. Hey, you know what? Obamna. Number 50, I'll send you a free item from my online store. coffee mug, hat, hoodie, whatever. Whoever is next, number 50, we're at 49, number 50 at joinpacman.com. Even if you use a coupon code, I will indeed send you a free item. We do have people calling in about what's going on here.
David, Dustin, from a suburb near Tulsa, Oklahoma. Are you going to reveal your list of sex on the world famous Boner Show?
My list of sex. I don't even know what that means. That's bizarre. That's bizarre. Other, let's see, other comments about the hearing so far. Let's see if there's anything else here.
Hello, David, sir. I want to talk about massive dumps. No,
oh my God.
I don't really. Some of my Republican friends have been posting and talking about a data dump.
Okay, no, we can't do the data dump stuff today. We just can't do that. It's not the day for it. We have something that's too big going on to talk about the data dumps. That's going to have to be on a different day. Thank you to Skittle Stew, who has just gifted 2 subs on Twitch, and Frank Morningtree a 3rd. That's really very much appreciated. But number 50, kind of, with the free item, is Scott Woodard. Scott has just signed up on my website with the coupon code Obamna. You're number 50, even though you're kind of 53. Please email in, Scott, and we'll send you an item. Also, thanks to Lori Miller and Natalie Saltzman, Stephen Donato and Kimberly Kohler, Mark Grobner and Jason Gartner, Helga Haar, Elizabeth Bornman, Brooke Colburn, Daniel Davis, and Sebastian Araya, who have all signed up. That puts us at 62. And then gifts are coming in as well. Oh, God, I think the website's about to crash from the membership pressure. Wait, Nancy Coughlin and Andy Levy and Sean Empson have just signed up. That's 65. God, I hope the website doesn't crash. We just received a gift from David Dinar, which is number 66. That gift goes to Trevor Welsh. Yes, guys, if you want a free membership, it's davidpacman.com/free membership. Uh-oh. I don't know if we can hold her. The website is very, very under stress. Thanks to Zach Thomas and Suzanne Hopp, numbers 67 and 68. Jamie O'Toole is new member number 69. Also thanks to Terry White and Scott Thatcher, number 70 and 71. Also a gift coming in from Adam Gingrich. Adam is one of the top gifters. That gift goes to Robert Grant. Congratulations, Robert. Cole has gifted a membership. That's number 73, and that one goes to John Harshbarger. And then I want to say thanks to Charlotte Stone, Joelle Snyder, and Jojo Doyle, putting us at 76. Did I miss anybody? Oh, Senadin Zidane is number 77. Okay, and then Darla Vaughn, Adrienne Hagen, and Ryan Meager put us at 80. Oh my God, there's 41 people trying to sign up right now. I don't even know if the website can hold this, to be perfectly frank. Super chats coming in. The judge seems corrupt. That's a big claim. Are we ready to speak about the judge's corruption? I don't know about that. Hold on. Did the website crash? No, the website's still up. The website's still up. All right, everybody. I'm going to take lunch. I'm going to make a turkey sandwich, and then we will all be back here at the bottom of the hour. The stream continues. Everybody stand by.
Our presentation on the law from Mr. Bopp. We did not object to that.
I will let you answer the question. I've forgotten what it is. Could you repeat it?
Can we ask for it to be right back?
Question. if you were aware that somebody was going to unlawfully interfere with the constitutional process of counting electoral votes, you would be obliged to have them arrested or stopped, right?
You may answer.
You may answer the question to the best of your ability.
I had no knowledge of any attempt, and so if that's a question that I can't answer.
Well,
I can't answer that question.
I take your representation that you had no knowledge for the time being. I'm asking it as a hypothetical question, just to understand
I
your...
can't answer a hypothetical question.
Well, I'm permitted to ask you one, so I'm going to ask you again. If you had knowledge in advance that someone was going to unlawfully interfere with the counting of the electoral votes in a presidential election, under your oath, you'd be obliged to do something to stop that, right?
I object. She's not being charged for violating her oath. There is no foundation laid that she had any knowledge about anything like that.
We'll come to that.
And so these hypothetical...
Sustained.
Let me try it a different way, Ms. Greene. You remember the part in the oath where you talked about taking on the obligations of the oath freely and without mental reservation or purpose of evasion? You recall that from a few minutes ago, right?
Yes.
Okay. If you knew that people were planning to interfere with the constitutional process of counting the electoral votes, you knew that before you took the oath, and you took the oath anyway, and decided not to do anything about those plans, that would be a mental reservation. Don't you agree?
I object. She is not being charged with violating the oath. The question is, did she engage in insurrection or rebellion?
Her state of mind is relevant, Your Honor. We think it's very important to have her understanding.
What, Mr. Chair?
It's relevant to whether she engaged in insurrection during the time period from January 3rd to January 6th. And we're going to be talking about her state of mind all day.
You may come back to that question after you have laid a foundation for why it ties into her activities from and after the
Fair enough.
Of the oath.
Fair enough, Your Honor. Ms. Greene, you're familiar with social media, right?
Yes.
And that's a form of communication, right?
Yes.
You know what Facebook is and Twitter, right?
Yes.
You use those as an important form of communication in your work.
Yes.
You post messages on Facebook, right?
I post statements, messages, yes.
Videos also, right?
Yes.
And you also respond and react to other people's comments when they're posted on Facebook or Twitter, right?
Yes.
And you do that as a way to get your political views out into the world.
It's my freedom of speech to do so.
I agree. And you've been very successful at using social media to get your views out into the world, right?
I would say that's an opinion.
Well, I'm asking your opinion. You've got hundreds of thousands of people who follow you on Twitter and Facebook, right?
No, not really, because my personal Twitter account doesn't exist anymore.
Before it was suspended by Twitter, you had hundreds of thousands of people following you on Facebook and Twitter, right?
Yes.
And by the way, the way Facebook and Twitter work, is my understanding, is they don't have to necessarily follow you to read what you have to say, right?
I guess so.
So it could be millions of people who have read the things that you have said on Facebook and Twitter over the years.
I don't know that.
But it could be. You would agree with that, right?
No, I don't know that.
Okay.
I don't know how many people read or see what I post on social media.
But what you post on social media is what you want people to know about your political beliefs, correct?
Sure.
Okay. You're not putting stuff up there as a joke, are you?
Sometimes, yes.
Well, we'll come back to that. And you use Facebook and Twitter to communicate with your constituents in the 14th Congressional District here in Georgia, right?
Yes.
So, immediately after the 2020 election, And through January 6th, and even beyond that, you issued a number of tweets and made statements on Twitter and Facebook about the election, right?
Yes.
You tweeted a whole lot of material about your views of what happened in the 2020 election.
Yes.
And the thrust of those tweets were that you felt that the election was stolen from the sitting president.
I object. That is...
You can ask the question, what is your opinion?
Well, I also want to ask whether she communicated that opinion through... Well, let's do it that way, Your Honor. I take your point.
Where are you going with this, counsel?
I'm going to show the witness a number of her tweets, and I wanted to make sure that I understand the context of them, that's all.
Well, she said she posts on Twitter.
Right. And my question is whether she posts material that reflect the opinion that you have. Strike that. Ms. Greene, you had the opinion between November 2020, when the election happened, and January 6th, 2021, that the election was stolen from President Trump.
I object.
Am I right about that?
Ask her if you've got questions about specific documents or specific things. Go ahead. Let's not bandy around.
Let's go to PX 2A, Ms. Wells, please.
I'm sorry, which one is this?
2A, Your Honor. Can you see that, Ms. Greene?
Mm-hmm.
And what we have here in 2A is a document. Well, I'll ask you, can you tell us, is this a statement that you posted on Twitter on December 3rd, 2020?
Go ahead.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am?
Yes.
Yeah. And this is a statement where you talk about that you were looking for a senator to join yourself and Representative Mo Brooks to reject the fraudulent votes for Joe Biden and to keep the real Donald Trump in the White House, right?
I object, Your Honor, to the... You can hear my objection.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting with bated breath, Jim.
All right. This violates her right of free speech. There is nothing in this statement that meets the Brandenburg test, even if speech could be considered, since it can't when we're dealing with engages, which is conduct, not speech. And it does not even meet the incitement test, which requires directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action.
Your Honor, we heard an hour of argument this morning on this.
Hold on. Go ahead, Mr. Bob. Thank you, Your Honor. That is likely to incite or produce action, end quote. So it's objectionable. And to call her into account for her First Amendment free speech is unconstitutional.
Mr. Bob, I appreciate your argument, but that's argument. I'm going to allow the question. Go ahead, Mr. Shelby.
When you sent out this, strike that, did you send out this tweet, Ms. Greene? Ms. Wells, could you put it back up?
Yes.
Okay. And when you sent out this tweet, you wanted the people who read the tweet to know that it was your view that the votes for Mr. Biden for president were fraudulent, or some of them were, right?
That really wasn't the purpose of that tweet.
I'm just asking whether when you sent this, you were communicating to the people who read your Twitter account that you believed that there were fraudulent votes for Mr. Biden and that your goal was to keep President Trump in the White House.
I was communicating that we were looking for a senator to join our objection, which is very much part of the responsibilities and duties that I can do as a member of Congress.
I agree with that, but the purpose of that was because you believed that the votes for Mr. Biden were fraudulent, right? Or at least some of them.
We had been spending a vast amount of time reading and researching and talking to people and had seen tremendous evidence of voter fraud. I don't know if you're aware, because I know you're not from Georgia. We currently have, our Secretary of State has an
Your Honor,
investigation
I would move
going
to
on
strike this.
into
I'm
election
entitled to
fraud
get
right
answers to
now.
my questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Greene. All right, let's back up.
By the way, Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt. We missed something very important. Can the representative be sworn?
Oh, thank you. No, I swore in.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay. I didn't see that. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Thank you.
All right. And can I ask the court to acknowledge that this is an adverse witness, a hostile witness?
Yes, that she's an adverse witness, and you may therefore cross-examine.
Right.
Even though it's only your case in chief. Yes, I acknowledge that.
And I would ask the court to remind the witness that in this posture, she has to answer my questions. She can't give speeches. Is that fair?
You're entitled to an answer to the question that is asked.
She's not entitled to make her answer.
You're not entitled to answers that are to require her to answer when the question is objectionable, violates her First Amendment rights, is irrelevant to the charges that are being made, just to what? Fishing expedition, political theater, what is this?
This is cross-examination.
This is cross-examination.
I'm entitled to a yes, no, or I can't answer response.
Let's go ahead.
Unless this is objectionable.
You have a standing objection, Mr. Bob, to everything in the world. I want to question your witness. Let her testify. She's doing fine.
Wait a minute. That's enough. Stop. Mr. Bob, please sit down. Next question, Mr. Chairman. This is not theater. This is not an argument from the Supreme Court. This is an evidentiary hearing. So let's get going. Go ahead, Mr. Shelley.
Ms. Wells, can you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 2C, please?
So which number?
2C. Ms. Greene, is this a tweet that you sent out from your account on December 19th, 2020?
Yes.
And in this tweet, let me go back a second. Your Honor, I would just ask that the previous exhibit, which I think was 2D, be admitted into evidence.
What was the number?
2D.
2A.
I'm sorry, 2A.
All right, so 2A is in. Yes, I'll admit it.
I'd ask that 2C be admitted into evidence.
2C. All right, you say that again. I was distracted. Go through it again.
Sure. I asked the witness if this was her tweet. She said it was.
This is your tweet. Okay.
And I ask that it be admitted into evidence.
I object. It's not probative. It violates her First Amendment rights.
Well,
it has nothing to do with engage. It doesn't. Before January 3rd.
It's in for what it's worth, Mr. Bob.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know it's worth anything, but it's in.
Go ahead. And I apologize, Your Honor.
It's okay.
I do think it's my responsibility to make pertinent objections.
I respect it. Go ahead, Mr. Bob. I respect it. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Shelley.
Thank you. Representative Greene, in your tweet on December 19, 2020 that we've marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 2C, one of the things you're communicating to the people who would read this tweet was that you want them to come to Washington on January 6th for a demonstration. Is that right?
For a march for Trump.
Right. Fight for Trump. The phrase that you use there is hashtag fight for Trump, right? That's what the words say.
That's what it says in my tweet.
Okay. And you posted that because you, in fact, wanted people to show up on January 6th, 2021 in D.C. in order to help you stop the theft of the 2020 election from your point of view.
No.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure we got a clear answer on this. You did believe at this time that the 2020 election had been stolen by the Democrats from Mr. Trump, right?
I was asking people to come for a peaceful march, which is what everyone is entitled to do under their First Amendment, but I was not asking them to actively engage in violence or any type of action.
My question is really simple. It's about your opinion. when this tweet came out, and in this period, it was your opinion that the election had been stolen from Mr. Trump or was about to be stolen, right?
Under my opinion, there was a tremendous amount of fraudulent things that happened in the election, and under my opinion, I want to do anything I can to protect election integrity and to protect the people of my district in Georgia, people's votes. They should count.
Is it fair to say, Representative Greene, that from election night of 2020 until January 6, 2021, your personal opinion and your wish was that Congress not certify Joe Biden as the winner of the 2020 election?
No, that's not accurate.
You believed that Joe Biden had lost the election to Mr. Trump, right?
Well, yes. We saw a tremendous amount of voter fraud. We have investigations going on right now in the state of Georgia. There's investigations going on in multiple states. My own husband showed up to vote in the general election, and when he went in to vote in person, he was told that he had already voted by absentee ballot, when in fact he had never even requested an absentee ballot. There's many instances.
And that a portion of testimony from Georgia Republican Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene in a hearing to determine whether she should be allowed to run for re-election to Congress. A group opposing her candidacy is citing a provision of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution that states that if a member of Congress takes part in an insurrection or rebellion against the federal government, they're disqualified for running for re-election. She's been associated with the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. Hearing expected to resume in about 15 minutes or so. And of course, our live coverage will continue here on C-SPAN. While we wait, here is more of her testimony from a short time ago.
Representative Greene, I think we're ready. Come on back up. Everybody ready? We good? Okay. We're back on the record. Representative Greene, appreciate your patience with the disruption. Appreciate everybody's cooperation while they dealt with technology. It's one of the veins of human existence. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Shelley. Thank you.
Your Honor, I would just ask that Mr. Bob not consult with his client in the break period while I'm examining her. That's generally not permitted, in my experience.
Go ahead.
Can we see Plaintiff's Exhibit 2C, please, Ms. Wells?
I'm sorry, we're on 2C?
2C.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Greene, this is the tweet that we talked about a little bit earlier. Just a quick question on it. You issued this on December 19th, 2020, correct?
I can't see real well, but I think that's the date.
Maybe we can make it a little larger.
That's what it says.
And what you were doing in this tweet was you were tweeting out a story from the Epic Times about President Trump saying that the protests that were planned for January 6th were going to be, quote, wild, right?
I object. We don't have the, where's the article?
Right there under the picture of President Trump.
Does it quote that?
Yes, it says, Trump, supporters should join wild protest in D.C. on Jan 6th.
Okay, I withdraw my objection. I can't see that. I can't see
Could you make it a
that.
little larger, Ms. Wells? It doesn't say that.
Good. Okay.
You can answer the question, Representative Greene.
What was your question?
My question is, what you were doing in this tweet is you were tweeting out a story from the Epic Times about President Trump making a statement that the protest on January 6th would be wild, right?
I tweeted an article that had the details of the dates and times.
Right, and also included President Trump's statements that he expected the demonstrations on January 6th to be wild, right?
I don't think that's what my tweet was about.
Okay, well, but you see that the article says Trump, supporters should join, quote, wild protests in D.C. on Jan 6.
I don't remember tweeting that specifically for what you're saying. Those are your words.
No,
those aren't mine.
I'm actually reading from what's on the...
You're speculating on why I tweeted that, but I don't remember tweeting it for that specific reason.
Ms. Greene, I'm just asking questions.
I'm just answering.
And in your tweet, you mentioned earlier that your words, join hashtag March for Trump in D.C. on January 6th to fight for Trump, that you were urging people to come to Washington for a peaceful demonstration, right?
Peaceful demonstration, right. Absolutely.
Yeah, that word peaceful is nowhere in this tweet, right?
Pardon?
Look, that word peaceful is
I
not in
can't
this
read
tweet.
it. There's only half of it there.
Let's give the representative a paper copy of that one. So I'll make sure.
No, I can see it now. It was scrolled up just a second ago.
Okay, peaceful's not in there, is it?
Well, you know, like.
Is the word peaceful in there, Ms. Greene?
It does not say peaceful right there.
That's my question.
But you're asking me, and I said for peaceful demonstration, just like people have the right to do in their First Amendment.
I'm asking, there's not a secret code in there that it's supposed to be peaceful, right?
Well, I never mean anything for violence. I don't support violence of any kind, and I've said it over and over again. So I'm telling you.
You just didn't say it on this occasion, did you?
I never mean anything for violence. All of my words never, ever mean anything for violence.
We'll examine that question. Go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 2F, please.
2F?
F
as in Frank?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I'm looking at the, this top half of the exhibit. Ms. Greene, this is a tweet that you sent out on January 2nd, 2021, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You don't recall this?
I don't recall tweeting that, no.
Okay. You can set that to one side. Well, let me ask this question. Does anybody tweet things on your Twitter account? Strike that. Did anybody in January of 2021 tweet things on your Twitter account without your permission?
On what day?
Any time from November of 2020 to January 6th.
I don't remember. That's difficult to answer.
Okay. You'd be surprised if somebody got into your Twitter account and tweeted something without your permission, wouldn't you?
Well, no one tweeted anything without my permission. I just don't remember who tweeted what.
Fair enough. Now, would you agree, Ms. Greene, that this tweet from January 2nd, 2021 is something that we can fairly attribute to you, being that it was tweeted on your Twitter account?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Okay. We'll take that down. Ms. Greene, you've had your disagreements with Speaker Pelosi, isn't that right?
I'm not sure what you mean.
You've had political disagreements with her. You don't agree with some of the things she's done in her career, right?
Politically speaking, that would be correct.
Right. You don't agree with a lot of things she's done, right?
Politically speaking, that would be correct.
In fact, you think that Speaker Pelosi is a traitor to the country, right?
I'm not answering that question. It's speculation. It's hypothetical.
You've said that, haven't you, Ms. Greene, that she's a traitor to the country?
No, I haven't said that.
Okay. Plaintiff's Exhibit 5, please.
Oh, no, wait. Hold on now. I believe by not upholding the securing the border, that violates her oath of office.
Fair enough. I'm not interested in her oath of office. I'm interested in that you said that she's a traitor to our country, right?
I object, Your Honor. She is not.
I don't see the relevance of that, Mr. Chili. Next.
Your Honor, can we give Mr. Bopp a standing objection on the First Amendment grounds?
No.
Because this is an effort to interrupt my examination of the witness.
They're not live yet, right? This is still from earlier?
The witness's desire to engage in insurrection during the period January 3rd to January 6th. Now, it's true that...
So we'll chat. All right, welcome everybody. I am back from lunch. It's a great thing.
Uncharged piccolo. Let's take a break. Lunch is here. The food is here.
All right, so we are waiting for them to return. And what was on my sandwich? It was a turkey sandwich, turkey cheddar on extremely sour sourdough with mayonnaise. What else did I put on it? Actually, wait a second. No, I had, I think I actually had a calzone.
By the way, how are the calzones?
No, pickle. What did I have? Pickle, bell pepper, and sliced olives, and spinach as well. And I had an apple, if you can believe it, or not on the sandwich, of course. Okay, good. All right. The judge seems corrupt. Still our latest super chat. Okay, good. Let me, so many questions. When does this resume? In 5 minutes. What is happening next? Marjorie Taylor Greene still being questioned by the petitioners for about an additional hour. Is she then going to be questioned by her own counsel? I genuinely don't know. What other witnesses are we going to hear from? I don't know. How many days is this going to go? We don't know. I think in theory it was going to be 1 day. This is cross-examination. Right. Yeah. So these are the petitioners. What I'm saying is I don't know if her defense counsel will get to question her or how that's going to work. There will be many objections. Exactly. Let's get caught up on anybody who has supported us since I walked away. And that is Erroneous, Slingblade, Stuck-a-Duck, Tobias, Paythord, Sobi via Twitch Prime, putting us at 86. And then I do need to try to get caught up. Oh my God, the number, I don't even know if I can do all the gifts that came in. Let's try, okay? The following people are sending gifts. In a moment, I'll tell you who's getting them. This is on my website, joinpacman.com. David Dinar. Whoops, not this one. Tamisha Faulkner. Oh, I wonder if that's Tamisha from the Bronx who calls in. I think it might be. So Tamisha. Let me see here. Jennifer DeVoe. Kelly Cisco. And Tiffany McLay. So that puts us at 91. The lucky recipients are Micah Morgan, Ruben Sanchez, Benjamin Costello, D. Gold, and Ann Keeley. So those are gifts. All right. Then I want to thank the people who just signed up for themselves. Hold on. I'm trying to keep up with it all. Rick Chadwell also sends a gift. That's number 92. And the recipient there is Jim Gatz. If you want a free membership, go to davidpacman.com/free membership. There's currently 661 people waiting. Now, here are the people, self-centered individuals getting themselves memberships. No, I'm kidding. Brenda Spicer, Andy Levy, Brian Rodman, Garrett Hoyer, Billy Deason, Tim Frost, Mary Brenneman is number 7. Nancy Wilson is number 8. Christian Martin, 9. Adrian Wells, 10. John Lovetier, 11. Theodore Hartman is number 12. Drizzle Banis is number 13. Kay Buchanan is 14. John Pams, 15. Michelle Kazenska, 16. Virginia Drapkin is 17. Michael Wu is 18. That puts us at 110, which is already off the charts. And then Samuel Baker, Lori Morgan. I'm determined to thank everybody. Dorothy Green, Pamela Palumbo. Pamela. What am I talking about? Pamela. That sounds really stupid. I said it like Pamela. Thanks, Pamela. No, Pamela. We got a gift from Drizzle Banis, which is number 115. That gift goes to Denise London. Sandy Hill signed up. Michael Sachs. And I think that puts me where we need to be at 117. Did I get everybody? I think I did. And over on Bezos Bucks, Jen here, Jerkface, Vagnar, Filthy Fim, using their Bezos Bucks on Twitch, putting us at 121. Remember, if you have Amazon Prime, you get a free Twitch Prime subscription. Beautiful thing. Super chats. Thanks for your fantastic work. You're my go-to for well thought out commentary, says Ace of Spade. Thank you. Secret Squirrel sends a super chat. Oh, where was I interviewed earlier? So when I stepped away earlier, I was interviewed on this British channel called Trigonometry. I guess it's like right wing, although I don't really know anything about it. And we did have some disagreements. We spoke for about 45 minutes. I don't know when they're publishing it, but I think you're going to find it interesting. It was a 2-on-1. I was defending myself against brutal attacks from two. They seemed like center right, I guess. Is anybody familiar with Trigonometry? They're British. Exactly. Yes. Thanks to Hat Mumfrey and WebTech for the Twitch Prime subscriptions. Very much appreciate that. The subject matter. So I tried to make it mostly about like economics and stuff like that, but they kept wanting to ask me about like cultural issues. And I was like, guys, these are not real issues, you know? These are issues that the right uses because they've abandoned policy. And we talked about trans, we talked about immigration and all these different things. I think it will be interesting when they publish it. Did I put spicy mustard? You know, normally I do put mustard on my turkey sandwich, but today I did not. I went with, usually I'll take mayo on one bread element and mustard on the other. Sometimes I'll use a grain mustard, sometimes Dijon. Yellow, probably not. Today I went mayo on both sides, which is unusual, but just because of the seriousness of the event I'm covering, it felt as though mustard use would be uncouth. Call me crazy, but that's my view. I want to say thanks to Eric Ubelman, who is new member number 124. I have two more gifts. David is the best sends a gift, and Haley from Georgia sends a gift. The recipients are Mark Sman and Kyle Eldridge. Thank you so much. A lot of people are like, who is this guy in the lower right-hand corner of my screen? I was just looking for the testimony. We're all asking that question. This is the David Pakman Show YouTube channel. And I would love for you to stick around, and we're about to get started here. I do want to ask you one favor, though.
I need 11,000 votes. Give me a break.
It's nothing like that. No. It's just, if you've been enjoying the stream, sign up at joinpakman.com. Now, what is this comment? Well, hold on. I'm not sure sandwiches are the best thing for David to be eating. What the hell does that mean? What does that even mean? Anyway, yeah, you can get yourself a membership at joinpakman.com. It's primarily how we do what we do. It's our number one funding source. And if you have a membership, you can check this box right here, which is this a gift? And that will basically put your membership in a queue to be given to someone who is waiting for a membership. There are currently 659 people waiting for memberships. So we'll see if we can give away some of those. I need 11,000 memberships. Give me a break. Okay. Voicemails. Yep, we've got a couple of voicemails, I think, related to the hearings.
Hey, David. Just wondering, are you much of a dessert person? And if you are you more of like a pastries kind of person, or more like ice cream, or maybe even potentially candy?
No candy, not huge on ice cream. For me, the top desserts are flan, chocolate babka, tiramisu, pistachio baklava. For me, it's hard to do better than those four desserts.
Pac-Man. Marjorie Taylor Greene gonna sit up there and say she don't know on everything.
Yep.
I'm telling you, she gonna say no on everything. Oh, I don't know. I forgot. I don't know.
Okay. Now, that voicemail is from 20 minutes ago, so it's not that much of a prediction because we already saw like hours of that. But it's a fair point, and that is exactly what is going on.
David, MTG is getting on my nerves. Her little smug little look on the podium.
I know.
And she keeps, I don't recall. No, I don't know. I don't recall. I don't think so.
Yeah, well, what I'm curious about is, the judge is back. What I'm curious about is whether the lawyers will find a way around I don't recall. Let's find out. She's back.
Representative? Thank you. Okay. Mr. Shelley?
Thanks, sir. Representative Greene, good afternoon. I want to go back and ask a couple narrow questions, and then we'll move to another topic. The Twitter handle @MTGreene, that's your Twitter handle, right? Or it was before your account was suspended?
Before my account was permanently banned.
Got it. And during the period from January 3rd to January 6th, did you or anybody in your office, your congressional office, provide tours, either formally or informally, to people of the U.S. Capitol?
No, the only people that were with me was my husband and my children.
That would be on the 3rd, is that right?
They were, I don't recall the exact days. I believe they went back to Georgia on the 4th.
Okay. I'm trying to capture the period from January 3rd when you were sworn in until January 6th. At any time during that period, did anybody in your office provide tours to anybody of the U.S. Capitol?
No.
Okay. And during that period, did anybody on your campaign staff, or did you authorize the provision of funds, money, to people who were planning a demonstration on January 6th?
I don't think so. I don't recall that at all.
If you wanted to know the answer to that question, who would you ask?
I would have to talk to people in my campaign, but I don't think we did anything. How would we have done that? We didn't do anything like that.
During that same period of January 3rd to January 6th, did you or anybody on your campaign or congressional staff provide any information of any sort to anyone in connection with January 6th demonstrations?
I don't think so. I have no idea. I don't think so.
And did you have members of the public visit your congressional office between January 3rd and January 6th?
No.
And during that period from January 3rd to January 6th, did anyone from your congressional office or your campaign provide maps or the location of offices within the Capitol?
No. We got our keys to my office on January 3rd. I couldn't even find where the bathroom was most of the time.
You know why I'm asking these questions, don't you, Representative Greene?
I have no idea why you're asking these questions.
Representative Greene, you're familiar with the significance of the year 1776 in U.S. history, right?
Yes.
1776 is the year that the Declaration of Independence was signed, right? Mm-hmm. And that was a statement by representatives of the 13 colonies that they were no longer subject to the authority of the British Crown, right?
They were declared, it was a Declaration of Independence from the British Crown.
Right. And in fact, you may recall this from your studies, the Declaration of Independence refers to King George as a tyrant, right?
I'm sure it may say that somewhere in the history books. I don't have the history books in front of me, and I don't know which one you're referring to, but...
Well, I'm referring to the Declaration of Independence. That's the one that says that King George was a tyrant, unfit to be a ruler of a free people.
Are you quoting the Declaration? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, well, you'll accept that from me, won't you?
If you're quoting it.
Okay. And you would agree that when a government acts tyrannically, then it's unfit to be the ruler of a free people.
We're typically against tyrannical governments here.
And the people who wrote the Declaration of Independence, they were working with other people in the colonies to express their independence from Britain, right?
I wasn't alive back then, but there's the history. I'm not a history expert, but
we know.
Well,
as
you've heard of the American Revolution, haven't you?
Of course I have,
Okay.
yes.
And you know that the American Revolution was a violent rebellion against British rule in the colonies.
Yes.
And they were trying to overthrow the government in Britain that was ruling the colonies, right?
America was trying to start our own government.
Right. And to do
I
that,
thought you
they had to
didn't
get
know.
rid of the British colonial officials who were here in America and throw them out.
Yes.
And they viewed the British officials here and the Crown in Britain as a tyrannical government, right?
Yes.
Okay. That was an insurrection. Wouldn't you agree? The American Revolution was an insurrection against the government?
I don't believe it. I don't know where it said that.
Well, I'm asking you whether or not you agree that the American Revolution was an insurrection against the British government.
I believe it was the American Revolution is part of our history where we separated from the Crown and started our own government here.
Right. And the separation was brought about by violence, right?
There was a Revolutionary War, yes.
Yeah. And the violence, the colonists were justified in using violence to get rid of the tyrannical government of Britain, their officials in America. Right?
Is that your opinion? I assume so.
I'm asking you.
It was a Revolutionary War. It was violent.
Okay. Now, you've actually talked publicly about the Declaration of Independence calling for the overthrow of tyrannical governments, right? That's something you discussed publicly.
Are you referencing to something I've said somewhere?
Well, do you recall talking about that topic?
I've talked about the Declaration of Independence, but I don't know what occasion you're referring to.
Independence. Of course.
Well, one of the occasions where you talked about the Declaration of Independence was in connection with January 6th, right?
I don't know.
Okay. Let's go to plaintiff's 15, please.
Could get interesting. He goes from knowing a lot to knowing nothing very quickly.
Which one is this one, Mr. Shell?
Plaintiff's 15.
P15. Thank you.
Yes. Hang on one second.
Oh boy. On Real America's Voice. This looks like Bannon's program.
Ms. Greene, I'm going to play the short clip and ask if that's you speaking on the video, okay?
What's the date on this? I can't read it from here. Do you know?
October 26, 2021.
Sorry.
October 26, 2021.
October 26, 2021.
October 2021.
Right. If you could play the clip, please.
Just a riot at the Capitol. And if you think about what our Declaration of Independence says, it says to overthrow tyrants.
That's your statement, right?
I don't believe it was finished, but that was me. Okay. I don't recall. I don't know what the rest of what I was saying because it was cut off.
But in that statement that we looked at, you were comparing the overthrow of the British Crown in America in 1776 to January 6th.
I don't know what my statement was because it was cut off.
Liar.
Now, you talked about the need for people to have guns in order to secure their rights against the tyrannical government, right?
Yes, we have a Second Amendment for a good reason.
Right. And the good reason is, in case they need to overthrow their government, they can use their guns to do that.
We have well, you're twisting things around. Could you rephrase your question, please?
Well, I'm reacting to your answer. You said that we have the Second Amendment.
The judge is going to bail her out.
And I said that the reason, from your point of view, that there is a Second Amendment is so that people can overthrow their government by violent means with guns.
That's not the exact purpose. We defend ourselves. Say if if you're being attacked, a gun is a tool to defend yourself.
Right. But one of the things it could be used for, strike that. Let's go to PX6.
That's Matt Gaetz in the gray suit, guys, by the way, with the huge head. Like I should talk about huge heads, by the way. I'm just pointing it out.
I'm going to play a video here and ask a couple questions about it. Well, first let me just ask you, do you recall giving an interview as reflected on PX6 in October of 2020, just about a week before the election, at something called the Relic Hunter firearms shop?
I vaguely remember.
Okay. And that's you on the left, and the gentleman on the right is the owner of the shop. Am I right about that?
No.
Okay. Who's that, just so I know?
Mr. Dorr.
Who's Mr. Dorr?
He's a gun rights activist.
It's Jimmy Dorr. He's a gun right.
Just someone I know.
Got it. And it's backwards because of the video, but Mr.
Remembering a lot suddenly.
Says, let's say, I am 1,776% sure that no one is taking my guns. Do you agree that that's what it says?
Yes.
Okay. So let's play the video.
I object to playing this. I
object.
Watch this. Right in the middle, there is a section cut off.
Okay.
Right in the middle.
Well, let's see.
So it has been edited. And who's the source?
Uncharged piccolos?
The source of this is Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's Earned with the Price of Blood. That's what we're going to be talking about.
No, who's the source of the video?
Where did we get this from?
What's the name of the videographer?
YouTube.
YouTube. Okay.
It says Mother Jones.
Well, I know you'll need to see it, but
We'll see it, and you can make. Obviously, it's difficult to cross-examine a video, but it's certainly possible to say what's the.
I'm going to ask a lot of questions about it, Judge, and she can tell us if it's.
Yeah, you can, as best you can. Go ahead.
But
Let me stop you. We're not watching the whole thing. We're picking up in the middle of it. Is that correct?
It's a minute and 9 seconds, Your Honor.
No. What I'm asking is, oh, I see. It's his shirt. I looked like we were halfway into the video. That's why I was confused. We started at the beginning.
Yeah.
You're playing the whole thing. Go ahead.
Go back, Ms. Wells, just to the very beginning.
Yeah, let's start it over again, please.
I object. So let's start. This is a TV, Your Honor.
Yeah.
But here's the deal. If this generation doesn't stand up and defend freedom, it's gone. And once it's gone, freedom doesn't come back by itself. The only way you get your freedoms back is that it's earned with the price of blood. We can't be too busy or too complacent or too worried about offending someone anymore. There's no more excuses. This is it. November 3rd, freedom is on the ballot. You have a choice of either voting for freedom by voting for Donald J. Trump for president again for 4 more years, voting Republican straight down your ballot, or you're going to vote for socialism and vote to completely end America as we know it. And this is no joke. They do not want you to be able to defend yourself, because if you can defend yourself, guess what? Then you can stop a tyrannical government. However, if they take away your guns, then you can't, not only can you never stop a tyrannical government, you can never even defend yourself if someone is breaking in your home. And that's the reality. This is where we are today in 2020.
Okay, Mother Jones. It started off with a cut sentence when she said, but.
It's clearly edited.
Okay, so whatever she said before is wiped out. And then you saw 3 times when it was cut.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And Mother Jones, I'm sorry, I am not going to rely upon them.
It's so absurd because it's like, it's obviously her words.
We can proceed with questioning, and the witness can respond. I mean, it is the witness and his statement she made, and she can respond. So go ahead.
Well, let's establish that. Representative Greene, this is a statement that you made in an interview with Mr. Dorr in October of 2020, right?
That is a very partial, cut off and pasted statement.
It was pasted.
That is me speaking, but my sentences are cut off. My full message is not there.
Okay. And in that statement, what you say is if you can defend yourself, you can stop a tyrannical government. However, if they take away your guns, you can never stop a tyrannical government, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you believe that?
Absolutely.
Okay. And in fact, what was done in 1776 was to stop a tyrannical government with guns. Fair?
Sure, yeah.
And that was to use violence against a tyrannical government, to get that clear.
No, they were trying to get rid of a tyrannical government. They weren't
violent.
I mean, there was a big process. There was a big build-up there before the Revolutionary War. The whole purpose was not to use guns for
Look at the judge.
Is the narrative
Look at the judge
trying to push here.
What did you mean when you said that
the judge rolling his eyes?
Once you lose your freedom, it has to be earned with the price of blood?
Well, I've always said I'm against violence, and I've always said I never want to see a war in this country. Never. I've said that over and over again in many speeches, and the reason why I say that is because I don't want to see war here on American soil. I have 3 children that are young adults, and I never want to see my children fighting a war, earning back our freedoms. And I've said that. That's what I'm talking about.
It wasn't actually.
Earned with the price of blood is a reference to violence, isn't it?
The price of blood is the unfortunate and tragic cost of war. And that's what happened in the Revolutionary War. And that's what I'm talking about.
And you know that the term 1776 is actually a term that's sometimes used in politics today.
I don't know if you've noticed our state seal here in Georgia. I know you're not from Georgia, but as you can see, we enjoy our history and we're proud of our freedoms. 1776 is on our state seal.
Great. And it's also a term that's used in political discourse in America today.
I don't use it as a term of violence.
But you use it as a term, right?
I have used it as a term, but I do not use it as a term of violence, as you're trying to push.
We're not up to that yet. You'll have your chance to answer the question you want to answer, but you have to start by answering my question, okay?
Sure.
You acknowledge that 1776 is a term that's used in political discourse today, right?
Yes.
And in fact, one of the examples of 1776 being used in political discourse today is the T-shirt that Mr. Dorr was wearing in the interview that we just saw, right?
We saw 1776 backwards on his T-shirt on that cut-up video.
Right.
Yes.
And you understood that T-shirt to mean that people need to possess firearms in order to oppose a tyrannical government.
I don't recall I don't remember seeing his T-shirt that day when I saw him.
He doesn't recall remembering.
The only time I'm paying attention to it is now because you're drawing the reference.
Okay, but as you sit here today, you understand that what that T-shirt is conveying as a political message is that people need to possess firearms in order to oppose a tyrannical government.
I don't necessarily understand what you're trying to say.
I'm just asking whether you have that understanding or not.
I think you're more trying to push a narrative and push words in my mouth, and I don't agree with what you're saying, necessarily.
As you sit here today, Representative Greene, you know that term, 1776, has been used in connection with events of January 6, 2001.
I guess so. I don't know.
Well, you yourself have used the term 1776 to describe the events of January 6, 2021.
I don't recall, but if you say.
Let's go to PX 27, please, Ms. Wells.
Let's see if this will jog your memory, Marge.
And by the way, this video, Your Honor, has been admitted into evidence.
Right.
Ms. Wells, can you play that?
No, it wasn't actually planned, but President Trump knows how much I support him. He knows how much I support our district, Georgia's 14th district, and so I was happy to go up there and encourage our voters to get out and vote. We can't allow our two Republican senators lose their seats to two radical socialist Democrats. So I was excited to get up there and also cheer on Senator Kelly Loeffler for announcing last night that she'll be objecting to this fraudulent stolen election tomorrow on January 6th. And I'm very excited that both of us, women representing Georgians, will be fighting for President Trump and fighting for the integrity of our elections tomorrow.
What is your plan tomorrow? How do you plan to handle what could possibly go down in this joint session of Congress tomorrow? What are you prepared for?
Well, I'll echo the words of many of my colleagues as we were just meeting together in our GOP conference meeting this morning. This is our 1776 moment.
Whoa. Uh-oh.
That's your statement on January 5th, 2021, correct?
I don't know the date. Again, I don't recall, but now that I've seen it, what was the date of the video?
January 5th, 2021. But you don't have to take my word for it. We can play it back, and you'll see that you're talking about that tomorrow is the 6th.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
Oh, now you acknowledge.
This is 2 days after you took the oath of office to be a representative from the 14th Congressional District, right?
Yes.
And you used the term 1776 to describe, in response to a question from the Newsmax broadcaster, right?
I was speaking about objecting.
Well, he asked you, what is your plan? What are you prepared to have go down tomorrow on January 6th? And your response was, tomorrow is our 1776 moment, right?
It's talking about the courage to object.
And you said you were echoing the words of your Republican colleagues. Was the term 1776 used by your Republican colleagues?
I don't recall. That was the video, but I don't recall.
Right.
In fact, Representative Boebert has used that term 1776 to describe the event as January 6th, hasn't she?
I don't recall. I have no idea.
Let's go to PX 9E, please.
Oh boy. And PX
9E.
9E. Thank you.
This is great. This woman's such a loser.
Do you recall seeing a tweet from Representative Boebert from Colorado at 8:30 in the morning on January 6, 2001? Today is 1776.
I don't remember seeing this. I see it now,
Okay.
if that's her tweet.
Do you have any doubt that Representative Boebert used the term 1776 to describe the events of January 6th?
I don't know.
Let's go back to PX 27, please. So that was an interview that you gave to Newsmax, right?
That's what it said on the screen, Newsmax.
Okay. Well, you're not denying that.
No, I just saying I don't even remember the interview until...
He doesn't know anything.
And that interview was posted that day on your Facebook page.
I don't remember.
We have that. Yeah.
People voted for this woman, if you can imagine.
Now, when you said this is our 1776 moment, you knew that some of the people who felt that Donald Trump was the rightful winner of the 2020 election used that term to refer to the possibility of violence on January 6th,
2021?
No, I never heard anyone talking about violence for January 6th.
You've never
Absolutely
heard
not.
You've never heard about anyone using the term 1776 to refer to the possibility
I would never
Let me finish
use.
my question, Representative.
Okay, excuse me, sorry.
I don't mean to cut you off.
No, I
Please don't cut me
apologize.
off.
Yes.
You've never heard anybody use the term 1776 as a code word for violence to occur on January 6, 2021.
No, absolutely not.
You're familiar with a group called the Proud Boys?
I've heard of them.
You know that.
I mean, they're my friends.
The Proud Boys, it has developed, had a written plan for conduct on January 6, 2021, right?
No, I did not know that.
Okay. The Proud Boys are an extremist, violent group. You would agree with that?
I don't know much about the Proud Boys.
Right.
You've never heard that they're a violent extremist group?
I've heard about them. I don't know what they do. I don't know much about the Proud Boys.
And you haven't heard that the written plan attributed to the Proud Boys for January 6th was called 1776 Returns.
No, I have no idea anything about that.
Never heard that. Okay. Let's pull up PX 39.
I don't know where this is going, but I'm interested. He seems to need glasses or contacts too. I don't know if you guys have noticed
This is an
that.
article that appeared in the New York Times on March 14, 2020, entitled "Document in Jan 6 Case Shows Plan to Storm Government Buildings." Do you see this document?
I've never seen it, no.
Let me get you a copy so you can have a look. Do you need the number? It's 30.
It's possible this goes nowhere, and it's possible that they're about to crush her. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Yeah. She knows so much about Antifa and nothing about the Proud Boys. It's weird.
Ms. Greene, did you see a story in the New York Times or in any other publication or media outlet in March of 2022 about the Proud Boys having a written plan to storm government buildings on January 6th?
No, I've never, I don't recall, never heard anything about it.
Never heard of that. Never heard that that was called 1776 Returns, that plan that the government alleges Proud Boys had to storm government buildings.
No, I've never heard of it.
You were aware prior to January 6th that 1776 referred to an idea or a plan for people who were opposed to the certification of the Electoral College vote to infiltrate and occupy buildings in D.C.
No,
Never heard that.
No.
And you were aware prior to January 6, 2021, that 1776 was a term that people were using to describe a plan or an idea to physically interfere and prevent the Electoral College vote.
No, I don't know anything about that.
Okay. You can put that to one side. We talked a little bit about a person named Allie Alexander this morning. Do you remember that testimony?
Mm-hmm.
And you said it's somebody you've met on a number of occasions. Is that fair?
I've seen him a couple times. I don't remember when, and it's not someone I know.
Let's pull up 67, please. PS 67.
What do they have? What do they have?
let's just start. I'm going to ask you to have a look at just the first 10 seconds of the video. It's just a person not even speaking, and tell me if you can identify that person, okay?
That's Ellie Alexander.
Do you know that person?
That's Ollie Alexander.
Correct.
Let's go, thank you. Let's go to minute 11:20. This is a rather long clip, and I'm going to take you to the middle of it, around 11 minutes and 20 seconds.
Next exhibit, please.
For anything, go ahead.
The anticipation. Imagine if it's video of like Ollie Alexander in her bed or something. I don't know. I met him once.
Members of Congress are on a committee. Congressman Steve King was the only one who was yanked off of all committees. So that's not true. So avoid the disinformation, avoid the division. We are here to continue pressing forward. Yeah, Congresswoman Marjorie Greene, my favorite, she's coming in, a friend of mine, she's coming in, she'll be whatever. Someone's trying to tell me.
You can stop it there. You see that Mr. Alexander describes you as his favorite, right? You heard him say that.
That's what he said. I just saw it.
Okay. Do you have any explanation for why you would feel that way?
What about friend?
Maybe he likes the work I do.
What about friend?
I don't know. I don't really know him that well. I've only met him a couple of times.
And he describes himself as you as a friend of his, right?
Those were his words.
Right, that's what he said in the video. Is he lying when he describes himself as a friend of yours?
I wouldn't call him a friend. I do not know him. I've only met him a couple of times.
Okay. So if he says he was a friend of yours, he would be lying.
Sometimes people say things on videos for their followers, or
we know.
Maybe, I don't know. That's what he said. I don't know him. I've only met him a couple of times.
In fact, Mr. Alexander was very active on Twitter in the post-election 2020 period up until January 6th. Isn't that right?
I don't know. I don't follow his account.
Okay. Let's go to
look at the judge.
Well, I think we established that during that post-election period, from November when you were elected until January 6th, one of the things you were doing was organizing people in Congress to file objections to the Electoral College count, right?
Yes, working very hard on objecting.
Okay. Let's go to PX3, please.
Uh-oh, PX3. The judge is so confused.
As well, if you could scroll it up so that we can see the bottom half first. Yeah. Further down, please. I'll get you a paper copy.
Remember that the plaintiff's counsel said they wanted about an additional hour with Marge. We're 37 minutes into that. It doesn't feel to me like in 23 minutes this will be done, but we'll see.
Greene, I want to focus your attention on the box in the middle of the page. It says Marjorie Taylor GRE ... 12/30/20. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that's a Twitter comment that you made on December 30th, 2020, right?
I don't recall making that tweet, but that's what this piece of paper says.
Do you dispute it?
Do you have any doubt that a tweet from your account was issued on December 30th, 2020?
Was your account hacked?
It said, quote, word on the Hill is that Mitch McConnell and Nancy Pelosi could be working together on a rules change deal to block our Electoral College certification objection.
I don't recall this tweet.
my question is a little bit different. Do you have any doubt that this is a tweet from your account?
I don't know.
Do you?
It's a yes or no question.
In late December of 2020,
I have doubt.
Hearing a rumor on Capitol
I don't have
Hill
doubt.
about a deal between Mitch McConnell and Nancy Pelosi to create a rules change so as to block the objections to the Electoral College count?
I can't really remember. It's been 16 months or so ago.
That would be pretty important, wouldn't it? If they changed the rules so that you couldn't object to the Electoral College count, right?
It would have been, but there was no rule change. We were still able to object, or at least we tried anyways.
But by this point in December of 2020, your focus was on objecting to the Electoral College count in Congress, right?
Yes, finding evidence of voter fraud and planning to object, yes.
Okay. And if there had been rumors of a rule change, that would be something that would be important for you to tweet out and talk about publicly.
It possibly would have been. I just don't remember this tweet. I don't remember it.
Do you dispute it?
You know that Ali Alexander has responded to tweets that you've sent out over the years, right?
I don't know. I don't always. I have no idea who retweets and who responds. That's not something that I spend much time at all looking at.
You spend some time looking at it, though, don't you, Representative Greene? Who responds to your tweets?
Occasionally, I have some time and I look at who responds, but I do not know what he has responded, what he has tweeted or retweeted.
Okay. And the reason that you look at responses to your tweets is you want to see how what you've said is being taken on board by other people. Is that fair?
Actually, I don't really look at comments on Twitter because they're filled with a lot of bots and a lot of hateful people.
She just said sometimes she does, though.
Read things like that, so I don't read many comments.
But you just said you do some.
Well, you read Mr. Alexander's response to your December 30th tweet that's shown in Exhibit 3, right? And just to read it out loud, what he writes is, if they do this, everyone can guess what me and 500,000 others will do to that building. 1776 is always an option. You read that, didn't you?
If this is his Twitter, I see it on the screen. I have no idea. Those are his words, I guess. I have no idea.
Well, as you sit here today, you understand that what Mr. Alexander was referring to was not legal objections on the floor of the Congress, right?
No, I don't know what he's referring to.
And you knew back then that what Mr. Alexander was responding to your tweet was to say, if they make a rules change and Congresswoman Taylor Greene can't object, we're going to go into the Capitol and do violence.
I have no idea. I don't know anything about this.
And that term 1776 is the way Mr. Alexander was conveying that to his listeners or his readers.
I have no idea. I don't know anything about this. I've never seen it before.
Guys, let me know in the chat. Do you think this goes beyond 2:30 Eastern as scheduled?
21, Ms. Greene, you viewed the Electoral College certification of Joe Biden as a blow to freedom. Is that fair?
I viewed it as we needed to object because there was so much evidence and so many people had signed their name. Thousands of people had signed their name on affidavits saying they witnessed voter fraud. And that meant something to me because I care about the people and I care about their votes and I care about our election integrity.
My question is whether you viewed it as a blow to freedom if the Electoral College certification of Joe Biden were completed.
I don't agree with your wording.
Okay.
So no?
Because once freedom is gone, it doesn't come back by itself, right?
I don't agree with your wording.
The only way you can get freedom back
This is tough, huh?
is when it's earned with the price of blood. Those are your words, right?
You're twisting my words and creating a narrative that you're trying to make. That's not my narrative. That's not what I said.
Tell us your story.
Well,
that's not what I meant for
that. 2020, that's what you said and that's what you meant, right?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, on October 27, 2020, when you did the interview with Mr. Doerr, when you said the only way to get freedoms back is when it's earned with blood. That's what you meant, right?
Well, you showed a video that's chopped up that doesn't show even my full sentences.
Wow.
So no, I don't agree with what you're saying.
Do you reject the idea that you might need the violence? Jimmy Dore gave me digital COVID that day.
Any explanation, Representative Greene, for why it is that on January 5th, the day before January 6th, you described January 6th as our 1776 moment?
I don't remember. Seeing this interview is the first time I've seen it in a long time. I don't remember.
Now, prior to January 6, 2021, you spoke publicly on your Facebook page about the transfer of power that would occur on January 6th. You recall that?
I don't recall.
Okay. You said on a video on your Facebook page that the peaceful transfer of power ought not be allowed to occur.
I don't recall.
You said that the peaceful transfer of power cannot be allowed to occur because Joe Biden didn't win the 2020 election, right?
I don't recall.
Let's go to the videotape. Can we start with... So it's probably best if I explain this. There are two versions of this.
We're going to jog your memory.
I'm going to ask about both of them. And you can tell me if you think they've been chopped up in any way. They have been chopped up, that's true. But you'll tell me whether you were misinterpreted, okay? The first one is PX 66.
Man, this is wild.
Yes, can you play that one?
Okay, just a second. What's the date and the source of the video?
The source it was something, Ms. Greene's Facebook page is not available. This is something that was captured by someone else and posted on another Facebook page.
Where it says it's from her Facebook page?
Yes, I believe it does. 66 has been admitted, Your Honor, as evidence.
Yeah, it's been admitted for what it's worth, so go ahead.
Yeah, and what is the date?
We're going to ask your client that as well.
Okay, you don't know. Okay.
It's obviously her. Well, maybe it's not.
And this is an important time in our history. We can't allow this just to be gone, just to let it go. You can't allow it to just transfer power peacefully like Joe Biden wants and allow him to become our president. Because he did not win this election. It's being stolen and the evidence is there.
You can't allow power to be transferred peacefully.
That's you, right, Ms. Greene?
Yes, that's me.
Okay. And when you say we can't allow it, we can't just let it go, the it in that phrase is to have Joe Biden declared the winner of the 2020 presidential election.
You are showing a video where it doesn't give us any reference beforehand and it doesn't give us any reference afterwards. So it's not really my complete, it's hard to get an understanding of what I was saying.
No, it's
so
not.
Your answer is you don't know what you're referring to.
I don't. We're watching a partial video and a partial statement of clearly an interview I was doing. I don't know.
Now, understand that if they tried to play the full videos of all of these things, the judge would never in hell allow it.
Twitter or Facebook, I can't see it from here.
Well, that's you saying you can't allow it to transfer power peacefully like Joe Biden wants and allow him to become our president because he did not win this election. That's you saying that, right?
That's the partial statement on that video.
Okay. Can we pull up?
Do we see the whole thing?
We can run the rest of it.
Let's see the whole thing.
Sure, and there's another one on top of it, so we'll watch two.
I mean, well, you said they're different. I want to
Watch
be sure
everything.
she has an opportunity to see what the difference
Can
is.
I make a suggestion, Your Honor? Let's go back to the beginning of this one, and then
Yeah.
we'll play it all the way through.
That would be good. I agree. Let's do that.
Then she'll say, it's only part of a 30-minute interview, though.
And this is an important time in our history. We can't allow this just to be gone, just to let it go. You can't allow it to just transfer power peacefully like Joe Biden wants and allow him to become our president, because he did not win this election. It's being stolen and the evidence is there. The mainstream media for 4 years talked about Russian collusion, conspiracy theories, and lies, and demanded investigations nonstop into Russian collusion. Nonstop. But yet they refused to. And this is an important time in our history.
Is that where it ended? It just sort of cut off there. Okay, let's show the witness PX 12.
I hope they play videos all day.
Let me hold off on that for 1 second. This video that we just saw, which we've marked as Plaintiff 66, that's a video that you made in anticipation of objecting to the Electoral College count in favor of Joe Biden, right?
I don't know. I don't see a date. It's not from my specific Facebook page. It appears to be on someone else's.
Let's see the other video, number 12.
And where's this one from?
This is also...
This is way better than the Johnny Depp trial, for sure.
Off of the video, off the Facebook page of the client, of the Congresswoman, but let's ask her.
But where did y'all get it?
Where did we get this?
It's off the Facebook, off of the Republican Accountability Project.
Okay, so this is a secondary source that was copied, but that's where you got it from.
Yeah,
so
right.
This is a different version.
Correct.
Okay. You want to go ahead and play it?
Hold on 1 second. And this one is also admitted into evidence, Your Honor.
For what it's worth.
For what it's worth.
America reelected Donald J. Trump for 4 more years. You can't allow it to just transfer power peacefully like Joe Biden wants and allow him to become our president, because he did not win this election. It's being stolen and the evidence is there. There's a large group of us. We're organizing an effort to object to the Electoral College votes for Joe Biden in key states where there's real evidence that this election has been stolen. I am very convicted in what we're going to be doing on January 6th, and it's historic, and I feel it's very, very important. On January 6th, if you're able, there are going to be possibly 1 million or more people coming to Washington to be there for this historic event. It's critical for everyone to show up and show the nation who we are. We aren't a people that are going to go quietly into the night. We are not a people that are going to be thrust into socialism without stopping it.
Fraud. Now that you've seen that clip, Representative Greene, do you agree that this is a video that you created in anticipation of objecting to the Electoral College vote on January 6th?
This video on the Democrat leftist PAC Republican Accountability Group that looks to be chopped up and spliced, that video, that's not my full video.
Listen to my question.
Yes.
The words that are shown you
concentrate
on the screen, those are things that you were talking about in anticipation of objecting to the Electoral College count vote on the floor of Congress, right?
The only thing I was working on was objecting, but again, that's a cut and spliced video.
And when you said we're organizing an effort to object to the Electoral College votes on the video, the we were members of Congress, right?
Well, members of Congress are the only ones that can object. That's part of our ability. That's what we're allowed to do lawfully.
Right.
The answer is yes.
Exactly. And making objections is, in fact, by members of Congress, is part of the lawful transfer of power, right?
Objecting is part of the electoral count process. Democrats did it with the past 3 Republican presidents that were elected. They objected, and I'm sure there was a lot of planning that went into that and discussion. We put a lot of planning, a lot of work into it, and as you can see, we talked about it.
So when you were talking about we can't allow it to happen,
look at the
judge. You can't allow it to transfer power peacefully like Joe Biden wants and allow him to become our president because he didn't win. You weren't talking about objections on the floor of the Congress, were you?
What I believe what I was referencing is we can't allow the electoral count to happen without objecting. That I felt it was our dutiful responsibility to object on behalf of the large amount of voter fraud and the people who truly felt like that there was big problems in our elections.
And you're testifying under oath that that's what you meant when you said you can't allow it to transfer power peacefully like Joe Biden wants and allow him to become our president. That was a reference to
without objecting. Without objecting.
Of course, you don't say anything in that part of the video about objections on the floor of the Congress, right? Would you like to see it again?
I believe the video, I said objecting.
But in the sentence where you said you can't allow it to transfer power peacefully like Joe Biden wants and allow him to become our president because he didn't win the election, you don't say anything in that sentence about objections on the floor of the Congress.
Sir, we just saw 2 videos that are cut and clipped, and they don't, my sentences aren't even completed. I think the first video started with me saying "and," meaning it was starting into partially something I was already saying. What I was, from the video and my recollection from watching him just then, it was purely talking about objecting.
One of the things that you say in these
It'd be cool if she could give one example of the context that would change the meaning of what she said.
I don't remember every single word that we just watched.
Let's look at it again. I think P12 is the one that includes that.
America reelected Donald J. Trump for 4 more years. You can't allow it to just transfer power peacefully like Joe Biden wants and allow him to become our president because he did not win this election. It's being stolen and the evidence is there. There's a large group of us. We're organizing an effort to object to the Electoral College votes for Joe Biden in key states where there's real evidence that this election has been stolen. I am very convicted in what we're going to be doing on January 6th. And it's historic, and I feel it's very, very important. On January 6th, if you're able, there are going to be possibly 1 million or more people coming to Washington to be there for this historic event. It's critical for everyone to show up and show.
So in that segment, Representative Greene, you're asking people to come to Washington on January 6th.
In this video, which I saw jump 3 times, which means it's been cut and spliced, yes, I did talk about people coming there to support our objection peacefully, support our objection, support President Trump.
How did you know that there might be 1 million or more people coming to Washington on January 6th? Did you just make that up, or somebody tell you that?
I believe those were the numbers being talked about at the time.
By who?
The media, just different
People who were
sources.
planning the demonstrations?
I have no idea. I think I saw that on the news.
And what you said is it's critical for everyone to show up, right? That's what we saw.
Supporting, peacefully supporting our objection. That's the only thing I was interested in doing and planning is objecting.
Now, the last thing you say in the video is, we aren't a people that are going to go quietly into the night. Do you recall that part?
Yes.
Now, that phrase, we aren't a people that are going to go quietly into the night, that's not something that you came up with on your own, is it?
I have no idea what you
Yeah, I'm like Jack London.
That you borrowed from a movie script, right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
You borrowed that line from the movie
Independence Day.
Right?
No.
Wow. Let's go to the videotape as well.
Oh, please tell me they have the videotape of that. It's Bill Pullman as the president in Independence Day. Play it. Oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, they got to show us this. It's Bill Pullman as the president.
Oh, the timestamp is 108 to 144.
Please pull the camera out.
Hold on one second. You've seen the movie Independence Day, right?
I've seen it before.
It's a great movie, right?
I think it's probably a great movie. I haven't watched movies in a long time, but from what I remember, it's a great movie.
This is the one about the aliens who come to the world, and then there's a big battle on July 4th to ward them off, right?
You are giving us quite the entertainment today. Thank you.
Okay. And there's a scene in that movie where the president, the guy who's playing the president of the United States, addresses the fighter pilots
Bill
who are
Pullman.
about to go into battle against the aliens. You remember that scene?
I do not remember now, but I'm sure you're going to show us.
Yeah.
I've never seen anything like this.
Can we see the whole thing?
Yeah, can we watch the whole movie?
We're fighting for our right to live, to exist. And should we win the day, the 4th of July will no longer be known as an American holiday, but as the day when the world declared in one voice, we will not go quietly into the night. We will not vanish without a fight. We're going to live on. We're going to survive. Today, we celebrate our Independence Day.
Great scene, right?
Yeah, that was a great scene.
The phrase that the actor uses there is, "We will not go quietly into the night." You heard that.
Heard it just now, yes.
And that's the exact phrase that you use in the video that we saw that was the previous exhibit. We aren't the people that are going to go quietly into the night.
I don't view courtrooms and politics as Hollywood like you do. That is not the first person, I'm sure, that said that and won't be the last. And I don't recall getting any inspiration from this Hollywood movie like you're suggesting.
So you were not communicating in referencing that film that January 6th
This is kind of
a
dumb.
new kind of Independence Day.
All I was talking about is objecting and standing up for people's votes in our elections.
By the way, Independence Day is July 4th, right?
Yes,
It's July 4th of 1776, right?
that's right.
This is funny, but not super useful.
Break if we're on schedule.
How well?
I've got a pretty short piece left, but it's up to you.
I don't need a break.
Let's keep going.
Great.
I mean, again, if we're talking, 30 minutes, we're talking 2 hours.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's 2 hours. Ms. Greene, did you advocate to President Trump to impose martial law as a way to remain in power?
I don't recall.
So you're not denying you did it, you just don't remember.
I don't remember.
Wow.
And
wow.
Do you agree that the storming of the Capitol on January 6th is something that's despicable?
Yes. Very unhappy about it.
Now,
he was really mad.
We talked earlier about a fellow named Anthony Aguero, right?
You brought up Anthony Aguero earlier,
Right.
yes.
And he's somebody who you know, yes?
Yes.
And he's somebody who you've spent a fair amount of time with, is that fair?
Not much time, no.
He's a friend of yours?
Someone that I do know, yes.
And you consider him a friend?
Someone I hardly ever talk to, but someone I have known for a few years.
We've covered this guy before.
And he is a friend of yours, right?
A distant friend, someone I know.
He refers to you as one of his closest friends. You've heard that, right?
I have not.
Okay.
And you referred to him as amazing, right?
He does a lot of great work down at the border showing the illegal invasion constantly happening at our
The
southern
invasion.
border. I think that's amazing, the footage that he shows and exposes.
Okay. And you know that Mr. Aguero entered the Capitol, on the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2001, right?
I had heard that sometime after January 6th.
And you've seen a picture of him in the middle of the crowd.
You couldn't hear before January 6th that he entered on January 6th.
Let's have a look at PX 13B, please. Make that a little bit bigger.
You gotta get her some glasses. She can't see a thing.
Representative Greene, is that man in the red circle on the left of our exhibit 13B, is that Mr. Aguero?
I don't know. I can't really tell.
She can't see shit.
It was reported that that was Mr. Aguero and that he acknowledged that publicly. Would that help you discern that that's who that is?
I don't really buy a whole lot of what you say. You've been using CNN and Mother Jones and other terrible sources as your sources.
Terrible.
Showing Hollywood movies. So, but that's what you're trying to say now, but I don't know if that's him or not.
I'm just asking whether if I suggested to you that he's acknowledged publicly that that's him in the Capitol Rotunda, would that help you identify
you dispute
him as
that.
your friend, Mr. Aguero?
I don't see your evidence of him acknowledging that that's him.
Okay. I think we can probably do something with that. Can I see 13, please? I have it here.
I don't think she can see the exhibit. She's squinting like crazy. I think she just can't see well. She sometimes wears glasses, right?
If I showed you something from CNN, you probably wouldn't accept it as authentic, would you? I think we've established that today. We'll move on. Have you spoken to Mr. Aguero since January 6th?
I don't recall speaking to him, no.
Or communicate with him in any way? Text, email?
No, I don't recall, no.
And did you communicate with Mr. Aguero at any point prior to January 6th about the plans for a demonstration in Washington on January 6th?
No, I didn't. Now, did he have press credentials? I mean, there was a lot of press in there, and that's the job that he does with a border media company that he works with. So I have no idea about what, I have no clue about it.
Okay. Were you aware that he was going to be, in his capacity, I guess, as a member of the press, present on January 6th in Washington for the demonstrations that were planned?
No, I was not aware.
He's back in 5.
Did you communicate with any member of your staff in any way, by text or email, cell phone, about the fact that he'd be coming to Washington on
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you ever discuss with Mr. Aguero the idea that on January 6th, as part of the demonstration, the U.S. Capitol was going to be flooded by people?
No, because the only thing I was working on objecting and had no expectation of anything that happened on January 6th.
Well, you knew there were going to be demonstrations, right?
I knew there was a peaceful march planned.
On January 6th itself, were you in contact with anyone who was involved in what you described as the peaceful march that occurred that day?
No.
Was anybody from your staff, congressional staff, or your campaign staff in touch by cell phone, text, email with anybody who was involved in the day's demonstrations?
Not of my knowledge.
At any time on January 6th, did you disclose to anyone outside the Capitol your location in the Capitol during that day's events?
I texted my family and told them I was safe.
Okay. Anybody other than family?
No.
When on January 6th did you first learn that people were entering the United States Capitol unlawfully that day?
When we were in the House chamber, we were starting the electoral count, and we went on lockdown, and that's when I first learned of it. I was shocked.
And do you know what time of day that was?
I don't know the exact time.
And when you went on lockdown, as you described it, why don't you tell us what that meant, what you mean by that?
They had to lock all the doors in the House chamber, and they told us that it was on lockdown and that we could choose to leave or stay inside, and it would be safer inside. And so I stayed inside.
Okay. And when you say you stayed inside, where did you stay?
Inside the House chamber.
Okay. And during that time that you were on the in lockdown, as you put it, on the House floor, you said you were in touch with your family to tell them you were safe?
Not at that time, no.
Okay. When did that happen in the day?
Sometime later, after we were evacuated.
And where were you evacuated to?
I can't disclose that location.
Somewhere in the Capitol?
Mm-hmm.
And when you were in that other location in the Capitol, I presume that would be a secure location, is that right?
Yes.
Great memory.
Did you have any communication, either by phone, by text, some other way, with anybody who was outside the room, outside the secure location you were in, other than your family?
Not that I recall, no.
And when you were notified that people had entered the Capitol illegally, did you also understand at that point that there had been violence at the Capitol?
I only knew what I was told. I'd heard a gunshot. We all heard it. And we were so confused. We thought Antifa was breaking in or BLM because those were the riots that had gone on.
There was no evidence they were even there.
2020, day in and day out. Just horrible riots all over the country. And that was the only thing that made sense to most of us.
But it was Trumpist, wasn't it?
BLM rioters.
Is that an acronym for something?
Black Lives Matter rioters. That rioters that were attending the Black Lives Matter protest.
Remembers exactly what she was thinking.
To your knowledge, has anybody connected with the Black Lives Matter movement or the Antifa movement, as you say, been subject to arrest or charge in connection with the January 6th events?
I don't know, actually. I know they were arrested all over the country much through 2020, and over 95% of them had their charges dropped, unlike January 6 rioters.
The answer is no.
They're still in jail, some of them, pre-trial.
Could I have a few moments to consult, and then I think I may be done.
Sure, we don't need a break, do we? Okay.
5 minutes.
Okay.
5 minutes.
You want a 5-minute break? Well, if y'all want to step out, that might be easy for everybody else. I think there's a room next door.
So we're getting down to the end of this series of questions to Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Step out, stretch your legs. Feel free to do so.
No, I'm doing fine.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I know.
How are you doing?
We're gonna all get through today. We'll be fine.
Yeah, don't talk to the judge, Mark. Just So this has been quite an illuminating day. I can't tell you how glad I am that people are actually interested in this. We've had a very steady 20-ish thousand people watching on YouTube, 2-ish thousand people watching on Twitch. By our estimates, 260,000 different people have watched some piece of today's stream, which is close to entering its 7th hour. if you can imagine, everybody's welcome here. If you troll the chat, you'll be banned, but everybody's welcome. Absolutely. I can't thank enough the 143 people who have either made a Twitch Prime subscription or signed up on my website. I would love for you to do that. We actually are a community-funded channel and show. We do a podcast every day. If you have no clue who I am, I do a show every single day. And out of 260,000 people, 143 making a pledge is great, but we could easily double that. And you can sign up at joinpacman.com. We have a coupon code OBAMNA, which discounts the memberships in a comical way. And you can also gift memberships using the This Is a Gift box. The expectation is that there will be about 5 more minutes of questions for Marjorie Taylor Greene. Okay, we're keeping an eye on it. From the petitioners, thanks to Romo Juice and Neurodivergent Wooly, as well as BAM for the Twitch Prime subscriptions. Really appreciate that. The website's not working. The website's working fine, guys. The website's working fine. Look, here's the website. I'll refresh it. And as you can see, perfectly working. Perfectly working. I've never seen a finer website. My web developer came to me with tears in her eyes. And she said, Sir, the website's up. Tomorrow night, I will be streaming the Trump rally. It should be completely insane. That'll be starting at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. It'll be on all of our usual platforms, Twitch and YouTube and Facebook. I hope you'll join me. That's tomorrow night. And then next week, we've got a whole week of shows. So a lot going on. Thanks to, oh my goodness, look at all these great people. Debonair of the Wind, Sofevi, Pinchazer, Owen Rock on Twitch Prime. We love that. We absolutely love it. Any other voicemails about what's gone on so far? Let's see.
Hey, David. Do you think Mike Pillow is outside the courtroom right now selling pillows?
I think so. His case is next. Pillow's case is next.
We're doing a class action lawsuit against all machines.
Other voicemails about this. Let's see.
Hey, David. This is Ryan from North Carolina. I'm a longtime viewer of your content. In regards to the Marjorie Taylor Greene testimony, I just want to encourage everyone out there, as tempting as it may be, do not use I don't recall as the basis for a drinking game. Please think of your health. Think of your liver.
Yeah.
Do not do this.
Yeah. Also, if you were drinking every time the word quintessential was used by her defense attorney, you would probably be in the hospital by now, quite frankly. It is something else. Wow, look at all these people with their Twitch Prime subscriptions. I hope I get these pronunciations correct. Spider Dog Ryan, Chon Chon, Pope Poopin, Helen Killer, and others. Very much appreciate that. Thanks to Eva Banyai, and a whole bunch of other people. Matthew Cheng, Stephen Lin, Tyler Fazenbaker. Just fantastic people today. Really fantastic people. I say we go for 200 today. That's how wild things are getting here. Super chats coming in. I would think a requirement of being a congressional representative would be having some recollection of what you've previously said. Of course, it's a legal strategy. It's a legal strategy.
Did anybody else notice that Matt Gaetz looks like he's wearing a bulletproof vest during the Marjorie Taylor Greene hearing? If you look at it at one point, you can make out the shape of it through his jacket.
Yep. A lot of people pointing that out.
David, there's so much evidence that Trump is the rightful winner of the 2020 election, and Joe Biden is only the president now because of fraud. There's so much evidence. It's like a fish, David. Does a fish know it's swimming in water? No, it doesn't even call it water. It's just surrounded by the water all the time.
Wow. Okay, are we back here?
Capitol. We've heard questioning from opposing counsel. We are expecting more testimony from Representative Greene after this break. Live coverage from Atlanta here on C-SPAN.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead. So we
She wasn't sure whether it's not listed as an exhibit. They're not saying that. So
I mean the same video?
Yeah.
The one that we've seen, the two different versions?
Correct. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Judges, no.
Okay.
I'm confusing it. I'm talking about the January 5th Newsmax clip where she says, "This is our 1776 moment." That's on her Facebook page.
Well, yeah, they run together. That's the one where blue dress.
No.
This way.
No, this is the one where she's interviewed by a reporter from Newsmax.
Oh, Newsmax. Yeah, the interview.
Yes. The interview. And I had asked her.
This is great.
Facebook page didn't recall.
Guys, I don't think we should be hearing this, but we're going to listen to it.
Live on the internet. I mean, it's very important.
It shouldn't be more trivial. Whether she remembers
you can stipulate to it.
No.
Oh, okay.
You can't, you can't be throwing evidence at us in the middle of the trial. Come on. Please.
Theoretically, he could have something.
This is amazing.
I tell you what, I hate being dramatic, but I will watch it.
It's the same.
Well, I know you're saying it's the same, but if it's the same, why do we need to listen to it?
Because it shows that it's posted on the Facebook page. That's all. That's the only difference. Okay. We have is that she posted on her Facebook page. And you'll learn about that in my closing. I mean,
the judge is desperate.
I'm entitled to that. She doesn't recall. That's okay. Let's show her.
I'm exasperated about how I feel if I'm going like this.
Well, so the only question is you're trying to establish that.
Should we be hearing this? It seems like no.
You can look at that if you like your own.
Well, let's go with this. You can ask her the question, and if she says, I don't recall, you can watch the first 15 seconds or something.
You don't even have to turn it on because you'll see it's on the Facebook page.
That's fine. If you want to stipulate to that, that's fine.
I'm not saying I'm stupid. I'm just saying.
But you can show that. But we don't need to watch the whole video.
No. It's just less than a minute, but it's a very important piece of evidence. So we'll do it your way.
No.
Oh God, what the hell? We've been watching so long that we keep getting cut off.
What do we decide we're going to do here? What did I say? I said I was.
I'm going to return to the subject.
Yes.
Ask her if she recalls that she posted this to her Facebook page. If she does, and we're done.
And then if not,
I'm going to show her that.
Okay. All right. We'll do that.
Wow.
Bear with us.
Yes, sir.
Thanks to Filthy Flim for gifting 5 subscriptions on Twitch. Thanks, Filthy.
Okay, I got you. I need to get my thoughts on that.
This is really something else, huh?
Yeah. Thank you for your patience, Representative Greene, Your Honor. In the previous discussion, I had asked about what we've marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 27, which is the Newsmax clip, you recall, that we showed you. You remember that, right?
The one we've already watched?
The one we've already watched. And I asked you whether you recall that you posted that Newsmax clip on your Facebook page.
I don't recall what was posted on my Facebook page.
Fair
I don't
enough.
make all of my Facebook posts.
Fair enough. Let's
explain what this is.
Yeah, I'd like to show you this. This is a live version of your congressional campaign Facebook page as it sits there today. And what we have is the clip that we had separated in the previous testimony. And I'd like to play that for you just to see if you will acknowledge that that clip is now available on your Facebook page.
That's someone else's computer.
No, it wasn't actually planned, but President Trump knows how much I support him. He knows how much I support our district, Georgia's 14th district, and so I was happy to go up there and encourage our voters to get out and vote We can't allow our two Republican senators lose their seats to two radical socialist Democrats. So I was excited to get up there and also cheer on Senator Kelly Loeffler for announcing last night that she'll be objecting to this fraudulent stolen election tomorrow on January 6th. And I'm very excited that both of us women representing Georgians will be fighting for President Trump and fighting for the integrity of our elections tomorrow.
What is your plan tomorrow? How do you plan to handle what could possibly go down in this joint session of Congress tomorrow? What are you prepared for?
Well, you know, I'll echo the words of many of my colleagues as we were just meeting together in our GOP conference meeting this morning. This is our 1776 moment.
Ms. Greene, that's up on your Facebook page today, right?
If that's there, then yes, it's on there.
Right. And that's been posted since January 5th, 2021, correct?
I didn't post it, but if that's when it was posted, then that's when it was posted.
And things that are posted on your Facebook page are posted with your authorization and permission, right?
I do not view things that are posted before they're posted.
That wasn't my question. My question was, if it was posted on your page, that's something that you authorized and permitted, whether you viewed it in advance or not.
I think if I'm authorizing, I would view it in advance before it's posted.
Well, no one put that up on your Facebook page without authorization from you in some sense, right?
I don't recall authorizing, but you have to understand.
Did you deputize someone?
We have staff and many people that post interviews and so forth on our social media for us.
If we could make it a little bit larger, if you look in the top right, you'll see there's a message, Ms. Greene. I don't know if we can make that larger. January 5th, 2021. That's a comment that you posted on your own Facebook page. This is our 1776 moment, right?
That is my campaign Facebook page.
Right. And that was posted, as it says, on January 5th, 2021. Correct?
That's what it says.
Okay.
She doesn't remember anything, and other people are in charge of all of her websites and social media. So is she doing anything?
Did you advocate for martial law with the President of the United States?
I don't recall.
You know President Trump, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he's supported you politically, right?
Yes.
And obviously a very important person in general, right?
Yes. 45th President of the United States. I consider that very important.
You've had a number of meetings with him, right?
Yes.
And you've had meetings with him between the election in 2020 and January 20th of 2021, right?
Yes.
She remembers that.
In those meetings, you discussed with him your advocacy for the idea that there should be martial law declared in the United States.
No, I don't recall ever discussing that.
Well, are you saying it didn't happen, or you're saying you don't hold one way or the other?
I don't recall ever discussing that.
Okay. Did you discuss that topic, the idea that there should be martial law declared in the United States prior to the inauguration of President Biden?
Your Honor, I'm going to have to object. I actually represent the President of the United States, and that's covered by executive privilege. She can't get into any of this conversation.
Executive privilege. She's not a member of the executive, and this counsel is here on her behalf, not on Mr. Trump's behalf, unless there's something I missed.
Okay.
It's not a proper objection, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, I got flustered. What was the question again?
The question was whether, prior to the inauguration of Joe Biden, Ms. Greene, whether you ever advocated for martial law to be imposed in a conversation with the Chief of Staff of the then President of the United States, Mr. Trump.
You can answer the question.
I don't recall.
Did you ever advocate for martial law prior to the inauguration of Mr. Biden with any member of the White House staff that was part of the Trump administration?
I don't recall.
Are you aware of any other elected congressional representatives advocating for martial law to stop the peaceful transfer of power before the inauguration of Mr. Biden?
I don't remember.
I'm hearing yes is the real answer.
Do you regard the people who were arrested and charged in connection with the January 6th events as patriots?
I don't think them being arrested and charged on January 6th affects the fact that they're patriots or not.
Whoa.
Do you regard them as patriots?
Yeah, some of them are veterans. Yes, some of them definitely are patriots.
Wow.
Can we have PX60
Wow.
and PX40?
Please proceed, Governor.
Sorry.
Which one is this? PX?
Some of them are veterans.
Yes, this is a minus 60.
He's just remembered something, guys. This is a crucial moment. He's getting pissed now.
I've placed in front of you what we've marked as Petitioner's Exhibit 60, which is a story that appeared in the Washington Post on January 5th, 2021. Did you read that story in the Washington Post?
I don't think I've read this one.
You recall hearing that the Washington, prior to January 6th, did you recall hearing that the Washington Post was reporting that there were concerns that there were going to be violence and there was going to be violence in Washington on January 6th?
I had not heard that. I heard no threats of violence that I remember at all for January 6th.
Okay. We also look at PX40.
NBC News.
ABC or ABC? Thanks. Ms. Greene, I'm going to show you this. Ms. Greene, I placed before you a January 5th, 2021 article entitled "Violent Threats Ripple Through Far-Right Internet Forums Ahead of Protest." This is an article that appeared in NBC News on the 5th. Do you recall reading that NBC was reporting that there were violent threats that were expected to occur on January 6th, and that they reported that on the 5th of January?
Sir, we were really busy just preparing to object on the 6th. I don't recall that news report.
Have you read this news report before?
Not until you placed it in my hand.
Okay, probably didn't have much time to read it.
No.
Let me consult for 1 minute.
I say go all day. Just keep going.
Oh, yeah. One last thing, Ms. Greene. You told us early in the day that you were suspended from your Twitter account or permanently taken off Twitter. Is that right?
Permanently banned.
Banned. You're not banned from Facebook, though, right?
No.
And we saw your live Facebook page just a couple of minutes ago, right?
You pulled that up. Yes, you did.
Right. And on your Facebook page, you have directed that certain videos be removed from the Facebook page, right?
I don't recall.
One of the videos that you have removed was the one from February of 2019, where it talked about a sea of people and flooding the Capitol and violence in the Capitol in connection with the Fund the Wall matter, right?
I don't know what you're referring to.
You had your staff take that one down, didn't you?
I don't know what you're referring to.
Facebook never ordered you to take any video off your Facebook page, did they?
I don't recall.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Well, what an honest and forthcoming testimony.
You need a break?
Oh, no. I'm doing great.
Okay, as long as, again, I don't if you're ready.
It will not take long, and I assume we can have a break to get ready for final argument.
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be perfect. Thank you.
Representative Greene, I'm going to take you back to January 6th. You've already testified that that you were on lockdown in the House chamber. And
I'm
sorry.
I just need Mr. Bobby to speak up a little bit.
Oh, you need to speak up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, this guy's barely audible.
You've already testified that you were on lockdown in the House chambers.
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to do a video?
Yes.
And a tweet accompanying that video?
Yes.
And about what time did that occur on January 6th?
I believe it was around 2:30 in the afternoon.
And where were you when the video was, when you took the video?
I was inside the House chamber, and we had gone on lockdown, and it was after I had learned that there had been some violence outside the Capitol, and someone had been shot, and there was just people that we were only told there were people inside the Capitol. And I got very concerned because at that time I was confused. I was so confused. I was shocked. I'd never been in anything violent before, any kind of situation like that, and I was really scared. And I went inside the
chat, will she cry?
Chamber in the Republican cloakroom into one of the phone booths where you can go to make a phone call or anything. I went inside there and I made a video telling people to be peaceful, not to be violent, and just giving out a message. And I tweeted that.
What an incredible memory for every detail, minute by minute. It's really amazing.
At that time, who was attacking the Capitol?
No, I didn't know. There was people were saying different things. We mostly thought that it was Antifa dressed up as Trump supporters. That was the first thing we were told. We had no idea. I was in the cloakroom, couldn't see the news. I just knew that we were on lockdown, and they said, by that point, they said, you cannot leave. You have to stay in here.
I'll show you
Our working theory was it was Antifa with Trump gear, Trump flags, saying Trump things, having been at the Trump rally.
Electronically.
This has already been admitted.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and who told her that?
Is this your tweet and is this your face?
Yes.
That is her face.
Did you say in this tweet a message from the Capitol?
What?
Be safe. Be smart. Be peaceful. Obey the laws. This is not a time for violence. This is a time to support President Trump and support election integrity. God bless.
Yes.
By the grace of God, her memory's back.
R1.
Somebody got that set up.
I don't see Devin. He was setting it up yesterday.
Mr. Hamilton said he would play it here today.
Dominic, wait a second, sorry. No, I don't see him in the courtroom.
Yeah, Devin was set it up yesterday.
Okay, we'll be over the day.
I'm sorry, in the morning.
Of course.
We're about to get hit with a hype train on Twitch, by the way.
I think that's the universal rule of life.
I think the 5-minute reason of that.
People just tuning in have missed a lot. I can't. You're gonna have to scrub back.
I know. Again, I apologize. Technology.
Yeah.
I'm sure it'll be directly. I mean, I have. This may be it. I have.
That's it.
Is that it? I mean, I guess it's safe. It's been in my custody. Again, I don't know where he is. And you do not want me touching the computer. I can assure you.
The computer. Her lawyer is horrifying. Yeah, it's crazy. They've had lunch already, guys. We don't know what they had.
By the way, how are the calzones? Pizza is here. In fact, we have Subway tomorrow.
Uh-oh, we've got a tech team coming in.
I think this is it for
We can on TV up there. You need us to go on recess, man, so you can set it up. We can break if you want. You pick it up 5 minutes?
well, we'll take 5 minutes. I mean, you know, people are not going to leave and come back in 5 minutes. It's going to take a minute to set it up. Sorry.
I thought it's all right. It's there in my laptop. Or we can whichever you need. If you need me to go grab a laptop, let me know. On the TV? Yeah, it's going to be on there.
It needs to be on that screen.
Okay.
Is this guy right here praying? Or is he on his phone?
We don't know. Okay. So it needs to, their laptop needs to be disconnected from that? Right. Yeah, so we just need to disconnect it from the display.
If anyone in the room is watching my stream, please lift your hand now. And turn to the camera in the back, please. Well, it's quite a situation. Let's see if I can sneak in one voicemail.
Hi, my name is Ashley. I am a big fan. I watch you on YouTube, and I just want to say about the Marjorie Taylor Greene hearing that's going on right now. I keep waiting and wanting the guy questioning her to be like, is this your tweet? Is this your video, Madam Congressperson? And I know that that doesn't actually happen. That only happens on TV. But, like, weirdly, I feel like that is something that is, like, this is the real life equivalent of that sort of thing that would be on TV.
I think that is what's been happening. There's Matt Gaetz. No, it's... I know a lot of people seem to think he's wearing a bra. I think the speculation is that it's a bulletproof vest or Kevlar of some kind. It's not clear.
Hi, my name's Elizabeth Borneman. I watch you all the time. I'm watching the Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene trial, and I was wondering if they were aware of the Willard Hotel video. I think that is the smoking gun. She can't blame it on CNN, on anything. It's literally her coming out, and I'm not sure the cast of characters. You know, there are oath.
All right, well, let's look into that. I don't know, you know. Somebody called in about my lunch.
Hi, David. That sandwich was total bullshit. Turkey, cheddar, mayo. I mean, come on. Why don't you just eat a bucket of ice cream or something like that? That's not the way vegetables work. You can't just eat junk food and then have a handful of vegetables will be good. You have to fill your stomach with vegetables primarily because they're the most calorie-sparse food. And then you top it off, you have a little bit.
Wow, this is a very sick caller. Very, very sick.
Hey, Dave, this is Charles Lane again.
Actually, let's listen to the hot mic.
Will that work?
Yes.
If you want to use my laptop.
Well, again, let's. You talk. You know, I've like.
Sure, yeah.
Here's the magic box. You want it? You want this magic box? Where you? Can I put it down?
So technical trouble continuing to plague this.
And
incredible. Oh, these people don't know what the hell they're doing. Let me recover my ears for 1 second.
Yeah.
This is Jonathan in Los Angeles. If Marjorie Taylor Greene is kicked off the ballot because of the 14th Amendment, wouldn't that be a precedent to prevent Trump from running again?
Maybe so. No, I don't see this as having a high chance of success, and there is a lot riding on it, without a doubt. Thank you to Michael Waddell, and also thank you to Mike Swink for the Twitch, for the joinpacman.com memberships. Congresswoman, is this your face? Yes. It's been spliced, though.
As I remember, at the very beginning, it was a little low, and it came up and down.
I want to say thank you to Annalise S., who just gifted a membership on my website. Annalise sends the membership, and this free membership goes to, let's see, the 26th one today, and it is to Brian Gray. If you want a free membership, go to davidpacman.com/free membership. There are currently 668 people. 668 people waiting for free memberships. You can gift them on my website.
Bobby, is it ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Turn it on. Let's go ahead. Let's go.
I think we're just trying to fix the volume.
We have to turn the volume up on the
I hear you. I understand.
Yeah, you'll need to turn that.
I've already seen it several times. So.
Can you turn the sound up to maximum, please?
Just letting you know for all the great people, wonderful Americans, for President Trump, that are here in Washington, D.C. today. Today is a time to support your president, and just know.
Start over yet.
Everyone, this is Congresswoman Marjorie. I am sending out a message to you all, just letting you know for all the great people, wonderful Americans who support President Trump, that are here in Washington, D.C. today. Today is a time to support your president, and just know that we're fighting for you here in the Capitol, in Congress, fighting for your vote and fighting for President Trump. So I urge you to remain calm. I urge you to have a peaceful protest. Make sure that everyone is safe and protected, and let's do this in a peaceful manner. This is not a time for violence. This is a time to support President Trump, support our election integrity, and support this important process that we're going through in Congress, where we're allowed to object. So this is very important. So I urge you to stay calm, be the great American people that I know you are, and just know that we're in here fighting for you. So God bless everyone. Be careful, be safe, and be smart, and obey the laws. Thank you very much.
Representative Greene, is that you?
Yes.
As I look at your face and hear your voice, I think you're scared.
Objection. This is not for Mr. Bob to testify about his feelings.
What was your feelings at the time?
I was scared. I was very scared. I was concerned. I was shocked, absolutely shocked. Every time I said we're going to fight, it was all about objecting. And to me, that was the most important process of the day. And I had no idea what was going on, and I just didn't want anyone to get hurt. I didn't want to see anything terrible happen. And it was very upsetting. I was very, very upset when I made that video.
And you've been on the stand for several hours here during direct examination, and they showed you multiple tweets and multiple videos. Did they show you that video?
No, they didn't show that one or all the other social media posts that have been made on my accounts that I have made, or videos I have made where I've always denounced violence, and all the videos I've said and speeches I've said of how upset I was about the riot.
She literally supported violence in some of the videos shown today.
Against it. And even when I went and visited the January 6th defendants, pretrial defendants in the D.C. jail, and I went there to see their conditions because we had heard horrible things about their treatment.
I don't know what this is relevant to. I object.
That is not relevant, but
it's absurd.
Yes.
It's a word salad.
Cutting you off is going beyond the question. Thank you. Now, let me show you what's been admitted as R4.
Yes.
So this is a transcript of the video that's been admitted into evidence. And I want you to turn to page 2. And did you say these words? So I urge you to remain calm. I urge you to have a peaceful protest. Make sure everyone is safe and protected. And let's do this in a peaceful manner. This is not a time for violence. This is a time to support President Trump, support our election integrity, and support our important process that we're going through in Congress, where we're allowed to object. So this is very important. So I urge you to stay calm. Be the great American people that I know you are, and just know that we're in here fighting for you. So God bless, be careful, be safe.
He remembers.
And obey the law. Thank you.
Yes.
I think there's a subsequent tweet that you did referring to the violence that occurred on January 6th. And it's P1P. And I am actually not certain whether that has been admitted or not admitted.
P1P. I do not believe it's been admitted.
So, Representative Greene, did you tweet this tweet? If I know what I'm talking about.
I don't remember, but I see it's my MT Greene Twitter account.
So it went out from your Twitter account, but you don't know if you did it or another member of your staff or another person.
I can't recall exactly, but I think I tweeted this one.
This one she thinks was her. Yep,
Yeah.
This one she remembers. What a miracle, huh?
This says,
What a
and
miracle.
the date is January 12th, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. This tweet says, I proudly stand with Representative Mo Brooks and everything in his statement, which you link to later on. The unhinged left is out of control, and the disgusting witch hunt is full of hypocrisy. Democrats are on record for support of violence all year. We did not plan, cause, and denounce, and that's capital letters, denounce the January 6th attack. I defend my honor and reputation. So was that the message sent out on your Twitter account?
Yes, it's the same message I've said over and over again about January 6th.
Now, FBI Director Christopher Wray testified before Congress soon after the attack. It was before the Senate on March 2nd, 2021. And this is R5, which has been admitted into evidence. And let me show you this.
Are you moving to the admission of this?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it's been admitted.
It has. I don't believe this has been admitted.
All right.
Are you moving to admit?
Yes, I am.
Any objection?
I move.
No objection.
Yes, sir. It's in. Admitted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, when he testified before Congress on March 2nd, of course, you remember Congress, right?
Yes.
And he said, I was appalled, like you, at the violence and destruction that we saw that day. He's referring to January 6th.
Yes.
I was appalled that you, he's testifying before Congress, looking at members of Congress, our country's elected leaders were victimized right there in these very halls. Were you a victim of the attack?
Yes, I was. I was in the House chamber when it happened. I had to be evacuated to safety. We were held for hours in a secret location protected by Capitol Police, military members for hours until they cleared the Capitol. Yes, I was a victim of the riot that day.
No further questions.
Your Honor, I believe the testimony has opened the door on the issue of text messages that Representative Greene sent on January 6th.
There you go.
During the insurrection. And we would call for their immediate production and the ability to have a moment to look at them so that we can examine her on them.
I thought the testimony was she did not send any other messages.
No, she's testified that she sent messages to her children and her family.
Those were text messages. Those were not tweets. We did not talk about any text messages. That was the controversy over the admission of the text messages, which we have not referred to at all.
Well, except that Representative Greene referred to it when I asked her if she was in touch with anybody from that day from the floor, and she said that she texted her family.
You can't open the door.
Hold on.
Only I could open the door.
Well, let's first of all, do you have any questions other than this?
I do, and I'm going to preserve that position, but I'll move.
I understand. We're going to take a break. It's been a little chaotic for the last few minutes.
Representative Greene, you mentioned a number of statements that you made after January 6th where you talked about being upset about the fact that there was violence, right?
Yes.
Can you point to one press release or tweet or comment on Facebook prior to January 6th where you use the word peacefully in terms of urging people to behave peacefully at the demonstrations that were expected to occur?
I would have to look all through my social media, but I'm sure that it's there. I've always denounced violence. I denounced those Antifa BLM riots all over the country over and over, just like I denounced the January 6th riot over and over. Even to the people in jail, I told them that it was wrong. I told them in the DC jail I did not like what they did, but that I'm there because I support their due process rights, which is being violated.
Can you point to one video prior to January 6th where you urged people to behave peacefully on January 6th?
No.
One time in public, it's on video, where you said those words?
I don't have a computer. I don't have my social media. I didn't remember many of the social media posts that you pulled up in interviews.
I was interested that you answered some questions about FBI Director Wray's testimony in Congress. Do you believe the FBI was behind the January 6th violence at the Capitol?
I don't know. I certainly think there's a lot to be investigated. We don't know who Ray Epps is, the scaffolding commander.
Oh, God.
We don't. The Governor Whitmer's plot certainly
leads
to questions about things that happened on January 6th. I think there's a lot of investigations that need to happen.
You've referred to January 6th as a Fedsurrection, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Nothing further.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Bob, before we take our break?
No.
Anything else?
No, sir.
Okay.
Do they rest, or what?
Do you rest?
No, we have an issue that we want to consult on, but either we're going to put in a video or we're going to move to closing statements, but the video has been admitted, so it's a timing issue that we want to talk about.
All right. So you don't need the witness. She's excused.
That's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. You are excused. I step down.
And that's the conclusion of the Marjorie Taylor Greene portion of the testimony.
Well, what do you want to do, Mr. Shelley? I mean, you want to take a break? I don't know what you're contemplating. Out of 5 minutes or an hour.
Yeah, I think, Your Honor, we would appreciate a very short break.
Well, let's take 15 and be back at. Let's be back at 1:45.
Your Honor, can I ask a question? Are we absolutely dedicated to stopping at 4:30? If we went a little longer than that, would that be?
I will have to consult with the real powers.
Only because we're trying to figure out our presentation, the last piece of our presentation, if we want to close, or do we have one more thing? And so it would be nice to know.
Well, I will consult with Judge Malhi, and we will respond when we can reconvene.
Thank you.
Okay, we're off duty for 15 minutes. Judge Malhi, can I chat with you about logistical questions? Put that back. Thank
you. All right, so that concludes Marjorie Taylor Greene's testimony. What is following will be closings. There may be one video already in evidence that will be played, but it will be closing statements from what side? From both sides. Then that will be the end of the proceedings. And then the judge is going to take time and at some point render a recommendation to the Georgia Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, as people have pointed out. Brad Raffensperger is up for re-election, and it seems extraordinarily unlikely, even if the judge were to recommend pulling her off the ballot, that Raffensperger is going to do it, because I think it would have significant repercussions for Raffensperger. So we are not going to get that resolution today, and I have a hard out. So our coverage will end now at close to the start of the 8th hour of coverage for today. I really appreciate everybody who joined me. If you want to keep subjecting yourself to this, you absolutely are free to. There are endless streams and coverage of it. But I will be back with you tomorrow night. There will be a Donald Trump rally. It will probably be extremely corrosive to democracy. And Trump, well, let's just leave it at that. Let's not say anything else. It will likely be extremely corrosive to democracy. Make sure you're following me on Twitch. Make sure you have subscribed on YouTube. What a day. We'll see everybody tomorrow.